Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune. We're reading chapter 1. We're going to break it down as we go, too. Great book. Let's just kick it off with some chapter 1, Your Faith is Your Fortune, out of the Power of Imagination, Neville Goddard Treasury. Great book. It's got better margins than the other one. You don't have to dig in to read the middle of the book. So here we go. Before Abraham was, chapter 1. Verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In the beginning was the unconditioned awareness of being, and the unconditioned awareness of being became conditioned by imagining itself to be something. And the unconditioned awareness of being became that which it had imagined itself to be. So did creation begin. By this law, first conceiving, then becoming that conceived, all things evolve out of no thing. And without this sequence, there is not anything made that is made. So for anything to exist, it first has to be imagined. And you're going to hear Neville say that all the time, everywhere. So first imagine an architect drawing plans for a house, and therefore the house is constructed per the plans, but the imagination of the architects was set it in motion. First, it has to be conceived, and then after the conception, the construction, the 3D world construction, if you will. Before Abraham or the world was, I am. When all of time shall cease to be, I am. I am the formless awareness of being, conceiving myself to be man. By my everlasting law of being, I am compelled to be and to express all that I believe myself to be. There's a lot of, in other works of Neville, and also considering the phrase I am, it is the name of God, which is I am hungry. That's God is hungry. I am thirsty. God is thirsty. Anytime any phrase or any kind of information is following the phrase I am, then it is what God is. I am wealthy. I am healthy. I am happily married. Whatever follows I am is God's word becoming what you conceive the I am to be. So you want to be careful when you say I am, and then whatever you follow it with, you want to have it always in the positive, the best you can. I am the eternal nothingness. That's no hyphen thingness, so nothingness. I am the eternal nothingness containing within my formless self the capacity to be all things. I am that in which all my conceptions of myself live and move and have their being, and apart from which they are not. I'm going to draw a picture in a second about what I think that is sort of similar to. I dwell within every conception of myself. From this withinness, I ever seek to transcend all conceptions of myself. By the very law of my being, I transcend my conceptions of myself only as I believe myself to be that which does transcend. I am the law of being, and beside me, capital M, capital E, there is no law. I am that I am. And this, breaking this down, I am that in which all my conceptions of myself live and move and have their being, and apart from which they are not. So this reminds me, when I first asked my teacher, how does all this work? Basically, life. She wrote on a piece of paper this circle, and inside she said, this represents I am, or all that is, God, Jesus, Lord, Christ, Buddha, divinity, whatever you want to call this. This is everything right here. So when we break this piece down right here, I am that in which all my conceptions of myself live and move and have their being, and apart from which they are not. So when I says, how does this work to my teacher, she wrote this out, and she said, okay, so this is God, this is all that is, and then this is you, this is me, this is another version of you, this is your sister, this is your brother, this is your mother, this is your father, this is everybody in your life. Some lives are done, and some lives are just started. But all the different versions of yourself are in here, and they're all from the same source. And all of us are each other from the same source. So when you look at this and you see this sentence, I am that in which all my conceptions of myself live and move. I am that which all my conceptions of myself live and move. We're going to use this drawing many times for many examples of different things, but in this case right here, it represents something similar to what my teacher showed me. I dwell within every conception of myself. From this withinness, I ever seek to transcend all conceptions of myself. I dwell within every conception of myself. If these are all the different lives being lived, and if they could also be probable realities, a probable reality meaning this is me doing what I want to do now, and this is me when I set a goal over here doing that. So you don't have to live one conception of self. You can live multiple conceptions of self. In fact, you already do. You just don't realize the division. You don't realize the division when you wake up in that other conception of self. And you could also call it what falls into play here is the word detachment, where you can detach from one self conception. And when you persuade yourself you are another self, then you detach from this self and you become this self. And it's all within the same oneness or I amness. It's also I am the eternal nothingness containing within my formless self the capacity to be all things. Boom, all things, all things in one shot. Great chapter. Before Abraham was, I am. Before Abraham was, that's chapter 1. Your faith is your fortune. I'm going to break down these chapters as we go. I'll hope to use the board as much as I can. But basically, the best way to study Neville is to do it right from the beginning. Your Faith is Your Fortune, his first book, 1941. And it is a very, very good book, by the way. So I'm glad we're starting with this one, too. So we'll see you in the next video. Okay, Your Faith is Your Fortune, Neville Goddard, chapter 2. Let's see here. Boy, oh boy. You shall decree. So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. Isaiah 55:11. Carrying on from what we described, that we're all from the same being or all from the same source. If the word, my word, goeth forth out of my mouth, it shall not return unto me void. That means it has power. It has a lot of power. But it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. And this works. The word prosper means it becomes. When your word goes forth, it becomes what you send it in motion to be. It doesn't matter if that's positive or negative, good or bad, light or dark. It doesn't matter. And the best thing I can say that I've got from Neville is that you want to stay within the golden rule when it comes to your word or your thoughts. I mean, just breaking down that chapter, that verse of scripture right there is just a wonderful piece, Isaiah 55:11. Okay, you shall decree, chapter 2, Neville. Man can decree a thing and it will come to pass. Man has always decreed that which has appeared in his world. He is today decreeing that which is appearing in his world, and he shall continue to do so as long as man is conscious of being man. It's funny, in other pieces of Neville, he's talking about your consciousness and where is it that you remember you're you. I mean, you always have you can forget who you are, you can forget where you are, but you'll never forget that you are. That's not something you forget. So even when in that moment when you're waking up, you know I am. That's where your I am is already I am. It doesn't have to wake up and realize it's the current version of you. The current self-concept of yourself is what seems to flood in after you wake up. But when you wake up, that moment right when you wake up, your I am is already lit up. It's waiting for you to kind of load in whatever you want behind that I am. That's why the SATS method and doing it in the evening before you fall asleep or when you wake up is so important, because you have that little window where the I am, which is what we went over in the first chapter, is basically static and waiting for your orders. And when you decree a thing and it comes to pass, it's because you set that in motion by what you expect. What you're putting into your imagination when you wake up and when you fall asleep is going into that and following suit of the phrase I am, and you're becoming that. So I'm going to break this down as much as I can as we go, because The Neville material is such a wonderful body of work, and I just want to share the best understanding we can glean from it. And it takes breaking it down in commentary as we go. That's just the way it is. So we'll consider this a book club, basically. Nothing has ever happened in man's world. Excuse me. Nothing has ever appeared in man's world but what man decreed that it should. This you may deny, but try as you will, you cannot disprove it, for this decreeing is based upon a changeless principle. Man does not command things to appear by his words, which are, more often than not, a confession of his doubts and fears. That's unfortunate. And doubt, getting into the Neville vocabulary, doubt is a word that equals the devil. So you could want to look for evil or the devil, and the word doubt is what's at the other end of that. If you want to get the equal sign on both sides of this equation, evil equals doubt. When you have any kind of doubt, that is what is considered evil in the terms of the way Neville breaks down Scripture and the vocabulary that he approaches the understanding of Scripture. So listen to what he says there about doubt. Again, this is Neville's writing. Man does not command things to appear by his words, which are more often than not, unfortunately, a confession of his doubts and fears. Decreeing is ever done in consciousness. Every man automatically expresses that which he is conscious of being. Without effort or the use of words, at every moment of time, man is commanding himself to be and to possess that which he is conscious of being and possessing. This changeless principle of expression is dramatized in all the Bibles of the world. The writers of our sacred books were illumined mystics, past masters in the art of psychology. In telling the story of the soul, they personified this impersonal principle in the form of a historical document, both to preserve it and to hide it from the eyes of the uninitiated. I tell you, the Neville material is not. It's not something that you're going to watch this video on if you just are looking at this with a very glancing blow. This is very, I don't think you have to be advanced to understand it. You just have to have the desire and the enthusiasm to understand it. And once it speaks to you, you can't really avoid wanting more of it. It's really a trip like that. You're just going to want more of it. And that has to do with the law and the promise. When you are engaging with the law and learning how you're making your world better, that's a very, very good use of the Neville material because you're learning how to use the law. And then there's the other side, which is the promise, which is going to come to each one of us eventually. And there's that whole approach, which you get into understanding the Neville material and you understand how to exercise the law. And then you also unveil the promise. Either and both do happen, but you're always going to end up at the promise. So that's going to be a thing that just happens whether in this life or the next. It doesn't matter. Today, those to whom this great treasure has been entrusted, namely the priesthoods of the world, have forgotten that the Bibles are psychological dramas representing the consciousness of man. In their blind forgetfulness, they now teach their followers to worship its characters as men and women who actually lived in space and time. This is very, very funny because that is so true. My goodness. Today, those to whom this great treasure has been entrusted, namely the priesthoods of the world, have forgotten that the Bibles are psychological dramas representing the consciousness of man. In their blind forgetfulness, they now teach their followers to worship its characters as men and women who actually lived in time and space. And that's the issue with churchianity, as Neville calls it. Everybody is so literal minded and they're not looking at this psychological drama that really these illumined mystics, past masters in the art of psychology, what they were hiding in plain sight was the story that inside of that story is the truth of how we work. And if they were illumined mystics and masters in the art of psychology, then when this book was written, they were basically handing us a instruction manual on how this works. And the best examples of people who've used it to a great degree would be like people like Lucille Ball. There's so much to get into there. She was such a great user of the law. She understood it. She went to Neville Goddard's meetings. there's other information we'll bring up later and provide to you can look at yourself when it comes to Lucille Ball. But she used the law very well. I just wanted to point that out. And learning from Neville what she did, she went to his meetings. She was able to not just learn it within herself, but also then be at a meeting where questions were asked of Neville that you could also learn more from and get an in-depth understanding, and then go apply it, and then come back and then ask a question and get more information. I mean, what a wonderful thing! But you can see by the example of Desilu Studios, etc., and the I Love Lucy show, and a lot of other things, how wonderful that the law was used by her in her life. Okay, continuing. When man sees the Bible as a great psychological drama with all of its characters and actors as the personified qualities and attributes of his own consciousness, then and then only will the Bible reveal to him the light of its symbology. Boy, oh boy, it's so true. It is a psychological drama. This impersonal principle of life, which made all things, is personified as God. Test, test, test. Making sure we're on. This impersonal principle of life, which made all things, is personified as God. This Lord God, creator of heaven and earth, is discovered to be man's awareness of being. If man were less bound by orthodoxy and more intuitively observant, he could not fail to notice in the readings of the Bibles that the awareness of being is revealed hundreds of times throughout the literature. That's very amazing right there. If man were less bound by orthodoxy and more intuitively observant, he could not fail to notice in the reading of the Bibles that the awareness of being is revealed hundreds of times throughout this literature. To name a few, I am, have sent me unto you. Be still and know that I am God. One of the greatest examples. I am the Lord and there is no God. I am the shepherd. I am the door. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the way. I am the beginning and the end. I am man's unconditioned awareness of being is revealed as Lord and creator of every conditioned state of being. If man would give up his belief in a God apart from himself, recognize his awareness of being to be God, this awareness fashions itself in the likeness and image of its conception of itself. He would transform his world from a barren waste to a fertile field of his own liking. Remember, if man would give up his belief in a God apart from himself, recognize his awareness of being to be God, awareness of being. Remember, when you wake up in the morning, you are really coming from that plug-in from your awareness of being. You first are aware of being before you're aware of being who you think you are. First, your I am. Your awareness of being I am is first. First on the scene, actually before the scene, before your awareness, when you're coming out of that dream state and you're coming into your awake state, your awareness of being is what we're talking about, which is the first part. Then you remind yourself who you're aware of being as a role. But if you give up your belief in a God apart from yourself out there, recognize your awareness of being to be God, that awareness inside of you, which means your imagination, your own wonderful human imagination, which Neville says about 1 billion times, that is where God dwells, is as your imagination. Not just in your imagination, but as your imagination. The day man does the day man does this, he will know that he and his Father are one, but his Father is greater than he. He will know that his consciousness of being is one with that which he is conscious of being, but that his unconditioned consciousness of being is greater than his conditioned state or his conception of himself. The day man does this. When man discovers his consciousness to be the impersonal power of expression, which power eternally personifies itself in his conceptions of himself, he will assume and appropriate the state of consciousness which he desires to express. That means whatever you want to be, you want to become. In so doing, he will become that state in expression. Remember my example, and again, we are one example of the concept. All that is God, Christ, Buddha, divinity. These are just, we don't want to get caught and stuck in like the name here, but that's all it is. That's God. That's whatever you want to call it. Now, your self concept today has you doing this thing, and when you wake up in the morning, you remember that. That's your first thing that you put into your mind of I am this. Okay, so you start and you want to be, let's say, married and have a wonderful, loving relationship. When you are dreaming about that, when you're thinking about that before you fall asleep, and when you wake up in the morning, I am a happy, loving wife. I am a happy, loving husband. And you're imagining the ring on your finger while you sleep. Then basically, you have this shadow self that you are forming. Actually, this actually is not the shadow. Your shadow self is your waking self. This is where the shadow is. But the movement happens in what you feel is not structured yet. Because if you are, let's say you're single in this self concept and you want to be in a relationship, then you're starting to focus on this as you fall asleep and as you wake up. Then this self is where the actual reality exists. It's not here. This is only a shadow. The actual reality is in the new concept of self. So as you make the movement happen in your loving, happily married self creation of being a thing, as it becomes a thing and it begins to wake up, it's only waking up in the shadow world, which is the world of 3D. The reality is in your subconscious state. As you're falling asleep and you're bringing that into being, the shadow world is the 3D world. That's where this reality is casting a shadow in the 3D world. And then take it a step further, this is 4D, this is 3D. And when you put your hand in the place of the sun, for instance, like my hand on this board, you're seeing the reflection of your shadow is the 2D shadow on the wall is showing you what is 3D movement. And the 4D self concept that you're changing as you fall asleep, that is what casts this shadow. This is a little deep and it's a little bit getting pushing forward in the material, but anytime anything approaches me, I want to share it because breaking down Neville's material is very important. I think that there's a lot to glean from this. So every night you're wishing to be happily married and in a wonderful, loving relationship, this movement in 4D starts to become solid. So if before you know it, this is where you wake up. All of a sudden, this self concept in this new 3D awareness of being, you wake up and now you meet somebody, you go on a date, then you actually start to like the other person and they like you, and all of a sudden you're eating the same foods and you're doing the same things together, and all of a sudden before you know it, you're getting married, you're having a life, you're buying a house, you're doing all these wonderful things. This self is now the one that you wake up in. It is your new self concept. This self, although you don't wake up there anymore, it still exists because all God's creations are done. Every single form and version of God's creations are already done. So it doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about this self or the concept of self. That you can go do its thing. The you have desired to be, it also is already done. All you want to do is wake up in that concept of self. That's why you convince yourself, your inner self, to make those movements. Those movements are reality. 3D is the shadow of those movements. So I wanted to make and point that out, make that clear, because it's a very important piece of this. Okay. Ye shall decree a thing, and it shall come to pass. Ye shall decree a thing, and it shall come to pass. You'll go from this self-concept to this self-concept. Ye shall decree a thing, and it shall come to pass, can now be told in this manner. You shall become conscious of being or possessing a thing, and you shall express or possess that which you are conscious of being. The law of consciousness the law of consciousness is the only law of expression. I am the way. I am the resurrection. Consciousness is the way as well as the power which resurrects and expresses all that man will ever be conscious of being. Oh my gosh, Neville's material is so wonderful. Turn from the blindness of the uninitiated man who attempts to express and possess those qualities and things which he is not conscious of being and possessing, and be the illumined mystic who decrees on the basis of this changeless law. This changeless law, okay? Consciously claim yourself to be that which you seek. Appropriate the consciousness of that which you see, and you too will know the status of the true mystic as follows. Consciously claim that which you seek. Boom, boom. As follows. I become conscious of being it. Excuse me. Let me rewind. I became conscious of being it. I am still conscious of being it. And I shall continue to be conscious of being it until that which I am conscious of being is perfectly expressed. Yes, I shall decree a thing and it shall come to pass. This is chapter 2 of Neville's first body of work, Your Faith is Your Fortune. And look what he's saying. There's so powerful information in this. I became conscious of being it. Remember now, you're here. It doesn't matter what or who you are today, but you became conscious of becoming this. And my example was a loving married, a happily married wife, happily married husband. You became conscious of being it. I am still conscious of being it. So in this self-concept, you wake up and you go to sleep here, but you became conscious of being this, and you're still conscious of being it. So you're consistent with it. How many times must you do it? 70 times 7. And I shall continue to be conscious of being it, being the new conscious self, until that which I am conscious of being is perfectly expressed. Basically, you go into a state of detachment and you begin to wake up here. And through a bridge of incidents, you all of a sudden have experiences. In this example of your relationship, you meet somebody, you go out together, you go to eat together, you're liking the same food, you're drinking the same wine, and you're having an experience with each other that you all of a sudden feel inclined and attracted to. You feel this consciousness of being together because you put it in motion. You decreed the thing. And when you woke up in this, having the date and going out and having fun and feeling in love, etc., you decreed it, you became it. Okay, that's chapter 2. That was a great chapter. You shall decree. Again, only the second chapter of Neville's body of work here and the first body of work, and it is saying so much. And Neville, man, oh man, I a lot of people say how they would have loved to have gone to one of his lectures and had their opportunity to ask questions. But there's so many questions in lectures. It's like there's almost everything's already been covered. I mean, it really, I think it pretty much everything has been covered. But that's just an opinion. So, chapter 2, Your Faith is Your Fortune. We'll see you in the next video. All right, here we go. Chapter 3, Your Faith is Your Fortune. The Principle of Truth. Out of the Power of Imagination. Wonderful compilation of all of Neville's books in one place. The Principle of Truth, Chapter 3, Your Faith is Your Fortune. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John 8:32. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. The truth that sets man free is the knowledge of his consciousness. Excuse me. The truth that sets man free is the knowledge that his consciousness is the resurrection and the life. That his consciousness both resurrects and makes alive all that he is conscious of being. Apart from consciousness, there is neither resurrection nor life. Again, let's go ahead and exhaust the usage of this example because it helps keep you on the imagining what this might look like. All that is God, consciousness of being is here. And you, since all creation is finished, you are but one. manifestation of all that is of God. So God's consciousness of being is here, and you are one expression of that. I am one expression of that. Or look at it another way: in my Father's house are many mansions. My Father's house are many mansions. All of these are different concepts of you. Now, when I learned this example, I learned it through the Seth material, and it showed me that we have multidimensional realities. And in the example that I learned it, this example from my teacher, it was showing me that this is me, this is you, this is a part of me that lives in Japan, a part of me that lives in Africa, Europe, England, etc. So I was able to slowly get my mind around the idea that we all are from the same source. When I got into the Neville material after studying the Seth material for at least 25 years, um, this helped open me up to understand. This previous study helped me see what Neville was saying clearly, and I want to keep this example going because it gives you a two-dimensional view of what we're talking about. So let's just keep using it as a prop, so to say. The truth that sets man free is the knowledge that his consciousness is the resurrection and the life. That his consciousness both resurrects and makes alive all that he is conscious of being. Resurrects and makes alive all that he is conscious of being. It doesn't matter which life or what conscious beingness you are focused on. You have a selection of any kind of life you want to live based on what your conscious of being. Apart from consciousness, there is neither resurrection nor life. So if you don't have consciousness, you don't have resurrection, meaning going to different versions of yourself, nor life at all without consciousness. So consciousness is all there is. This is going to be a long chapter, by the way. So I'm gonna dig down whenever I can because it's this example that really kind of opens it up. I hope you're getting some value from it. When man gives up his belief in a God apart from himself and begins to recognize his awareness of being to be God, your awareness of being is God. So when you give up that it's out here and you know it's in here in you, this is your whole life, let's say beginning to end, although it's happening at one moment. We're going to get into this later, but time exists at once. So this is a moment. This is one moment, which is your entire life. So when you're conscious of being this, then you realize that you are from the source, you are from God. But when you think God is out here, not in here, then you've lost it. You basically are missing the mark. So we want to continue to make the mark and hit the mark. When man gives up his belief in a God apart from himself and begins to recognize his awareness of being to be God, as did Jesus and the prophets, he will transform his world with the realization, quote, I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater than I. I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater than I. It's funny, this looks like an I. Spelled different though, EYE, right? He will know that his consciousness is God and that which he is conscious of being is the Son bearing witness of God the Father. The conceiver and the conception are one, but the conceiver is greater than the conception. Again, let's say this is you, just the you know yourself to be, or you think you know yourself to be. You're aware of your consciousness. This is you. All of this is you. This is your I am. And the conceiver and the conception are one, but the conceiver is greater than his conception. Again, back to the same example. The conceiver and the conception are one, but the conceiver is greater than his conception. Before Abraham was, I am. Yes, I was aware of being before I became aware of being man. And in that day, when I shall cease to be conscious of being man, I shall still be conscious of being. This is, again, I'm going to, such a wonderful way to use this drawing. I was aware of being before I became aware of being man. And in that day, when I shall cease to be conscious of being man, I shall still be conscious of being. So this, let's say this moment point of your life, this life is done, and you become your other self. this self is gone, you're still aware of you, the consciousness that you are. You're always going to be aware of this, even though this might be done. This awareness doesn't go away. This awareness is. It continuously is. I was aware of being. Yes, I was aware of being before I became aware of being man. And in that day, when I shall cease to be conscious of being man, I shall still be conscious of being. And that's here. Okay? The consciousness of being is not dependent upon being anything. This doesn't rely on what it is being. It preceded all conceptions of itself and shall be when all conceptions of itself shall cease to be. Let me repeat that. The consciousness of being is not dependent upon being anything. So the consciousness of being is not dependent upon the consciousness of being things. It preceded all conceptions of itself and shall be when all conceptions of itself shall cease to be. This will always be. You will always be. This is you. This is what you're being. These examples. In my Father's house are many mansions. These are the mansions. A mansion being the mindset of your life, what you conceive or self-conceive yourself to be, is one mansion. I am the beginning and the end. That is, all things or conceptions of myself begin and end in me. But I, the formless awareness, remain forever. Boom. I am the beginning and the end. Let's just say that that's the birth of your life and that's the death of your life. Whatever that is, you live 105 years. We're speaking optimistically, and this is your complete beginning and end. Let's say it's linear like that, which we know it isn't. It's all one moment. I am the beginning and the end. That is, all things or conceptions of myself begin and end in me, but I am the formless awareness, remain forever. Jesus discovered this glorious truth and declared himself to be with God. Boom. This is Jesus. This is God. Not the God that man had fashioned, for he never recognized such a God. Jesus found God to be his awareness of being, and so told man that the kingdom of God and heaven were within. The kingdom of God and heaven were within. This is where he dwells. When it is recorded that Jesus left the world and went to his Father, it is simply stating that he turned his attention from the world of the senses and rose in consciousness to that level which he desired to express. Great example. Left the world and went to his Father, it's simply stating that he turned his attention from the world of senses and rose in consciousness to that level which he desired to express. That simply stated is meditation. To leave the world is simply close your eyes. You just left the world. Now, it is not there while your eyes are closed. You create it the instant you open your eyes. So when you leave the world, in this example, when it's recorded that Jesus left the world and went to his Father, when you close your eyes and you leave the world, you are now with your Father. Your imagination is your Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you for imagining. Thank you that I have the power to imagine. He turned his attention from the world of senses out here and rose in consciousness to that level which he desired to express, which means he imagined something he wanted to express and rose in consciousness. So stop looking at the outer world with your eyes and your senses and look at the consciousness which is here and see what you wanted to express means this is the you you're living today. Let's say I love the example of the relationship, because let's say you're not in a relationship but you want to be in one. This is you not in a relationship. So you rise to the level of consciousness here and you see yourself in a relationship. And that's you in the relationship. That exists as well as you not in a relationship exists. But which one do you want to be? All God's creations are done already. Which one do you want to express? Do you want to express the one that way you're not in a relationship? Or do you want to express the one where you are? So all you are simply doing is rising in consciousness to that state. There he remained until he became one with the consciousness to which he ascended. Whenever you hear heaven or ascension or ascended, It's always going to be up here to where the imagination is. Just as an example, when he returned to the world of man, when he returned to the world of man, he could act with the positive assurance of that which he was conscious of being, a state of consciousness no one but himself felt or knew that he possessed. Man who is ignorant of this everlasting law of expression looks upon such happenings as miracles. I tell you, man who is ignorant of his everlasting law of expression looks upon such happenings as miracles. To rise in consciousness to the level of the thing desired and to remain there until such level becomes your nature is the way of all seeming miracles. Again, you're rising in consciousness. You're taking this self-concept that you're aware of being and rising in consciousness by closing the senses off. So you're falling asleep or you're waking up or you're meditating and you're rising that level of consciousness to the place you want to be. To rise in consciousness to the level of the thing desired and to remain there until such level becomes your nature is the way of all seeming miracles. Again, simply states this one is consistently rising and reminding itself that it is this one. This is the single you. This is the married you. You want to be married, so you're going to take this one and constantly 70 times 7. You're constantly repeating the affirmed vision in your mind. And if I be lifted up, I shall draw men unto me. If I be lifted up in consciousness to the naturalness of the thing desired, I shall draw the manifestation to that desire to me. Very important statement right here. This statement is saying that once you imagine yourself to be this other you, all the bridge of incidents that make this necessary are like a magnet to you. They just, all of a sudden, people give you opportunities. You meet that person, you're out with friends doing something, and all of a sudden that person is there, and you're like, wow, I didn't know I was attracted to you all this time. I've known you 2 years, 3 years. How is it that all of a sudden I see you now? Well, because you changed your consciousness of being to the one you wanted to be. And now the bridge of incidents, which is all of these situations that can possibly feed like a magnet, iron to a magnet, that feed the event, this event just happened. They seem like miracles. No man comes unto me save the Father within me draws him, and I and my Father are one. No man comes unto me save the Father within me draws him. The Father within me draws him. So you're changing your self-concept. The Father within you is creating, it's already created. It's difficult to really flesh that out, but you today is not the same you as tomorrow. You're already doing this consistently already. I'm just describing through Neville's work another way that you can see it from a perspective and realize that it's easier than you think to change into anything you want to be. My consciousness is the Father who draws the manifestation of life to me. This is already happening. The nature of the manifestation is determined by the state of consciousness in which I dwell. I am always drawing into my world that which I am conscious of being. And that's what you're consistently doing. You're constantly being and drawing into your consciousness that which you're aware of being. If you are dissatisfied with your present expression of life, then you must be born again. Rebirth is the dropping of that level with which you are dissatisfied and rising to that level of consciousness which you desire to express and possess. Again, over and over. You want to leave this one and go to this one. So it's a rebirth. And that's why the word detachment is so necessary. There's going to be a detachment here that happens, that you all of a sudden wake up one day and everything looks different. The more you're focused on becoming the new you, each day you gradually, the needle moves and you don't really see it, but you realize at one moment, sooner or later, everything seems foreign to you. Everything seems like, what? How come I don't like those people there? I used to like those people. How come I like these people? I didn't like them before. There's a detachment from self that happens because when you're in a constant flux of change, you might not see the seam when you change, but you'll feel it when you look around and you feel completely foreign to things. It happened the first time I recognized it while I was watching YouTube, and all the YouTube feed, all the videos. You know how YouTube shows you the videos that you might be attracted to off of what you've looked at before. I got home one night and I'm looking at YouTube, the home screen, and it showed all these videos, and I'm like, none of this looks. I don't like any of this. What is this? Why am I looking at all this recommendations? I didn't like any of them, and I was like, oh, this is detachment. It knocked me off my chair because it was the first time I consciously was aware of it happening. It was fascinating. You cannot serve two masters or opposing states of consciousness at the same time. So you cannot serve this one and this one at the same time. Taking your attention from one state and placing it upon the other, you die to the one from which you have taken it, and you live and express the one which you are united. Love it. Is again, you take from this one and you give to this one, you become this. And this applies to anything. This could be, I am in poverty, I am in wealth. I am in not health, I am healthy. It could be anything you want to. And I'll use the major departments, health, wealth, and love, as examples because they're the most important focuses that we look at. But you take your attention from one state, placing it upon the other. You die to the one from which you have taken it, and you live and express the one which you are united. Man cannot see how it would be possible to express that which he desires to be by so simple a law as acquiring the consciousness of the thing desired. Let me repeat that. Man cannot see how it would be possible to express that which he desires to be by so simple a law as acquiring the consciousness of the thing desired. Acquiring the consciousness of this thing. I am a happy, loving, married. I'm a happy, loving husband. I'm a happy, loving wife. I am happily married, and every night I am spooning with my partner. It could be any affirmation, but when you are seeing the event and you use touch in your imagination, Western Gate method, you then make it even more real. We'll get into that Western Gate stuff later, which is very, very good. The reason for this lack of faith on the part of man is that he looks at the desired state through the consciousness of his present limitations. If you're here and you're looking here, you're looking with the limitation of this self. It doesn't have the seeming freedom of this self. This self has limitations. That's why it's not there. So this is where you're looking from. Therefore, he naturally sees it as impossible as an excuse me. Therefore, he naturally sees it as impossible of accomplishment. Isn't that how it is when you write a goal? It seems totally impossible, yet you write it and it gives it a lot of power. The written goal gives way more power to a goal than just imagining it. But imagining while you fall asleep and waking up is also extremely valid. It's probably more powerful than simply writing a goal, but the written goal is very powerful. One of the first things man must realize is that it is impossible in dealing with this spiritual law of consciousness to put new wine into old bottles or new patches on old garments. That is, you cannot take any part of the present consciousness into the new state. You cannot take any part of the present consciousness into the new state. You cannot believe that the opposite sex is troublesome when you're happily married. You cannot have that belief. All men are, and what do you answer that with? Or all women are, or all. Now I use the male and female biblically here because this is the material, but it doesn't matter. I don't want to get stuck on the pronouns. I want to make the point of the material, which is more important. All partners are. It doesn't matter what we say. It's the classic man as the active side of the relationship, and the feminine, masculine on one side, feminine on the other. I'm going to use the terms male and female. So all men are traditionally, you would answer that with, and then the masculine side would say all women are, and then have an answer for that. Loving, caring, nurturing. Obviously, either side should be saying that because when you have that affirmation, you're not going to be here. You're going to be more into the line of this consciousness. When you say that your partner or all of the opposite sex, whatever your relationship scenario is, when you are here and you have a negative attitude towards your partner, whoever that might be, you realize that when you change that to this positive one and you start repeating that here, you become here. You can't take that with you because now it's positive. It can't harbor this anymore. It cannot harbor this. When you're here, that doesn't fit. It won't work. It's like you said, the patches on old garments. You cannot take any part of the present consciousness into the new state. For the state sought is complete in itself and needs no patching. And every level of consciousness automatically expresses itself. This is great. Every level of consciousness. So you're here. Okay, it's great to be single and have whatever kind of experience you're having, but you also notice that you have sometimes a negative attitude towards the relationship. Then you repair that within yourself, and then you all of a sudden find you're here. Every level of consciousness automatically expresses itself. You don't have to worry about being here. You don't have to worry about this baggage. Every single level of consciousness, your wealthy self, your healthy self, your married self, all of yourselves have their own consciousness. They have their own expression. To rise to the level of any state is to automatically become that state in expression. To rise to the level of any state is to automatically become that state in expression. But in order to rise to the level that you are not now expressing, you must completely drop the consciousness with which you are now identified. Again, this one is not necessary here, so you must drop this. When I studied the Seth material, the Jane Roberts Seth material, it it became obvious at a certain point that whenever Seth used the word must, it was a very important piece. He was really kind of knocking on the chalkboard, so to say. So in this case, we see Neville using it here. In order to rise to the level that you are not now expressing, you must completely drop the consciousness with that which you are now identified. This consciousness must be dropped. All women are, all men are. This attitude must be changed. And then loving, caring, nurturing. I speak from experience here because I couldn't tell you this, but by experience. And when I was here, I've been here now for 25 years, married, and we've known each other 28 years ish, maybe 29. But when I was here, and my teacher asked me, "What's my attitude towards women?" and I says, "Well," I answered in my head, "All women are," and it was not nice. It was not nice what I said, and I had to stop and realize I had an answer. Number one, which is that answer was very befitting of a single person and a very troubled relationship. On top of it, troubled relationships. But to be able to rise to this consciousness, I had to change it and literally start the programming. And it can be as basic as this: is you have to start somewhere. And depending on where you are in this state of single consciousness, where you want to be in a relationship, depending on where you are here, you must look at what baggage you have and what must be changed. And it can be as simple as that kind of programming, that paradigm you're in has to be changed from the root level. And that is as simple as for me, it was as all women are: loving, caring, nurturing, loving, caring, nurturing, loving, caring, nurturing, over and over and over. Okay. Until your present consciousness is dropped, you will not be able to rise to another level. Do not be dismayed. This letting go of your present identity is not as difficult as it might appear to be. I'm saying that also as a testimonial. It's true. It's not as difficult. I found that way for me. The invitation of the scriptures to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord is not given to a select few. It is a sweeping call to all mankind to be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord. To be absent from the body, close your eyes. And to be present with the Lord is now you're in your imagination. Okay. If you have this belief you have to change or you want to change because you want to have the new experience, you must stop identifying with what the senses are telling you and be present with the Lord. And if I didn't say it in the other video, I believe I did. When you have the word Lord, Christ, God, Buddha, all it is, divinity, the source, all of these are on one side of the equation, the equal sign, and then on the other side is imagination. Your, as Neville would call it, your own wonderful imagination. To be absent from the body and to be present with the Lord means when you're absent from the body means your eyes are closed. You're not looking at the body or the world, and you're present with the Lord means you're now and you're using your imagination. It is as simple as being like a child when you're just playing. You're using your imagination. You're present with the Lord. It is a sweeping call to all mankind. The body from which you are invited to escape is your present conception of yourself with all of its limitations, while the Lord with whom you are to be present is your awareness of being. To accomplish this seemingly impossible feat, you take your attention away from your problem and place it upon just being. You take your attention from your problem and place it upon just being. You say silently but feelingly, I am. Do not condition this awareness, but continue declaring, I am. I am. Simply feel that you are faceless and formless and continue doing so until you feel yourself floating. And that's not too difficult. A couple deep breaths. Go ahead and take one in. Breathe out. Just a couple, 2 or 3. You're slowing yourself down. Now your eyes are closed. I am. I am. Breathe in, I am. As you're breathing, you're stating, I am. And as you're exhaling, you're also thinking, I am. Okay, it's not that difficult. You start to feel like you're floating. Floating is a psychological state which completely denies the physical. Through practice in relaxation and willfully refusing to react to sensory impressions, it is possible to develop a state of consciousness of pure receptivity. It is a surprisingly easy accomplishment. In this state of complete detachment, a definite singleness of purposeful thought can be indelibly engraved upon your unmodified consciousness. This state of consciousness is necessary for true meditation. I think he's given us in the 3rd chapter of his first book exactly how to meditate, precisely how simply I am. He didn't talk about the breathing here, but it's pretty important after you read any work on meditating or look at any kind of instruction on meditating. Breathing is a very important part to slow yourself down. I am. Be still and know that I am, right? But this concept of getting to a floating psychological state, that's where you're completely denying the physical. You know you're there when you're floating. You feel like you're floating. This is going to bring about a state of consciousness of pure receptivity. Surprisingly easy accomplishment. In this state of complete detachment, a definite singleness of purposeful thought can be indelibly engraved upon your unmodified consciousness. Unmodified consciousness, he's talking about how to take this consciousness awareness and transfer to this one because this is unmodified here. This is consciousness modified by your beliefs and your assumptions. This is unmodified. When you're tapped into your unmodified consciousness, you can change it to anything. This state of consciousness is necessary for true meditation. This state of consciousness is necessary for true meditation. This wonderful experience of rising and floating is the signal that you are absent from the body or problem and are now present with the Lord. In this expanded state, you are not conscious of being anything, but I am. I am. You are only conscious of being. So, again, if you're in this state, whatever the state is, it doesn't matter if it's the single relationship or if it's the state of impoverishment or if it's the state of ill health. When you're meditating, you're automatically not aware of that. You're now here. You're one with the source. You're one with God. You're one with the Lord. You're one in imagination. You're not aware of the problem. Okay. When this expression of consciousness is attained within this formless deep of yourself, give form to the new conception by claiming and feeling yourself to be that which you, before you entered into this state, desired to be. Your goal was single, not happy without a relationship, but you want to be in a relationship and feel the reciprocity of it and be happy in it, there's the new state. So before you entered into this state of meditation, you had the desire to be here. You will. That's the new conception. Give form to the new conception by claiming and feeling yourself to be that which you want to be. Okay, that's me paraphrasing, but here we go. We're going to continue. You will find that within this formless deep of yourself, all things appear to be divinely possible. Let me repeat. You will find that within this formless deep of yourself, all things appear to be divinely possible. Anything that you sincerely feel yourself to be while in this expanded state becomes, in time, your natural expression. Anything you sincerely feel yourself to be. Anything. Now, this applies to a lot of examples. I've used it going to find a parking space, and we're going to get into this later on the manifesting part, and it's going to be in the material throughout, so it doesn't really matter. We're always covering it. When I left home, I was with my father-in-law and my wife, and we were going to Seal Beach. And I, in my state, I was able to ignore what was happening in the car. They were conversing, and I imagined being on the curb, looking at the car, and celebrating that. Oh, look how close we were able to park. We were going to a restaurant, and I saw us on the curb, basically high-fiving. And wow, look at that! Boom, high five, touching Western Gate, celebrating our great parking spot. And this small example of what I'm talking about with the parking spot, this is me going and having an assumption that I'm going to find parking down there anyway. But this is me knowing that I parked in the front of the restaurant. So when I was imagining myself in front of the restaurant, I simply went into a no state thought. I just didn't have anything but the visualization of being there and celebrating it. High-fiving. Wow, look at that. In celebration, happy. And that's what gave me the expanded. You will find that within this formless deep of yourself, all things appear to be divinely possible. I saw the possibility while we were driving. Anything that you sincerely feel yourself to be while in this expanded state becomes in time your natural expression. Well, what the expression in time was the parking spot. But what I did was I went into the Sabbath after I believed it happened. It was already done. When I stopped imagining that parking spot, it was actually done. I was in reality already parking there here. So the only thing that could happen on the 3D was the actual happenstance, which 3D is the shadow anyway. So I moved here. So these small examples of, let's say, parking is going to be how you build up the practice. Okay, let's go on. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters." Yes, there be a firmness or conviction in the midst of this expanded consciousness by knowing and feeling I am that, the thing desired. I love this breakdown. This is very, very cool. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Let there be a firmness or conviction in the midst of this expanded consciousness by knowing and feeling I am that, the thing desired. The firmament. I am that. The thing desired. I am that. I am. Okay, so you're here. I am that. You are consciousness. That's why this is possible. This would not be possible if you were, I like Neville's words, if you were descended from a worm, this would not be possible. But you are not. You're part of this all that is, this God, this Lord, this imagination, this infinite sea of knowing. I love the water usage of the firmament. It's a very, very fascinating quote. As you claim and feel yourself to be the thing desired, you are crystallizing this formless liquid light that you are into the image and likeness of that which you are conscious of being. Now that the law of your being has been revealed to you, begin this day to change your world by revaluing yourself. Too long has man held to the belief that he is born of sorrow and must work out his salvation by the sweat of his brow. Too long. God is impersonal and no respecter of persons. So long as man continues to walk in this belief of sorrow, so long will he walk in a world of sorrow and confusion. For the world in its every detail is man's consciousness crystallized. Everything you're experiencing is coming from you. And being no respecter of persons means that no one's no one's going to say, "Oh, I'm with so and so," and then that's going to be the respect that they get just because they know somebody. It's not like that at all. All of us are doing this, and all of us are doing it so well we do not see the seams. And you might be also distracted by a lot of things are in the world. And usually I'll have my keys somewhere to jingle jangle, but it's like a little kid looking at a set of keys, being all happy and distracted by the sparkly nature of the lights flickering upon the keys. But the point is, there can be distractions, but this is still happening even while you're distracted. No respecter of persons. Anybody and everybody is already doing it. So long as man continues to walk in this belief of sorrow, so long will he walk in a world of sorrow and confusion. For the world is in its every detail is man's consciousness crystallized. In the book of Numbers, it is recorded, quote, there were giants in the land, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and we were in their sight as grasshoppers. Today is the day, the eternal now, when conditions in the world have attained the appearance of giants, meaning something seems bigger than you. All right? The unemployed, the armies of the enemy, business competition, etc., are the giants which make you feel yourself to be a helpless grasshopper. We are told we were first in our own sight helpless grasshoppers, and because of this conception of ourselves, we were to the enemy helpless grasshoppers. We can be to others only that which we are to ourselves. Therefore, as we revalue ourselves and begin to feel ourselves to be the giant, a center of power, which we already are, we're just coming into the awareness of that. We automatically change our relationship to the giants, reducing these former monsters to their true place, making them appear to be the helpless grasshoppers. Paul said of this principle, it is to the Greeks, or the so-called wise men of the world, foolishness, and to the Jews, or those who look for signs, a stumbling block. With the result that man continues to walk in darkness rather than awake to the realization, I am the light of the world. This is funny. With the result that man continues to walk in darkness rather than awake to the realization, I am the light of the world. Man, who so long worshiped the image of his own making that at first he finds this revelation blasphemous. But the day man discovers and accepts this principle as the basis of his life, that day slays his belief in a God apart from himself. It really is when you become aware of what's happening inside of consciousness, not outside of consciousness. It's all within. The story of Jesus' betrayal in the Garden of Gethsemane is the perfect illustration of man's discovery of this principle. We are told the crowds armed with staves and lanterns sought Jesus in the dark of night. As they inquired after the whereabouts of Jesus, salvation in parentheses, the voice answered, I am. Whereupon the entire crowd fell to the ground. On regaining their composure, they again asked to be shown the hiding place of the Savior. And again, the Savior said, I have told you that I am. Therefore, if you seek me, let all else go. Back to the concept, let all else go. If you seek me, let all else go. You already are plugged in. You're continuously plugged in, continuously. But you must let all else go. You must close the eyes and let all else go to be able to find him. As long as your eyes are focused on these problems, whatever they may be, you're in the dark. When you let those problems go and you imagine using your imagination and your meditation and visualizing what you want to be and express, then you're finding him. Man, in the darkness of human ignorance, sets out on his search for God, aided by the flickering light of human wisdom. As it is revealed to man that his I am, or awareness of being, is his savior, the shock is so great he mentally falls to the ground. I tell you, there's been some times I have fallen, I've dang near fell out of the chair. That moment of detachment on YouTube, it knocked me like wild. It knocked me to like really good. I was dumbfounded by what I was experiencing because I was aware that it was actually detachment. That's what, boom, knocking me to the ground, off the chair, fell off the chair, right? For every belief that he has ever entertained tumbles as he realizes that his consciousness is the one and only Savior. The knowledge that his I am is God compels man to let all others go, for he finds it impossible to serve two gods. You can't serve two gods. Anything outside of self, this is self, this circle is representative of self. Anything outside, which is what's in the world, is not I am. Everything inside is I am. Your experience of a life is I am. And that comes from I am, your consciousness of being. The knowledge that his I am is God compels man to let all others go, for he finds it impossible to serve two gods. You cannot serve a God out here and serve a God in here at the same time. It's not possible. You cannot ride two horses. If you're busy riding one, that's okay. When you discover this, and that's why you're here, you realize you can only ride one horse. You can't serve two gods. Man cannot accept his awareness of being as God and at the same time believe in another deity. With this discovery, man's human ear or hearing, understanding in parentheses, is cut off by the sword of faith, Peter, in parentheses, as his perfect disciplined hearing, which is understanding, in parentheses, is restored by the knowledge that I am is Lord and Savior, restored by Jesus. Okay, let me read it without the parentheses. With this discovery, man's human ear or hearing is cut off by the sword of faith, as his perfect disciplined hearing is restored by the knowledge that I am is the Lord and Savior. I am. Before man can transform his world, he must first lay this foundation or understanding. Before man can transform his world, he must first lay this foundation or understanding. I am the Lord. Man must know that his awareness of being is God. Until this is firmly established so that no suggestion or argument of others can shake him, he will find himself returning to the slavery of his former belief. Oh boy. If ye believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. If ye believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. If ye believe not that I am he, ye shall die in your sins. Your sins meaning missing the mark. Vocabulary Neville, sins is a word that means missing the mark. This self that you're not happy with is missing the mark. It's sinning by not realizing it is I am. Once it realizes yourself, once you realize you are I am and you're tied into all consciousness, then you can change into any state that you want. Unless man discovers that his consciousness is the cause of every expression of his life, he will continue seeking the cause of his confusion in the world of effects, and so shall die in his fruitless search. And if anybody hasn't had a rough time of it, just think about that one example. It could be any example. It could be poverty. It could be the lack of a relationship. It could be the lack of health. And that can be every extreme you can think of. Every extreme is an example of this one right here. Until you discover that your consciousness is the cause of every expression of your life, you will continue seeking the cause of your confusion in the world of effects, and so shall die in that fruitless search. I am the vine, and ye are the branches. I am the vine, and ye are the branches. Consciousness is to the Consciousness is the vine, and that which you are conscious of being is as branches that you feed and keep alive. Just as a branch has no life except it be rooted in the vine. Likewise, things have no life except you be conscious of them. Just as a branch withers. Now, hold on. Think about that sentence. It's a very, very powerful sentence. Just as a branch has no life except it be rooted in the vine, likewise, things have no life except that you be conscious of them. When you're conscious of anything, that's when you give it life. Just as a branch withers and dies if the sap of the vine ceases to flow towards it, so do things and qualities pass away if you take your attention from them. So do things and qualities pass away when you take your attention from them, because your attention is the sap of life, which sustains the expression of your life. Very powerful sentence. Excellent closing sentence to this chapter. And I'll tell you how this is also talked about very, very much today with the internet world. Let me repeat the sentence. Just as a branch withers and dies if the sap of the vine ceases to flow towards it, so do things and qualities pass away if you take your attention from them. Because your attention is the sap of life, which sustains the expression of your life. Wow. It is such a powerful, if you take your attention from them, taking your attention from this life and feeding it towards this life sustains the expression of your new life. Now, attention is a very fascinating word here. That's the end of the chapter, by the way. The attention being a very key word in how he closed this chapter is very fascinating because the biggest, most valuable thing there is attention. And if you look at anything when it comes to the world of business, and it doesn't matter what century, when it comes to the world of business, what everybody is competing for, let's say there is a competition for your business, let's say to buy an object. I mean, you could look in the past and look at cigarettes or the alcohol ads or things like that, whatever, it doesn't matter. It could be snowboards, it could be boogie boards, it could be anything. When businesses have competing commodities and they want you to buy theirs and not the others, they want to do the best they can to get your attention. And your attention is the most valuable thing you have. It literally is the sap of your life. It's funny how that can be a double E used word. In this case, we're using the word sap as a very positive, but the word sap could also be a negative connotation, like that sap fell for it. But the point is, back to the attention concept, when you're giving anything your attention, you're giving it your sap, your life force. You're making it real when you give it your attention. Attention, people do everything in their power, businesses, to get and keep your attention. Look at the concept of YouTube and its in general, as I've discussed that many times already today. YouTube does everything in its power to keep you on the platform by keeping your attention looking at whatever it is they offer. Facebook, another company, Meta, which has a couple companies, I think it's Instagram and Facebook, they are doing everything in their power to keep you on the platform. That is because they're doing everything they can to keep your attention focused at whatever it is they have there. It could be any subject. So understand that where you're putting your attention, you're putting your life. Where you're putting your attention, you're putting your life. Where you're putting your new attention, you're putting your new life. It is your attention that's the most valuable thing in the marketplace. You have to understand that people are doing everything in their power to get it from you, to keep your attention focused on them and their offering. Understand that you close off the world, you take your deep breaths, you go back to I am, you get to your floating, you bring your attention home, and then you feed your attention to that new you, that new married self, that new wealthy self, that new healthy self. And you also do this for your family. You do this for your partner. You do it for your wife, your husband, your children, your parents. You do it for your community. You do it for everyone on your block. You the Neville material is so valuable, but you are using it to build this new self, but you're also, this new self, which is going to be a happy self, is also here to help tend to the garden. We're going to get into this later. I don't even want to bring it up right now. I shouldn't bring it up, but you're also doing this for others. As you improve you, everything around you is going to improve. The garden around you is going to flourish just because you are doing this new focus of attention on the new self you want to be. Everything will improve around you. The rising tide floats all boats. That's it. Chapter 3. Hope you got something out of that. I really do hope that you appreciate the way we're going with this, the breakdowns, the example, and how we're doing it in a basically a 2D prop here to give us a look at how this works. Leave some comments about it if you want. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, Chapter 4. Whom seek ye? I have told you that I am. If therefore ye seek me, let these go their way. John 18:8. As soon then as he had said unto them, I am, they went backward and fell to the ground. John 18:6. Today there is so much said about masters, elder brothers, adepts, and initiates that numberless truth seekers are being constantly misled by seeking these false lights. For a price, most of these pseudo-teachers offer their students initiation into the mysteries, promising them guidance and direction. Man's weakness for leaders, as well as his worship of idols, makes him an easy prey of these schools and teachers. Good will come to most of those enrolled students. They will discover after years of awaiting and sacrificing that they were following a mirage. They will then become disillusioned in their schools and teachers, and this disappointment will be worth the effort and price they paid for their fruitless search. They will then turn from their worship of man, and in so doing discover that which they are seeking is not to be found in another, for the kingdom of heaven is within. The kingdom of heaven is within. The kingdom of heaven is within. Searching out here, this is your self-conception. Searching outside is not where you find the kingdom of heaven. It's inside. The I am is your kingdom of heaven. This is your self-concept. This is your manifestation. Your kingdom of heaven is within. This realization will be their first real initiation. The lesson learned will be this: there is only one master, and this master is God, the I am within themselves. I am the Lord thy God, who led thee out of the land of darkness, out of the house of bondage. I am, your awareness, is Lord and Master, and besides your awareness, there is neither Lord nor Master. You are the master of all that you will ever be aware of being. Over and over, we're going to be talking about I am, the conception of self, all these different concepts of yourself. You are here and you want to be here. The I am is your path to getting there. And that I am is literally just your awareness of being. And that I am is in you, not outside of you. His point about trying to find other teachers to show you the way is a fruitless search. But when you learn from that search, if you do, that it's not out here, the kingdom of heaven, that it's within here, that's your first true initiation. That's the first lesson. You know that you are, do you not? Knowing that you are is the Lord and Master of that which you know you are. You could be completely isolated by man from that which you are conscious of being, yet you would, in spite of all human barriers, effortlessly draw to yourself all that you were conscious of being. It's like when someone moves to another state or another city and they think they're gonna leave. Maybe they don't like neighbors or the house they're in or people that they're working with or whatever, and they make a big move to another state or city or whatever, and they don't they don't realize that they're taking themselves with them. So sooner or later, everything just starts to resprout in different people that they might expose themselves to in their environments. These people all of a sudden take on the same attitudes of the last people they were around that they had resentment with. I'm going to repeat that sentence. You could be completely isolated by man from that which you are conscious of being that self-concept. Yet you would, in spite of all human barriers, effortlessly, even if you went to Alaska, in other words, effortlessly draw to yourself all that you were conscious of being, because everything you're conscious of being is not going to leave. If you move around, it's going with you. It's not going to just disappear. The man who is conscious of being poor does not need the assistance of anyone to express his poverty. The man who is conscious of being sick, though isolated in the most hermetically sealed germ-proof area in the world, would express sickness. There's no barrier to God, for God is your awareness of being. Regardless of what you are aware of being, you can and do express it without effort. Stop looking for the master to come. He is with you always. I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. I am with you always. This is you. These are your self-concepts. My Father's house has many mansions. Whichever mansion you occupy, he is with you always. Even unto the end of the world. I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. You will from time to time know yourself to be many things, but you need not be anything to know that you are. You can, if you so desire, disentangle yourself from the body you wear. In so doing, you realize that you are a faceless, formless awareness and not dependent on the form you are in your expression. That's when you go in meditation. I am. Disentangle yourself from the world. Close your eyes. Breathe. I am floating. You will know that you are. You will also discover that this knowing that you are is God, the Father, which preceded all that you ever knew yourself to be. Before the world was, you were aware of being, and so you were saying, I am. And I am will be after all that you know yourself to be shall cease to be. Beautiful sentence. Let's repeat that. Before the world was, you were aware of being. And so you were saying, I am. And I am will be after all that you know yourself to be shall cease to be. Even if all of these self-concepts go away, you will still be aware of your I am right here. You will still have that awareness. It is not going anywhere. There are no ascended masters. Banish this superstition. There are no ascended masters. You will forever rise from one level of consciousness, master, to another. In so doing, you manifest the ascended level, expressing this newly acquired consciousness. You will forever rise from one level of consciousness, this one, to another, this one. In so doing, you manifest the ascended level, expressing this newly acquired consciousness. Consciousness being Lord and Master. You are the master magician, conjuring that which you are now conscious of being. For God, consciousness, it's in parentheses, excuse me. For God, consciousness, calleth those things which be not as though they were. Things that are not now seen will be seen the moment you become conscious of being that which is not now seen. Again, as an example, here you are in this self-concept of not being in a relationship or married, and you want to be in a relationship or married. This limited self is reminding you of your potential. Your potential is always available. It's up to you to find, I think I lost my point. You will forever rise from one level of consciousness to another. In so doing, you manifest the ascended level. So you're in the single, not married status, and you want to change from that, and you want to change, you pray and you do your sats to this, and you will constantly ascend to the new level. Consciousness being Lord and Master, you are the master magician, conjuring that which you are now conscious of being. Again, conscious of being, right? For God, consciousness, calleth those things which be not as though they were. things that are not now seen will be seen the moment you become conscious of being that which is not now seen. Again, I know I'm repeating, but it's definitely worth its weight in gold when we get it in and we let it soak in and it hits fertile ground. Sooner or later, we're going to realize that new consciousness, that new awareness of being is available. It's here now with limitation, but you can have this one anytime you want and choose with enough desire to start manifesting it by focusing on it, by putting your attention in that direction. This rising from one level of consciousness to another is the only ascension that you will ever experience. Think about that. That's the only ascension you will ever experience. No man can lift you to the level you desire. The power to ascend is within yourself. It is your consciousness. You appropriate the consciousness of the level you desire to express by claiming that you are now expressing such a level. I am happily married. It doesn't matter if you're single and you have a relationship difficulty, or if you're breaking up, or if you're broken up, or whatever the situation is. I am happily married. Claim it, decree it. This is the ascension. It is limitless, for you will never exhaust your capacity to ascend. You will never exhaust your capacity to ascend. Turn from the human superstition of ascension with this belief in masters and find the only and everlasting master within yourself. Turn from the human superstition of ascension with its beliefs in masters and find the only and everlasting master within yourself. Far greater is he that is you than he that is in the world. Far greater is he that is you than he that is in the world. Okay? Believe this. Do not continue in blindness, following after the mirage of masters. I assure you, your search can end only in disappointment. If you deny me, your awareness of being, in parentheses, I shall deny you also. If you deny me, I shall deny you also. If you do not become aware of your I am, your I am is not aware of you. Be still and know that I am God. I am consciousness. Thou shalt have no other God beside me. Thou shalt have no other God beside me. No other God. Anything outside, no. I am is the only. Be still and know that I am God. Come prove me and see if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing pour you out a blessing that there shall not be room enough to receive it. This sounds very abundant. Let me repeat that. Come prove me and see if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that there shall not be room enough to receive it. And if anybody's ever fallen in love before, hopefully you've had the experience many times, once, twice at least, if not a dozen, in your lifetime, with your parents, your brothers and sisters, your significant other, it is and it does feel that the windows of heaven have opened up and you have been poured a blessing, and it doesn't seem like there is even hardly room enough to receive it. It's just an overwhelming feeling when you fall in love. It feels like there's not enough room to contain it. Do you believe that I am is able to do this? Then claim me to be that which you want to see poured out. Claim yourself to be that which you want to be, and that you shall be. Not because of masters will I give it unto you, but because you have recognized me, which is yourself, to be that. You have recognized me to be that. M-E, me. It's your self-concept is me, to be that. I will give it unto you, for I am all things to all. Jesus would not permit himself to be called good master. He knew that there is but one good and one master. He knew this one to be his Father in heaven, the awareness of being, the kingdom of God, and the kingdom of heaven are within you. Your belief in masters is a confession of your slavery. Only slaves have masters. Change your conception of yourself, and you will, without the aid of masters or anyone else, automatically transform your world to conform to your changed conception of yourself. Change your conception of yourself, and you will, without the aid of masters or anyone else, automatically transform your world to conform to your changed conception of yourself. Without anybody else. This is you. You are the authority. You are told in the book of Numbers that there was a time when men were in their own eyes as grasshoppers, and because of this conception of themselves, they saw giants in the land. This is as true of man today as it was the day it was recorded. Man's conception of himself is so grasshopper-like that he automatically makes the conditions round about him appear gigantic. In his blindness, he cries out for masters to help him fight his giant problems. Are there enough lessons to be had across the platform known as YouTube? Is there enough classes? Do we need more? Jesus tried to show man that salvation was within himself and warned him not to look for his Savior in places or people. If anyone should come saying, "Look here" or "Look there," believe him not, for the kingdom of heaven is within you. Jesus not only refused to permit himself to be called good master, he warned his followers, salute no man along the highway. He made it clear that they should not recognize any authority or superior other than God the Father. Jesus established the identity of the Father as man's awareness of being. I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater than I. I am one with all that I am conscious of being. I am one with all that I am conscious of being. I am greater than that which I am aware of being. The Creator is ever greater than his creation. The Creator is ever greater than his creation. As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. The serpent symbolizes man's present conception of himself as a worm of the dust, living in the wilderness of human confusion. Just as Moses lifted himself from his worm of the dust conception of himself to discover God to be his awareness of being, I am have sent me. So must you be lifted up. The day you claim, as did Moses, I am that I am. That day your claim will blossom in the wilderness. I am that I am. I am that I am. Your awareness is the master magician who conjures all things by being that which he would conjure. This Lord and Master that you are can and does make all that you are conscious of being appear in your world. This Lord and Master that you are can and does make all that you are conscious of being appear in your world. Any self-concept appears, any of these self-concepts appears in your world. No man, manifestation, no man cometh unto me save my Father draw him, and I, and my Father, no man cometh unto me save my Father draw him, and I and my Father are one. You are constantly drawing to yourself that which you are conscious of being. Change your conception of yourself from that of the slave to that of Christ. Don't be embarrassed to make this claim, only as you claim, I am Christ, will you do the works of Christ. Remember, be still and know that I am God. This is a reminder to get you out of any kind of panic or nervousness or bewilderment or confusion. Be still, take your breaths, and know that I am God. And I love the way he puts it here. Change your conception of yourself from that of the slave to that of Christ. Don't be embarrassed to make this claim, only as you claim, I am Christ, will you do the works of Christ. The works I do, ye shall do also, and greater works than these shall ye do, for I go unto my Father. He made himself equal with God and found it not robbery to do the works of God. Jesus knew that anyone who dared to claim himself to be Christ would automatically assume the capacities to express the works of his conception of Christ. Jesus also knew that the exclusive use of this principle of expression was not given to him alone. He constantly referred to his Father in heaven. He stated that his works would not only be equaled, but that they would be surpassed by man who dared to conceive himself to be greater than he, Jesus, had conceived himself to be. Jesus, in stating that he and his Father were one, but that his Father was greater than he, revealed his awareness to be one with that which he was aware of being. He found himself as Father or awareness to be greater than that which he, as Jesus, was aware of being. You and your conception of yourself are one. You are and always will be greater than any conception you will ever have of yourself. Any conception you have of yourself, you will always be greater than them because you and the conceiver are one. I am. This is I am. It's you are. Man fails to do the works of Jesus Christ because he attempts to accomplish them from his present level of consciousness. You will never transcend your present accomplishments through sacrifice and struggle. Your present level of consciousness will only be transcended as you drop the present state and rise to a higher level. You rise to a higher level of consciousness by taking your attention away from your present limitations and placing it upon that which you desire to be. Your present level of consciousness, let's say it's this one, with its limitations, will only be transcended as you drop the present state and rise to a higher one. Let's just say it's this one. This is married and this is single, okay? You rise to a higher level of consciousness by taking your attention away from your present limitations. Remove your attention from here and placing it upon that which you desire to be. This is going into sats as you fall to sleep and you're seeing yourself in the spooning position. See yourself with the ring on your finger. See yourself on the vacation, coming home from the vacation or from the honeymoon. Do not attempt this in daydreaming or wishful thinking, but in a positive manner. Claim yourself to be the thing desired. I am that. I am that. There's no sacrifice, no diet, no human tricks. All that is asked of you is to accept your desire. Now, when Neville says the word accept, it's really a profound statement he's making, because in other places that I appreciate Neville, he says once you can persuade, he would call it when he became persuaded, when he himself would persuade himself, self-persuasion or self-persuaded of imagining lovingly for another, for instance, he would become self-persuasion and then persuaded, then he would know it's done. And it's the same thing with the word acceptance here. All that is asked of you is to accept your desire. If you are in this place of the self-concept of limitation and no fun, and you want to be over here of abundance, and here you're not married and you're single and you want to be married, let's say this is the example, you just need to accept this. This is all you need to do. All that is asked of you is to accept your desire. If you dare claim it, you will express it. Meditate on these. Quote, I rejoice not in the sacrifices of men, not by might nor by power, but by my spirit. Ask and ye shall receive. Come eat and drink without price. That's the there's a lot of good things. I'm calling them good facetiously, but there's a lot of things in the world that would have you consistently believe in your limitations, that there's price necessary, including these other ascended masters, as it were, but that do not exist, by the way. Come eat and drink without price, because once you accept your new abundance, and this could be wealthy, this could be not wealthy, this could be ill health, this could be very healthy. Once you accept it, come and eat and drink without price. The works are finished. All that is required of you to let these qualities into expression is the claim, I am that. I am that. I am that. Claim yourself to be that which you desire to be, and that you shall be. Expressions follow the impressions. They do not precede them. Expressions follow the impressions. They do not precede them. Proof that you are will follow the claim that you are. It will not precede it. Leave all and follow me is a double invitation to you. First, it invites you to turn completely away from all problems, and then it calls upon you to continue walking in the claim that you are that which you desire to be. Do not be a Lot's wife who looks back and becomes salted or preserved in the dead past. Be a Lot who does not look back, but who keeps his vision focused upon the promised land, the thing desired. Do this, and you will know that you have found the master magician, making the unseen the seen through the command, I am that. Oh boy, chapter 4, your faith is your fortune. Whom seek ye? I tell you. You start to see a pattern here, of course, and learning and growing and becoming and claiming I am that does take repetition. And it's going to sound repetitive for some, and for some it's not. And the idea of growth and change, I think my opinion requires constant reinforcement. And that's what these videos are for, is a constant reinforcement of the material. And the material is that you have the freedom and the ability to be that what you want to be, whatever that is. It doesn't make a difference. It could be health, it could be wealth, it could be love, harmony, having fun, anything. Whatever your self-concept is of limitation, you can have the abundance away from the limitation in whatever you want. Health, wealth, love. And the reinforcement of these principles is going to be what this channel is about. For me personally, I've been on this subject of learning and studying since 1991, and it's been a constant. I've loved sharing the information as much as I possibly can. And it really is a turn on when you see people take the information and apply it and see them change into that positive, better self-concept. And then you see them come back and say, man, oh man, I don't even know who that person was. And I've done it myself. And it is fascinating when I mentioned in the other video about all women are, and I had a very limited concept. I mean, it was really negative, but it put me here wonderfully. This self-concept had its own world that I was embellished in. I was thoroughly enmeshed wonderfully here, but I wanted to be here. And when I changed my concept of what I thought of the opposite sex, all women are loving, caring, nurturing, I was able to finally change this into this. And then so became the relationship and everything that comes with that after. So change requires reinforcement. Change requires you to constantly look at this again and again and again. And we're in the way Neville writes his books is the same way as the Seth material, for instance. It's a repetitive from every angle. We're going to come at this from every angle and cover the same thing over and over. Your imagination creates your reality. If you know that's true, which you do, if you're here, you should. If you know it's true, then what is it you are imagining? I'm taking that from Neville. It's one of his quotes. Then what is it you are imagining? If you know that your imagination creates your reality, and you want your reality to be that. I am that I am. Okay, another great chapter. Chapter 4, your faith is your fortune. Hope you enjoy. We'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Neville Goddard, chapter 4. Your faith is your fortune. Who am I? Who am I? But whom say ye that I am? Matthew 16:15. I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another. I am the Lord, the God of all flesh. This I am within you, the reader, this awareness, this consciousness of being is the Lord, the God of all flesh. I am is he that should come. Stop looking for another. As long as you believe in a God apart from yourself, you will continue to transfer the power of your expression to your conceptions, forgetting that you are the conceiver. Let's do it again and again and again. All right. Let's get this conceiver, conception ironed out. All that is, God, right there. Everything that is. You are the conceiver, I am, and then you are your conception. Which self-concept are you today? Which one do you occupy? As long as you believe in a God apart from yourself, if you believe in a God apart, this is yourself. If you believe in a God apart from yourself, you will continue to transfer the power of your expression. This is your expression, your life, to your conceptions. These are your conceptions, the concept of your life. Forgetting that you are the conceiver. You are the conceiver. You are all that is. That is what is within you. Again, I love the drawing. It really can be used in almost every example. The power conceiving and the thing conceived are one, but the power to conceive is greater than the conception. The power conceived and the conception and the power conceiving are one, but the power to conceive is greater than the conception. The power to conceive is greater than the conception. Jesus discovered this glorious truth when he declared, I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater than I. The power conceiving itself to be man is greater than its conception. All conceptions are limitations of the conceiver. All conceptions are limitations of the conceiver. Think of it as like, the thought just escaped me, but if you have dolls and you're playing with one doll and it's different than another doll, this is a great way to look at it. I wish I had a prop for that, but you have G.I. Joe versus Barbie, for instance, and G.I. Joe is meant to be an action character, and Barbie is meant to be a glamorous character, let's say, just for the fun of this conversation. So this one is limited in her pose, the Barbie doll, versus the G.I. Joe doll was meant to be in action, stunts, flying, doing all kinds of crazy action-oriented stuff. The limitation of the conception was limited by that conception of the self, in this case the doll. The doll meaning it had its own inbuilt definitions. And this is like each one of us. But we're not limited like the doll. The G.I. Joe had the camouflage gear on and things like this that showed what he was about. Same with the Barbie, she had her clothing that was appropriate for the doll. But we as humans and beings from all that is are not limited like that. We can be one thing today, and tomorrow we can be another thing. This is what separates us. The power conceiving itself to be man is greater than its conception. All conceptions are limitations of the conceiver. Before Abraham was, I am. Before the world was, I am. Consciousness precedes all manifestations and is the prop upon which all manifestation rests. To remove the manifestations, all that is required of you, the conceiver, is to take your attention away from the conception. Remember, we're talking about take your attention away. Meditation, deep breaths, I am. Instead of out of sight, out of mind, it really is out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. I am, your deep breaths. Out of mind, out of sight. Not out of sight, out of mind. It's out of mind, out of sight. The manifestation will remain in sight only as long as it takes the force with which the conceiver, I am, originally endowed it to spend itself. This applies to all creation from the infinitesimally small electron to the infinitely great universe. Be still and know that I am God. Yes, this very I am, your awareness of being is God, the only God. I am is the Lord, the God of all flesh, all manifestation. This presence, your unconditioned awareness, comprehends neither beginning nor ending. Limitations exist only in the manifestations. Limitations exist only in the manifestation, whatever that is you're manifesting. When you realize this awareness is your eternal self, you will know that before Abraham was, I am. When you realize this awareness is your eternal self, you will know that before Abraham was, I am. Begin to understand why you were told, go thou and do likewise. Begin now to identify yourself with this presence, your awareness, as the only reality. All manifestations but appear to be you as man have no reality other than that which your eternal self, I am, believes itself to be. Begin now to identify yourself with this presence, your awareness, as the only reality. Whom do you say that I am? That is not a question asked 2,000 years ago. It is the eternal question addressed to the manifestation by the conceiver. The conceiver, and there's the manifestation. This is you. Okay? Whom do you say that I am? Whom do you say that I am? It is the eternal question addressed to the manifestation by the conceiver. It is your true self, your awareness of being, asking you its present conception of itself. Who do you believe your awareness to be? The answer can be defined only within yourself, regardless of the influence of another. I am, your true self, in parentheses, is not interested in man's opinion. All its interest lies in your conviction of yourself. What do you say of the I am within you? Can you answer and say, I am Christ? Your answer or degree of understanding will determine the place you will occupy in life. Do you say or believe yourself to be a man of a certain family, race, nation, etc.? Do you honestly believe this of yourself? Then life, your true self, will cause these conceptions to appear in your world, and you will live with them as though they are real. You will fall for the illusions that you set in motion when you believe that you're just of a certain family or of a certain race, nation, etc. These will be your limitations. I am the door. I am the way. I am the resurrection and the life. No man or manifestation cometh unto my Father save by me. I really like when he uses man and manifestation alongside each other, because manifestation seems to be what is meant by the phrase man. No man or manifestation cometh unto my Father save by me. No man or manifestation cometh unto my Father save by me. No man or manifestation cometh unto my Father except save by me. Means through you, the manifestation comes to the Father. That's through you. Through your self-conception, the manifestations that you are bringing forth into your reality are coming to the Father by you. No man or manifestation cometh unto my Father save by me. I am, your consciousness, is the only door through which anything can pass into your world. Stop looking for signs. Signs follow, they do not precede. Begin to reverse the statement, seeing is believing, to believing is seeing. Believing is seeing. Start now to believe, not with the wavering confidence based on deceptive external evidence, but with an undaunted confidence based on the immutable law that you can be that which you desire to be. Excuse me. You will find that you are not a victim of fate, but a victim of faith, your own. You are not a victim of fate, but a victim of faith, your own. Only through one door can that which you seek pass into the world of manifestation. Only through one door can that which you seek pass into the world of manifestation. I am the door. Your consciousness is the door. So you must become conscious of being and having that which you desire to be and to have. You must become conscious of being. If you're here and you want to be here, this is your single self, and you want to be married, you must become conscious of being that. Your consciousness is the door, so you must become conscious of being and having that which you desire to be and to have. This is when you're falling asleep and when you're waking up. Any attempt to realize your desires in ways other than through the door of consciousness makes you a thief and a robber unto yourself. Any expression that is not felt as unnatural, any expression that is not felt is unnatural. Before anything appears, God, I am, feels itself to be the thing desired, and then the thing felt appears. Very important sentence. Let's repeat that one. Before anything appears, God, I am, feels itself to be the thing desired, and then the thing felt appears. It is resurrected, lifted out of the nothingness. Again, you're here, you're having an experience, and you want to be in another experience. When you're going to sleep and you're feeling it real, then you're going to bring that conscious awareness into this self, into this subconscious of this self, which brings it into being, and it cannot but become this. It can't stay here when you change the consciousness through feeling it real. Feeling is faith is your fortune. Your faith is your fortune, the name of the book, but feeling is the secret also. So when you feel it, that new consciousness becomes enveloped here, means that you are now then, you become this, the self that you are seeking to be. I am wealthy, poor, healthy, sick, free, confined were first of all impressions or conditions felt before they became visible expressions. I am wealthy, poor, healthy, sick, free, confined, were first of all impressions or conditions felt before they became visible expressions. Your world is your consciousness objectified. Waste no time trying to change the outside. Change the within or the impression, and the without or expression will take care of itself. When the truth of this statement dawns upon you, you will know that you have found the lost word or the key to every door. I am, your consciousness, is the magical lost word which was made flesh in the likeness of that which you are conscious of being. I am He. Right now, I am overshadowing you, the reader, my living temple, with my presence, urging upon you a new expression. Your desires are my spoken words. My words are spirit, and they are true, and they shall not return unto me void, but shall accomplish whereunto they are sent. They are not something to be worked out. They are garments that I, your faceless, formless self, wear. Behold, I, clothed in your desires, stand at the door, your consciousness, and knock. If you hear my voice and open unto me, recognize me as your Savior, I will come in unto you and sup with you, and you with me. Just how my words, your desires, will be fulfilled is not your concern. My words have a way ye know not of. My words have a way ye know not of. Their ways are past finding out. All that is required of you is to believe. Believe your desires to be garments your Savior wears. Your belief that you are now that which you desire to be is proof of your acceptance of life's gifts. You have opened the door for your Lord, clothed in your desire, to enter the moment you establish this belief. When ye pray, believe that ye have received, and it shall be so. All things, when ye pray, this is when you're going to sleep and you're in the conscious awareness of being this new self, your happy married self, and you're in the relationship and happy with it. You're bringing this consciousness into being, but because you're taking it into your you have opened the door for your Lord, clothed in your desire, to enter the moment you establish that belief. So the more you do that in this place, the more you do this conscious awareness of being married versus being single, then you're going to bring that conscious awareness into being. When ye pray, believe that you have received it, and ye shall be so. When ye pray, which is your sats, when you're falling asleep or when you're meditating, and you're feeling it real that you are experiencing that. All things are possible to him who believes. Make the impossible possible through your belief. And the impossible to others will embody itself in your world. So-called bridge of incidence. You'll be like a magnet for this new experience. It'll just happen. All men have had proof to the power of faith. The faith that moves mountains is faith in yourself. No man has faith in God who lacks confidence in himself. Your faith in God is measured by your confidence in yourself. Your faith in God is measured by your confidence in yourself. Your faith in God is measured by your confidence in yourself. I and my Father are one. Man and his God are one. Consciousness and manifestation are one. Consciousness and manifestation are one. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. In the midst of all the doubts and changing opinions of others, let there be a conviction, a firmness of belief, and you shall see the dry land. Your belief will appear. The reward is to him that endureth unto the end. A conviction is not a conviction if it can be shaken. Your desire will be as clouds without rain unless you believe. Your unconditioned awareness, or I am, is the Virgin Mary, who knew not a man, and yet unaided by man, conceived and bore a son. Mary, the unconditioned consciousness, desired and then became conscious of being the conditioned state which she desired to express, and in a way unknown to others became it. Go and do likewise. Assume the consciousness of that which you desire to be, and you too will give birth to your Savior. When the Annunciation is made, when the urge or desire is upon you, believe it to be God's spoken word, seeking embodiment through you. When the Annunciation is made, when the urge or desire is upon you, believe it to be God's spoken word, seeking embodiment through you. Go tell no man of this holy thing that you have conceived. Lock your secret within you and magnify the Lord. Magnify or believe your desire to be your Savior coming to be with you. When this belief is so firmly established that you feel confident of results, your desire will embody itself. How it will be done, no man knows. I, your desire, have ways ye know not of. My ways are past finding out. Your desire can be likened to a seed, and seeds contain within themselves both the power and the plan of self-expression. Your consciousness is the soil. These seeds are successfully planted only if, after you claimed yourself to be and to have that which you desire, you confidently await results without an anxious thought. Basically, you go into the Sabbath. After you make it real and feel it real, then it's already done, actually. Now then you just await its results without an anxious thought because you know it's real already. If I be lifted up in consciousness to the naturalness of my desire, I shall automatically draw the manifestation unto me. Consciousness is the door through which life reveals itself. Consciousness is always objectifying itself. To be conscious of being or possessing anything is to be or have that which you are conscious of being or possessing. Therefore, lift yourself to the consciousness of your desire, and you will see it automatically outpicture itself. To do this, you must deny your present identity. Let him deny himself. You deny a thing by taking your attention away from it. To drop a thing, problem, or ego from consciousness, you dwell upon God. God being I am. Remember, deep breaths, I am. I am. Be still and know that I am is God. Believe, feel that I am. Know that this knowing one within you, your awareness of being, is God. Close your eyes and feel yourselves to be faceless, formless, and without figure. I am. Faceless, formless, and without figure. Approach this stillness as though it were the easiest thing in the world to accomplish. This attitude will assure your success. Be like a child. When all thoughts of problem or self is dropped from consciousness, because you are now absorbed or lost in the feeling of just being I am, then begin in this formless state to feel yourself to be that which you desire to be. I am that I am. If you're here and you go into your meditation and you're I am and you close your eyes and you're with consciousness, then you start to stake the claim of what you desire to be. I am that I am. I am happily married. I am a happily married wife. I am a happily married husband. Okay, so you're claiming that. I am that. I am. The moment you reach a certain degree of intensity so that you actually feel yourself to be a new conception, this new feeling or consciousness is established and in due time will personify itself in the world of form. This new perception will express itself as naturally as you now express your present identity. It'll just seem all coincidental. It'll just happen. To express the qualities of a consciousness naturally, you must dwell or live within that consciousness. Appropriate it by becoming one with it. To feel a thing intensely and then rest confidently that it is makes the thing felt appear within your world. I shall stand upon my watch and see the salvation of the Lord. I shall stand firmly upon my feeling, convinced that it is so, and see my desire appear. A man can receive nothing, no thing, except it be given him from heaven. You can accept no thing, except it be given him from heaven. Unless you conceive it, you are not going to see the conception. To conceive it is to feel it and believe it. That's prayer. A man can receive nothing except it be given him from heaven. Remember, heaven is your consciousness. The kingdom of heaven is within you. This is why you are warned against calling any man father. Your consciousness is the father of all that you are. Again, you are told, salute no man on the highway. See no man as an authority. Why should you ask man for permission to express when you realize that your world in its every detail originated within you and is sustained by you as the only conceptual center? See no man as an authority. In my high school days, I read a musician had written in a local magazine. His opinion was that everybody should think for themselves, and he said basically think for yourself. And it struck me so deep at the time, and it really has been a long-running attitude I've had. And when I've gone and learned these different metaphysical interpretations of life, I've always had that as a core center of my being. Again, you are told, salute no man on the highway. I'm going to repeat this. See no man as an authority. See nothing outside of yourself as an authority. And as the Seth material states wonderfully, you are the only authority that there is. You are the only authority. And as Neville's saying here, see no man as an authority. Why should you ask man for permission to express when you realize that your world, in its every detail, originated within you and is sustained by you and is the only conceptual center? Your whole world may be likened to solidified space, mirroring the beliefs and acceptances as projected by a formless, faceless presence, namely, I am. Reduce the whole to its primordial substance, and nothing would remain but you, a dimensionless presence, the conceiver. Let me repeat the sentence. Reduce the whole to its primordial substance, and nothing would remain but you, a dimensionless presence, the conceiver. The conceiver is a law apart. Conceptions under such law are not to be measured by past accomplishments or modified by conceptions under such law are not to be measured by past accomplishments. It doesn't matter what's in the past. The past doesn't exist. And I'll do a video after this on time and how it works. But the past doesn't exist. Okay? Your whole life is in one moment anyway. It's what you're focused on in this moment that makes the difference. Shout out to Seth. Seth Material taught me that very wonderfully. Let me repeat the sentence. Conceptions under such law are not to be measured by past accomplishments or modified by present capacities for, without taking thought, the conception in a way unknown to man expresses itself. You're infinitely possible to do anything. You're infinitely able to be any self-concept you want to be. Infinitely able. Go within secretly and appropriate the new consciousness. It applies to anything and everything. Feel yourself to be it, and the former limitations shall pass away as completely and as easily as snow on a hot summer's day. You will not even remember the former limitations. They were never part of this new consciousness. When you go from that single troubled relationship self to the new happily married self, these will no longer matter. It is okay to let them go away from your present focus, your present consciousness. It is okay to let these go. Let them die. They will be that vine that dies and withers and is cut. When the vine is pruned, this gets pruned. The vine and the new branch is here that you want to be, and that's why your focus is here. You're giving this consciousness. This vine can die and wither away. It doesn't matter. It's not important that it even existed ever. Your only important focus is here. Have you ever seen a child playing and they go and focus on the new play? Do they ever consider, if they're going to play over here and do this new thing, that's this new idea to have fun with, do they ever, have you ever seen a child dwell on the past? Ever? And there's a reason for that. Because they are aware of this structure and how this consciousness works. Their conscious awareness and where they put their sap is their new fun. They never go backwards. They only go into the now. More of the now. Let me repeat this. Go within secretly and appropriate the new consciousness. Fill yourself to be it, and the former limitations shall pass away as completely and as easily as snow on a hot summer's day. You will not even remember the former limitations. They were never part of this new consciousness. This rebirth Jesus referred to when he said to Nicodemus, "Ye must be born again," was nothing more than moving away from one state of consciousness to another. One state of consciousness to another. It's that simple. You must be born again. And I'm going to make the statement that how time works, you're consistently being born in each moment. Okay, I close my eyes, this world doesn't exist. When I open them, I just gave creation to the entire world in one instant. That's being born again when you realize it. So when you have a focus on a consciousness and you want to be a different one, you want to leave this one and go here because it is in an instant. Ye must be born again. So when you go into your sats and your feeling state, and when you're falling asleep and you're feeling, I am the new married husband, I am the new married wife, you're giving birth and you're being born into that self-concept. You must be born again. Whatsoever ye ask in my name, that will I do. This certainly does not mean to ask in words, pronouncing with the lips the sounds. God or Christ Jesus for millions have asked in this manner without results. To fill yourself to be a thing is to have asked for that thing in his name. I am is the nameless presence. I am is the nameless presence. To fill yourself to be rich is to ask for wealth in his name. I am wealthy. Is to ask for that thing in his name. I am is his name. I am is the nameless presence. I am is unconditioned. It is neither rich nor poor, strong nor weak. In other words, in him there is neither Greek nor Jew, bond nor free, male nor female. These are all conceptions or limitations of the limitless, and therefore names of the nameless. To feel yourself to be anything is to ask the nameless, I am, to express that name or nature. Ask whatsoever ye will in my name by appropriating the nature of the thing desired, and I will give it unto you. End of chapter. Oh my goodness. To feel yourself to be anything is to ask the nameless, I am, to express the name or nature. Ask whatsoever ye will in my name by appropriating the nature of the thing desired, and I will give it unto you. It doesn't matter what self-concept you want to be. You want to be a millionaire, a billionaire, a trillionaire. You want to be happily married. You want to be, you want to have children. You want to live in a house. You want to live by the beach. You want to live in Europe. You want to live in America. It doesn't make a difference. The thing that we all have in common is we all sleep every single night. Every single person. I don't know if people speak a lot about this, but the funny thing is we all have to sleep. And why are we doing that? Why is that so necessary? In my personal opinion, in my personal intuitive understanding of all this, after studying for so many decades, we all return to the source consistently. We re-plug in and we remind ourselves of our beginning. I think that when this self-conception goes to sleep, it's returning to that I amness. And that I amness is the factory from which everything's made. So as you go into your sleep and you take that concept of what you are, if you're going to do the same thing over and over again and just believe in limitation, for instance, you're taking the same thing to your I am, and you're waking up with the same thing, I am that. And you take it back and you're just stuck in this cycle. But by taking on, let's say, this Neville material or this particular book, you're now taking on a challenge that you can conceive yourself to be something different. You can be that other I am. I am that. I am. I am that. I am. You can take and challenge your assumption of what you think you are. And you can become the thing you want to be simply by this approach. And he's saying it in so many words, saying the same thing over and over again. It's very similar to the Seth material, where Seth is basically saying the same thing over and over. Neville says your imagination creates reality. And if you know that, and you know it's true, what is it you are imagining? If your imagination creates reality, and your imagination is I am, and you're imagining this to be real, and you know that's true, if you know that's true, if you assume that this is true, if you challenge the assumption of you knowing that whether or not your imagination creates reality, then you know that this is what you're imagining. What you're experiencing is your imagination. And if you want it to change, you have to challenge that you even are doing it in the first place. You must challenge this assumption to then go on the assumption, I am happily married. I'm living a wonderful married life. I have a wonderful married wife. I have a wonderful married, I'm happily married. I am a happily married husband. I'm a happily married wife. You can say it in an infinite amount of ways, but you have to challenge the assumption. If you're in one place and you want to be in the other, you have imagined yourself in the place you are. And challenging that assumption to imagine yourself in the new place is the groundwork, is the level. This is the beginning of using this material for your benefit. So challenge your assumptions. Ask whatsoever ye will in my name by appropriating the nature of the thing desired, and I will give it unto you. What a great chapter. Chapter 4, Your Faith is Your Fortune. My goodness. The power of imagination. The book of all that holds all of Neville's books. There's a wonderful picture of Neville in the back. I'll probably put a picture up sooner or later. I don't know if I'm going to get that in focus. It's got to be right around this area. What a great teacher, great orator. We'll see you in the next video. These magic moments. All right, Neville Goddard. Your Faith is Your Fortune, Chapter 6, I am He. For if ye believe not that I am, ye shall die in your sins. John 8:24. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. This is a hard saying for those trained in the various systems of Orthodox religion to accept, but there it stands. All things good, bad, and indifferent were made by God. God made man, manifestation, in his own image. In the likeness of God made he him. Apparently adding to this confusion, it is stated, and God saw this creation was good, and God saw that his creation was good. What are you going to do about this seeming anomaly? How is man going to correlate all things as good when that which he is taught denies this fact? Either the understanding of God is erroneous, or else there is something radically wrong with man's teaching. I would go the latter, of course. We're going to get into that. To the pure, all things are pure. This is another puzzling statement. All the good people, the pure people, the holy people are the greatest prohibitionists. Couple the foregoing statement with this one, there is no condemnation in Jesus Christ. And you get an impassable barrier to the self-appointed judges of the world. Such statements mean nothing to the self-righteous judges blindly changing and destroying shadows. Such statements mean nothing to the self-righteous judges blindly changing and destroying shadows. They continue in the firm belief that they are improving the world. Man, not knowing that his world is his individual consciousness outpictured, vainly strives to conform to the opinion of others rather than to conform to the one and only opinion existent, namely his own judgment of himself. All right. All that is, I am God. Right there. Man, not knowing that his world is his individual consciousness outpictured, his self-concept, his whole life, vainly strives to conform to the opinion of others. The opinion of others is out here. Rather than to conform to the one and only opinion existent, namely his own judgment of himself. I am is your source. I am he. So anything happening in your self-concept expressed in your reality is you. When you look for your source of anything, it's going to be within you. When you look outside of yourself for the correction or the understanding or the reality or how to change your reality or anything, if it's outside of you, it is the incorrect place to look. It's only within where you find the answers. When Jesus discovered his consciousness to be this wonderful law of self-government, he declared, "And now I sanctify myself that they also might be sanctified through the truth." He knew that consciousness was the only reality, that things objectified were nothing more than different states of consciousness. Different states of consciousness, things objectified. Any reality. Different states of consciousness. Here I am unwealthy. Here I am wealthy. Here I am not of health. Here I am of health. Each reality comes from the same source. He knew that consciousness was the only reality. Consciousness was the only reality. I am is the only reality. That things objectified were nothing more than different states of consciousness. Objectified. Things objectified. Objectified and objective and subjective. Subjective is your sleeping subconscious state. When you go into SATS and you're falling asleep, you're going into your you're going to make subjective your new reality. When you fall asleep, imagining yourself to be married, you're becoming subjective with that reality, and that reality becomes reality in your subjective. When it's objectified, like your reality of limitation, that's objectified already. But to make subjective is when you change it here subjectively, then it objectifies. Okay? He knew that consciousness was the only reality, that things objectified were nothing more than different states of consciousness. All these are different states of consciousness. Here you're a millionaire, here you're a billionaire, here you're a trillionaire, and here you're a septillionaire, or whatever the next illionaire is. It's a way to get ill with the yenaires. So all of these are just states. They are not permanent realities. They are only different states of consciousness which you have the freedom to travel through. like traveling through cities in your car. If you're zooming down the highway on the freeway, for instance, and you're passing different cities, and it says this city, this next 5 exits is this city here. And the next one says this is a similar thing, or you already know because you're from the area. But as you pass through those cities, it's like passing through states. When you leave that city, you're leaving a state. When you leave this state and you go to this state, I'm single, not happy, and I want to be married. And you go to this state, I am married, I'm happy, and I'm having a wonderful life. You don't care about this state. It's like passing through a city that you don't care about. You can pass through it, but you don't have to go back to it. As a matter of fact, when you're in this reality, this city doesn't exist anymore. You're in your new reality. That city has no meaning to you, has no reality to you. Jesus warned his followers to seek first the kingdom of heaven, in parentheses, that state of consciousness that would produce the thing desired, and all things would be added to them. Jesus warned his followers to seek first the kingdom of heaven. That is the kingdom of heaven. It's your I am. Jesus warned his followers to seek first the kingdom of heaven, right here, and all things would be added to them. He also stated, I am the truth. I am the truth. He knew that man's consciousness was the truth or cause of all he knew that man's consciousness was the truth or cause of all that man saw his world to be. Jesus realized that the world was made in the likeness of man. He knew that man saw his world to be what it was because man was what he was. In short, man's conception of himself determines that which he sees his world to be. Any self-concept you have of yourself in your subjective state, when you're asleep, when you're falling asleep, is what your world is to be. It is what you objectify. It is what you manifest. It is your self-concept. Jesus realized that the world was made in the likeness of man. He knew that man saw his world to be what it was because man was what he was. In short, man's conception of himself determines that which he sees his world to be. All things are made by God, which is consciousness in parentheses. All things are made by God, and without him there is nothing made that is made. Creation is judged good and very good because it is the perfect likeness of that consciousness which produced it. To be conscious of being one thing and then see yourself expressing something other than that which you are conscious of being is a violation of the law of being. Therefore, it would not be good. Let's repeat that. To be conscious of being one thing and then see yourself expressing something other than that which you are conscious of being is a violation of the law of being. Therefore, it would not be good. The law of being is never broken. Man ever sees himself expressing that which he is conscious of being. Be it good, bad, or indifferent, it is nevertheless a perfect likeness of his conception of himself. It is good and very good. In a sense, you have the freedom. You have the complete freedom to be anything. Any being you want to be, any conscious state you want to occupy, it is your freedom to be any of those. And they are only states, they're temporary. Not only are all things made by God, all things are made of God. All are the offspring of God. God is one. Things or divisions are the projections of the one. God being one, he must command himself to be the seeming other, for there is no other. God being one, he must command himself to be the seeming other, for there is no other. God being one, he must command himself to be the other, but it's all one. There is no other. The absolute cannot contain something within itself that is not itself. If it did, then it would not be absolute, the only one. Let me repeat that. The absolute cannot contain something within itself that is not itself. If it did, then it would not be absolute, the only one. Commands to be effective must be to oneself, I am that I am. Previous sentence. The absolute cannot contain something within itself that is not itself. the absolute cannot contain something that is not itself within itself. The change becomes in consciousness of yourself. Then you become the different conscious self. But it cannot contain, if your consciousness is here, I'm unhappy, I'm not married, I'm single, woe is me, for instance, with limitation, you cannot contain this because you're containing this. Your container is full. The absolute cannot contain something within itself that is not itself. If it did, then it would not be absolute, the only one. Commands to be effective must be to oneself, I am that. I am that. I am. Is the only effective command. That is the only effective command. I am the Lord, and beside me there is no one else. I am the Lord, and beside me there is none else. Excuse me. You cannot command that which is not. As there is no other, you must command yourself to be that which you would have appear. As there is no other, you must command yourself to be that which you would have appear. As there is no other, you must command yourself to be that which you would have appear. You must command yourself to be, if you don't like this one of limitation, that which you would want to have appear. You must command, I am that. Let me clarify what I mean by effective command. You do not repeat like a parrot the statement, I am that I am, I am that I am, I am that I am. Such vain repetition would be both stupid and fruitless. It is not the words that make it effective. It is the consciousness of being the thing which makes it effective. It's feeling it. When you say, I am, you are declaring yourself to be. It's back to the breathing and the meditation. I am, after you're taking your deep breaths. You've disentangled yourself from the world, then you're breathing, you're slowing yourself down, you're slowing your heart rate down, then you're meditating on I am. I am. When you say I am, you are declaring yourself to be. And you're also disentangling yourself from that self-concept and becoming back. You're back home. When you're in meditation of I am, or you're just thinking I am or stating I am, you're back home. That's your home base. The word that in the statement, I am that I am, indicates that which you would be. The second I am in the quotation is the cry of victory. I am that I am. It's a very, very interesting breakdown, and I want to repeat it. When you say I am, you are declaring yourself to be. That's your first I am. You've declared. The word that in the statement, I am that I am, indicates that which you would be. I am that. The second I am in the quotation is the cry of victory. Here's you. I am that. I am. The cry of victory, one of limitation. You're single, you want to be married, and you're falling asleep and you're sad, and you're seeing yourself happily married. You're seeing the ring on your finger. You're feeling like you're spooning. You're feeling happy with your partner. And you declare as you fall asleep and when you wake up, I am that pictured item you married. I am. That's the victory, the cry of victory. Lovely breakdown. This whole drama takes place inwardly, with or without the use of words. But be still and know that you are. This stillness is attained by observing the observer. Repeat quietly but with feeling, I am. I am. Until you have lost all consciousness of the world and know yourself just as being. Awareness, the knowing that you are, is Almighty God. I am. After this is accomplished, define yourself as that which you desire to be by feeling yourself to be the thing desired. I am that. I am happily married. This understanding that you are the thing desired will cause a thrill to course through your entire being. I am happily married. And there comes the thrill, the joy. the feeling of being it. When the conviction is established and you really believe that you are that which you desire to be, then the second I am is uttered as a cry of victory. I am that. I am. I am happily married. I am. Okay? This mystical revelation of Moses can be seen as three different steps. I am free, I really am. It does not matter what the appearances round about you are like. All things make way for the coming of the Lord. I am the Lord coming in the appearance of that which I am conscious of being. Wonderful sentence. I am the Lord coming in the appearance of that which I am conscious of being. I am here with limitation and I am conscious of being here. Okay? I am the Lord back here coming in the appearance of that which I am conscious of being. I am the Lord coming in with the conscious of being, with the appearance of the conscious of being. I am the Lord coming in the appearance of that which I am conscious of being. All the inhabitants of the earth cannot stay my coming or question my authority to be that which I am conscious that I am. All the inhabitants of the earth cannot stay my coming or question my authority to be that which I am conscious that I am. I am the light of the world, crystallizing into the form of my conception of myself. I am the light of the world, crystallizing into the form of my conception of myself. Consciousness is the eternal light which crystallizes only through the medium of your conception of yourself. Boy, these sentences are rich. Consciousness is the eternal light which crystallizes only through the medium of your conception of yourself. Consciousness is the eternal light which crystallizes only through the medium of your conception of yourself. Consciousness. So you change this self-concept into this self-conscious, and consciousness goes to where you put your attention, as we said before. Change your conception of yourself, and you will automatically change the world in which you live. Do not try to change people. They are only messengers telling you who you are. This is where we cross into everyone is you pushed out. Okay? Everything is you pushed out. Everyone is you pushed out. Do not try to change people. They are only messengers telling you who you are. Revalue yourself and they will confirm the change. Revalue yourself and they will confirm the change. You don't want to go into a relationship, or at least I highly recommend against it. If you are wanting to be happily married and you're not happily single, you want to be happily married, not to change anybody, but to be that person you want to be. You want to be that happily married. You're not coming into this new consciousness to try and change others. If you do, you're going to find it's not going to be a fruitful road. Now, you will realize why Jesus sanctified himself instead of others. Why to the pure all things are pure. Why in Christ Jesus, the awakened consciousness, there is no condemnation. Awake from the sleep of condemnation and prove the principle of life. Awake from the sleep of condemnation and prove the principle of life. Stop not only your judgment of others, but your condemnation of yourself. I'm finishing 3 years of very intense study of Neville. And of course, the previous 31 years approximately was focused on the Seth material and other metaphysical studies like numerology, etc. And then I came across Ho'oponopono, which is a wonderful study. Can't recommend it enough. But it was after the first, 9 months to a year of very intensely studying the Neville Goddard material, I lost complete the vision of others. I mean, I used to have a prejudicial attitude within myself, and I knew it was there. But after some time with the Neville material, this unfoldment, I started to really see us all as brothers and sisters, and I mean that literally. And it didn't matter where you're from or what country you're from or anything like that. It just all of a sudden became an appreciation and a loving feeling for all others. Every one of us, I just see as complete brothers and sisters, and I also see them as another form, just doing for the source. You are doing your thing, I'm doing my thing, she is doing her thing, etc., etc. When you start to get that appreciation, you start to really unfold what he's saying right here. Now you will realize that Jesus sanctified himself instead of others. Why to the pure all things are pure? Why in Christ Jesus there is no condemnation? You go without judgment. Awake from the sleep of condemnation and prove the principle of life. Stop not only your judgment of others, but your condemnation of yourself. And that's another big hurdle as well. I mean, the hurdle of judging others is one to overcome for sure. And I really felt that in that first year, a complete stopping of division of self. And this appreciation started to grow towards me. After I felt it on the outside, I knew it was happening within me, but after I felt it was out there, I knew the focus was really going to be coming home, and it did. It was actually already on me, but I thought the illusion of out there was what I was changing. But so it, again, I don't know if you heard the story when you point a finger, you have one pointing at the other and three pointing back at yourself, right? And one's pointing towards God. Is that how that works? I've heard it different ways. Stop not only your judgment of others, but your condemnation of yourself. This condemnation of yourself is a big challenge, or can be, depending on how you received your training in life, how you were brought up, etc. If there's been, and religions can also play a role here, the condemnation of self. Wherever you might have gotten it, if you do have it, it is also something to grapple with and overcome. But I think, in my experience of all these different metaphysical subjects I've studied, I think the Neville material really lays out a very decent path to overcome the condemnation of self and also become very, very loving of others, which is also a reflection of yourself. Remember, three fingers pointing back at you. Hear the revelation of the enlightened. I know and am persuaded by the Lord Christ Jesus that there is nothing unclean of itself, but to him that seeth anything to be unclean, to him it is unclean. I know and am persuaded by the Lord Christ Jesus that there is nothing unclean of itself, but to him that seeth anything to be unclean, to him it is unclean. And again, happy is the man who condemneth himself not in that which he alloweth. Stop asking yourself whether or not you are worthy or unworthy to claim yourself to be that which you desire to be. You will be condemned by the world only as long as you condemn yourself. There it is. Everything is you pushed out. You will be condemned by the world only as long as you condemn yourself. Previous sentence, stop asking yourself whether or not you are worthy or unworthy to claim yourself to be that which you desire to be. Stop asking yourself whether or not you are worthy to be that which you claim yourself to be. I am that. I am not happily married here. I'm with limitation and relationship troubles and problems, but I am that. I saw in a movie a couple weeks ago, and it's such a good quote, and I just can't remember the movie, but the one person was, I think it was a crime or somebody was dying, I believe, and the person in his death moments of this character was saying to the other character, maybe it was a relative or a daughter or son, God doesn't care who you were. God only cares who you are. Another statement, and I thought the whole movie had to be made just for that one line. Whoever put that in the script, because it was so powerful. And if you could think about that, it really is a great reminder. God doesn't care who you were. He only cares who you are. Okay, God, I am all that is. Let's don't get caught up in the words here. Doesn't care who you were. I am that. I am. He will give the power and the energy and the attention to what you claim, what you decree. He is there for you because you haven't ignored him. You've acknowledged him by saying, I am. All you have to say is, I am. He Doesn't care where you were. It doesn't matter. This is ancient dust. Forget it. I am that. I'm not happily married. I am happily married. I am that. I am. He doesn't care where you were. He cares where you are. When I saw that in the movie, I had to pause it for a second. I just said, oh man, that's so good. So many great reminders. And whoever wrote that script definitely slid that one in there, and it was a good one. It was a really good one. You do not need to work out anything. The works are finished. Remember, all creations are finished. All of God's creations are finished. The principle by which all things are made and without which there is not anything made is eternal. Excuse me, let me repeat that. The principle by which all things are made and without which there is not anything made that is made is eternal. You are this principle. Your awareness of being is this everlasting law. Your awareness of being is this everlasting law. Your awareness of being is this everlasting law. You have never expressed anything that you were not aware of being, and you never will. Oh, good golly, that's a bomb. You have never expressed anything that you were not aware of being, and you never will. Even in, let's say, your lack of happiness, your lack of whatever, your lack of finance, or your lack of love, or your lack of health, is only expressed because of your awareness of it. You have never expressed anything that you were not aware of being, and you never will. What you're aware of being is what you become. And you have the connection to it all the time. Anytime you stop, be still and know that I am God. Be still and know that I am God. Right now is your new beginning. You have access continuously to your new beginning. I am that I am. Assume the consciousness of that which you desire to express. Claim it until it becomes a natural manifestation. Feel it and live within that feeling until you make it your nature. It basically becomes your home. Here is a simple formula. Neville's going to give us a formula. Ears up. Take your attention from your present conception of yourself and place it on that ideal of yours. The ideal you had heretofore thought beyond your reach. Claim yourself to be your ideal, not as something that you will be in time, but as that which you are in the immediate present. Do this, and your present world of limitations will disintegrate as your new claim rises like the phoenix from its ashes. Claim yourself to be your ideal, not as something that you will be in time, but as that which you are in the immediate present. Do this, and your present world of limitations will disintegrate as your new claim rises like the phoenix from its ashes. In a troubled relationship, I have to tell you a personal story here. Before, when I was trying to figure out relationship, when I was here, but I was definitely claiming this, I would have a situation where fights would happen. I would come home to my apartment from her apartment where it was a fight. It was just discord. It was unharmonious. And I would come home and I would just, I would stop and I remember I used to go to the stairs where my apartment was, and there were steps up to this roof. And I used to go to those steps, and one time I remember the specific moment. I was staring at this single light pole, and I was just imagining myself, because I was just relaxing there, just imagining myself. I wasn't that single light pole, but I was a pair with the light pole. I don't know how to describe this except to say that even though I knew deeply that this relationship I was in wasn't happening, I knew I was going to be in a harmonious relationship. I claimed it. And I was just staring at this light, just reminding myself. And I could have been reminding myself from right here. I'm going to get into a lesson later about how all time exists in one moment, and how sometimes you're taking a reflection from your future self to remind yourself in the past. Maybe that's what I'm doing right now. At the same time, I'm explaining to you that self was taking a reminder from maybe this self that it is okay to be going through the furnaces of affliction here, because I claimed this. I knew this. I was this. But the furnaces of affliction were still upon me. And I only had to remind myself, it's okay. You're getting through this because you are over here already. This time we gotta cover the time video. I want to get to this book too, but there's so many videos to make, so many good gems to share. Be not afraid or dismayed by reason of this great multitude, for the battle is not yours, but God's. You do not fight against your problem. Your problem will only live as long as you are conscious of it. Isn't that the truth? Your problem will only live as long as you are conscious of it. Take your attention away from your problem and the multitude of reasons why you cannot achieve your ideal. Concentrate your attention entirely upon the thing desired. Concentrate your attention entirely upon the thing desired. There's so many examples of that. I mean, I'm using relationship right now, but there's, I mean, it's you use your intuition. You have what Neville's saying right here in your mind. Go with that. Whatever you know, and you've done it in the past. Whatever you know now, as you heard that sentence, go with that. Concentrate your attention entirely upon the thing desired. What is it you are desirous of? Take your attention away from your problem and the multitude of reasons why you cannot achieve your ideal. Forget about the giants. You're not a grasshopper compared to the giants. The giants are not giants. You've made them into giants. You are the giant now when you concentrate your attention upon the thing desired. Leave all and follow me. Leave all, again, and follow me. Leave all and follow me. I am. Leave all, follow me. Where are you following me to? To the conscious thing you desire, to the new conscious state. Leave all and follow me. In the face of seemingly mountainous obstacles, claim your freedom. The consciousness of freedom is the father of freedom. It has a way of expressing itself which no man knows. Ye shall not need to fight in this battle. Set yourself, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord with you. Set yourself, stand still, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord within you. There's a lot of S's in that. Set yourself, stand still, set yourself, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord within you. Remember that last one where we're spiraling? I am the Lord. I am, which is your consciousness, is the Lord. The consciousness that the thing is done, that the work is finished, is the Lord of any situation. Oh, love that. The consciousness that the thing is done, that the work is finished, is the Lord of any situation. Listen carefully to the promise. Ye shall not need to fight in this battle. Set yourself, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord within you. With you. With you. This particular consciousness, that which you are identified, is the Lord of the agreement. He will, without assistance, establish the thing agreed upon on earth. He will, without assistance, establish the thing agreed upon on earth. He will. Can you, in the face of the army of reasons why a thing cannot be done, quietly enter into an agreement with the Lord that it is done? What a sentence. This is a great question for you to answer right now. Can you, in the face of the army of reasons why a thing cannot be done, quietly enter into an agreement with the Lord that it is done? All that simply means is to stop and imagine. Be still and know that I am God. Let me imagine my new happily married self in harmony, coming home from our honeymoon. Yes, I can imagine that. I am that. Remember, go to the end. We're going to get into that, of course, throughout the material. Can you, now that you have found the Lord to be your awareness of being, become aware of that the battle is won? Can you, now that you have found the Lord to be your awareness of being, become aware that the battle is won? Can you, no matter how near and threatening the enemy seems to be, continue in your confidence, standing still, knowing that the victory is yours if you, I'm racing through the sentence. Can you, so such good material. Can you, no matter how near and threatening that the enemy seems to be, continue in your confidence, standing still, knowing that the victory is yours? If you can, you will see the salvation of the Lord. You will bring order to your chaos. You will do that. Remember, the reward is to the one who endures. Remember, the reward is to the one who endures. Stand still. Standing still is the deep conviction that all is well, it is done. No matter what is heard or seen, you remain unmoved, conscious of being victorious in the end. All things are made by such agreements. And without such an agreement, there is not anything made that is made. I am that. I am. In Revelations, it is recorded that a new heaven and new earth shall appear. John, shown this vision, was told to write, "It is done." Heaven is your consciousness, and the earth is its solidified state. Therefore, except as did John, it is done. It's back to the story of Neville going to Barbados when Abdullah told him, "You are in Barbados." This is the first lesson, a side tangent, when Neville met Abdullah, his teacher, in approximately 1933, I believe. And Abdullah became his teacher for the next 5 years. Abdullah taught Neville a very important lesson when Neville wanted to go visit Barbados to see his family and his parents. Abdullah told Neville, "You want to be in Barbados? You are in Barbados." And in a sense, Abdullah was self-persuaded and claimed it within himself. He imagined lovingly for Neville and told him, "You are in Barbados." And Neville, after a little bit of a story here we're going to get into later, had to go although in New York, he had to go and convince himself while he was sleeping that he was actually in Barbados. And when he walked out of his apartment in New York City, he had to see the streets, the canyons of the buildings. He had to see those as the streets in Barbados where his family lives. And he did this. And eventually, against all odds, he was able to attain a ticket to sail to Barbados. Back then, it was just steamships. And the whole convincing statement of Abdullah to Neville, "It is done, you are in Barbados," is when you become self-persuaded. Abdullah became self-persuaded, then Neville took on the persuasion, slowly. This is his first lesson with this material, with this what he's eventually taught us. All that is required of you who seek a change is to rise to a level of that which you desire. Rise to a level. You're always going to be ascending. That's one of the laws here. You're consistently going to ascend. You're always going to rise. All that is required of you who seek a change is to rise to a level of that which you desire without dwelling upon the manner of expression. Record that it is done by feeling the naturalness of being it. Don't worry about the how. Never be concerned about the how. If you're going from I am without finance, I am wealthy. You don't and never should be concerned about the how. It isn't about which job or what amount of hours you can go do anything. You are only concerned about the I am that, because never to be concerned about the how. Never, ever, ever. And this is where he says it, without dwelling upon the manner of expression. Don't be concerned. Record that it is done by feeling the naturalness of being it. Here is an analogy that might help you to see this mystery. Suppose you entered a motion picture theater just as the feature came to its end. All that you saw of the picture was the happy ending. Because you wanted to see the entire story, you waited for it to unfold again. With the anticlimactic sequence, the hero is displayed as accused, surrounded by false evidence, and all that goes to wring tears from the audience. But you, secure in the knowledge of the ending, remain calm with the understanding that, regardless of the seeming direction of the picture, the end has already been defined. Excuse me for jumping the gun here about going to the end, but there it is. In like manner, go to the end of that which you seek. Witness the happy end of it by consciously feeling. You express and presents, in like manner, go to the end of that which you seek. Witness the happy end of it by consciously feeling. You express and possess that which you desire to express and possess. And you, through faith, already understanding the end, will have confidence born of this knowledge. It's a very tricky sentence. I'm going to go ahead and try it one more time. Third time's the charm. In like manner, go to the end of that which you seek. Witness the happy end of it by consciously feeling. You express and possess that which you desire to express and possess. And you, through faith, already understanding the end, will have confidence born of this knowledge. This knowledge will sustain you through the necessary interval of time that it takes the picture to unfold. Ask no help of man. Feel it is done by consciously claiming yourself to be now that which as man you hope to be. Ask no help of man. Feel it is done by consciously claiming yourself to be now that which as man you hope to be. Man, oh man. That is a wonderful, wonderful chapter. I am he. There's so many gems in this one place. I'm telling you, gold, diamonds, wonder, amazement. There's so many good things in this one chapter. I don't want to make this video too long. We're already getting there. But if you're going to the end, if you're happily married, I am that I am, and you're not married here and you want to be married, and you're at the concept in here of I want to be in a harmonious, happy, loving relationship, then you go to the end. You go to the place when you're arriving home from the airport, having been on your lovely 2-week honeymoon. Where did you have your honeymoon? You came back from Hawaii, let's say, for fun. You don't be, there's no concern about vacation days. There's no concern about finances. There's no concern about anything except imagining your feeling of walking in the door, hugging your new partner, and feeling happy that you're home and you just had your 2 weeks. That's going to the end. It is loading in. You're at the assumption where you've loaded in all that's happened already. You got married in Hawaii. You stayed in Hawaii for your honeymoon. Now you're home. You have no concern about the how. Your only concern is the end. After. You want to go to the end because it presupposes everything. The entire assumption is built in to when you walked into the house. It's like the parking spot I mentioned before. When you imagine yourself on the curb, looking back at the car in the spot, and then you get down there and that spot is open for you, or one like it, and you're looking at the car parked exactly where you assumed it was going to be parked, you went to the end. You weren't concerned about, oh, well, I wonder if this is going to be a spot or that's going to be. No, you were already on the curb looking back at the car. So again, you're walking in your house after the honeymoon. This is going to the end. Ask no help of man. Feel it is done. Be by consciously claiming yourself to be now that which as man you hope to be. Very wonderful chapter. That's it for today. We'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, Chapter 7, Thy Will Be Done. Not my will, but thine be done. Not my will, but thine be done. Luke 22:42. Not my will, but thine be done. This resignation is not one of blind realization that I can of myself do nothing. The Father within me, he doeth the work. When man wills, he attempts to make something which does not now exist appear in time and space. Too often we are not aware of that which we are really doing. We consciously state that we do not possess the capacities to express. We predicate our desire upon the hope of acquiring the necessary capacities in future time. I am not, but I will be. Man does not realize that consciousness is the Father which does the work, so he attempts to express that which he is not conscious of being. I am all that is God. Man does not realize that consciousness is the Father which does the work. So he attempts to express that which he is not now conscious of being. So if you're not conscious of being, if you're single and you want to be married, you're not conscious of being that. You're conscious of being single. So you try and will it. It's not. It's going to be digging yourself a deeper hole when you try and use your will without using your consciousness. Consciousness rules the day. I am is consciousness. It's your consciousness. This is what makes change happen. Man does not realize that consciousness is the Father, which does the work. So he attempts to express that which he is not conscious of being. Such struggles are doomed to failure. Only the present expresses itself. Only the present state of consciousness expresses itself. Unless I am conscious of being that which I seek, I will not find it. Unless I am conscious of being that which I seek, I will not find it. God, your awareness is the substance of fullness of all. God, which is your awareness, is the substance and fullness of all. God's will is the recognition of that which is, not of that which will be. That which is, not of that which will be. Instead of seeing this saying as thine will be done, see it as thy will is done. The works are finished. Thy will is done. Thy will, this is me, thy will of I am is done. I am that. The principle by which all things are made visible is eternal. Eyes have not seen, nor ears heard. Neither hath it entered into the hearts of men, the things which God hath prepared for those who love the law. When a sculptor looks at a formless piece of marble, he sees, buried within its formless mass, his finished piece of art. The sculptor, instead of making his masterpiece, merely reveals it by removing that part of the marble which hides his conception. This same applies to you. In your formless awareness lies buried all that you will ever conceive yourself to be. Inside of you lies everything you, I love it, you will ever conceive yourself to be. Married, or you are single, you want to be married, but you're not. Everything you conceive yourself to be, it lies within you. The recognition of this truth will transform you from an unskilled laborer who tries to make it so, to a great artist who recognizes it to be so. If you're the artist looking at the marble and you see the art inside, then you have literally taken this conscious step. And which one of us is not able to look at any solid structure and imagine that it can be made? And if you've been to Europe or seen any of the pictures of these cathedrals in Europe, St. Peter's Basilica, for example, and seen the structures inside of there and know that they've been carved out of marble is it's truly mind-boggling how that is possible. Number one, let me get that out of the way. But if you can imagine a person seeing a block of marble and then imagining what does it take to take away to reveal that piece of art that lies within it? What does it take? This is all you're doing here with yourself. What do I need to focus on to be that art? Because you already are the art. You're actually already excelling at being this. You're really good at it. So what else are you good at being? Because it's all yours. Your claim that you are now that which you want to be will remove the veil of human darkness and reveal your claim perfectly. I am that. God's will was expressed in the words of the widow. It is well. Man's will would have been, it will be well. To state, I shall be well, is to say, I am ill. Anytime you're saying, I will this or I will that, or like he's saying now, is you're admitting that you're not that. I will be married. No, you're admitting I am not. You're actually focused on I am not married. And if you're focused on I will be, it's the same thing as saying I am not. And that's anything that applies to. God, the eternal now, is not mocked by words or vain repetition. God continually personifies that which is. Thus, the resignation of Jesus, who made himself equal with God, in parentheses, was turning from the recognition of lack, in parentheses, which the future indicates with I shall be, to the recognition of supply by claiming I am that. It is done. Thank you, Father. I am that. It is done. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Father's right here. Father's right here. Now, you will see the wisdom in the words of the prophet when he states, let the weak say, I am strong. Joel 3:10. Man in his blindness will not heed the prophet's advice. He continues to claim himself to be weak, poor, wretched, and all the other undesirable expressions from which he is trying to free himself by ignorantly claiming that he will be free from these characteristics in the expectancy of the future. Such thoughts thwart the one law that can ever free him. There is only one door through which that which you seek can enter your world. I am the door. When you say I am, you are declaring yourself to be first person, present tense. There is no future. That's a wonderful statement. When you say I am, you are staking the presence. You're taking your claim in the present. I am is not I will anything or I was anything. I am is now. And I know in another place of Neville's lectures where he talks about the one thing we're missing the mark with when it comes to studying scripture or studying this information or understanding is that we have our tenses. We've not understood the tenses we're using. And this is what he's describing here. To know that I am is to be conscious of being. Consciousness is the only door. Unless you are conscious of being that which you seek in vain. If you judge after appearances, you will continue to be enslaved by the evidence of your senses. To break this hypnotic spell of the senses, you are told, go within and shut the door. Go within and shut the door. The door of the senses must be tightly shut before your new claim can be honored. Closing the door of the senses is not as difficult as it appears to be at first. It is done without effort. It is simply like when you're lying down, falling asleep, or when you're already coming out of sleep into your awake state. This is when the senses are shut. This is when you do your claim. I am that. It is impossible to serve two masters at the same time. The master man serves is that which he is conscious of being. The master you are serving here is what you are conscious of being, and this is the master that you are serving. To serve this master, you must change this awareness of being to I am that. As your awareness moves from here to this new awareness, you will serve this master. I am Lord and master of that which I am conscious of being. It is no effort for me to conjure poverty if I am conscious of being poor. My servant is compelled to follow me as long as I am conscious of being poor. My servant, which is poverty, is compelled to follow me, that's conscious of poverty, as long as I am, that's the Lord, conscious of being poor. My servant, marriage, is compelled to follow me, my conscious of being married, as long as I am, which is the Lord, conscious of being married. It's the same concept. If you're conscious of being married here, then the Lord will follow you. It follows whatever you are conscious of, because I am is going to follow you and serve you where your consciousness goes. Instead of fighting against the evidence of the senses, you claim yourself to be that which you desire to be. Instead of fighting the evidence of the senses against the evidence of the senses, you claim yourself to be that which you desire to be. As your attention is placed on this claim, the doors of the senses automatically close against your former master, that which you were conscious of being, As you become lost in the feeling of being, that which you are now claiming yourself to be true of yourself. After you become lost in the feeling of being, which in parentheses, that which you are now claiming to be true of yourself, the doors of the senses once more open, revealing your world to be the perfect expression of that which you are conscious of being. Let us follow the example of Jesus, who realized as man he could do nothing to change his present picture of lack. He closed the door of his senses against his problem and went to his Father, the one to whom all things are possible. Closing the door of your senses and going back to your Father. Having denied the evidence of his senses, he claimed himself to be all that a moment before his senses told him he was not. Knowing that consciousness expresses its likeness on earth, he remained in the claimed consciousness until the doors, his senses, opened and confirmed the rulership of the Lord. Opened and confirmed the rulership of the Lord. Remember, I am is the Lord of all. I am is the Lord of all. I am is the Lord of all. Never again use the will of man which claims I will be. Be as resigned as Jesus and claim I am that. Woo! What a wonderful and yet quick chapter. Thy will be done. Chapter 7. So many wonderful things in here. It is such an amazing thing that when you realize this concept, you realize that you're already good at this. It isn't something that is without. You're not going to learn this from something outside of you. This is a tool you've already been using since you were a tiny little baby. This is a tool you're becoming conscious of, but you've already put into very, very good practice. You're already good at it. Whatever this place of limitation is that you find yourself to be, you are there because your consciousness is there. And you are such a good user of your consciousness that this is where you are for a good reason, because you are good at using this tool. This tool set is what you're good at doing. It's what you're good at using. So why not take that and give yourself some freedom and some ascension to something you want to be? This is what we're told here is we're constantly trying to improve and better our location, as it were. So you change your consciousness to any other place you want to be. Again, it's a tool set you've already been using well up to this point. And now all you're doing is becoming conscious of it and how to use it. And that's only from within. All right, chapter 7. Your faith is your fortune. Oh my gosh, man. What a good one. Thy will be done. We'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune. Chapter 8. No other God. I am the first. I am the last. And beside me is no God. Isaiah 44:6. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Thou shalt have none other gods before me. Deuteronomy 5, 6, and 7. Thou shalt have no other God beside me. As long as man entertains a belief in a power apart from himself, excuse me, as long as man entertains a belief in a power apart from himself, so long he will rob himself of the being that he is. Every belief in powers apart from himself, whether for good or evil, will become the mold of the graven image worshipped. Okay, so what does that look like? Let's go to our circle of infinity here. All right. I am all that is God. Here is your self-conception. This is you. As long as man entertains a belief in a power apart from himself, so long will he rob himself of the being that he is. This is your being. This is your consciousness. If you believe in a God apart from yourself, you are robbing yourself of the being that you are, of knowing you are the answer. The beliefs in the potency of drugs to heal, diets to strengthen, monies to secure, are the values or money changers that must be thrown out of the power. He can then unfailingly manifest that quality. There's a big sentence right there. I mean, it's like, is it always in the news? Has it always been in the news? I mean, considering this book was written in 1941, probably written in 40 and 39, who knows? And it sounds like today. It sounds like the things we see or hear about today. The beliefs in the potency of drugs to heal, diets to strengthen, monies to secure, are the values or money changers that must be thrown out of the power. He can then unfailingly manifest that quality. This understanding throws out the money changers. Throws out the money changer's temple. This understanding throws out the money changer's temple. Ye are the temple of the living God. Ye are the temple of the living God. A temple made without hands. It is written, my house shall be called of all nations a house of prayer. But ye have made it a den of thieves. This basically means what your beliefs are, because this is the house right here. My house shall be called my house shall be called of all nations a house of prayer. This is where prayer happens, right here. But ye have made it a den of thieves. If you believe in a world apart from yourself, you are robbing yourself. So this has become a den of thieves right here. Your imagination has dwelt upon the beliefs of the potency of drugs to heal, diets to strengthen, monies to secure. The thieves who rob you are your own false beliefs. Excuse me for jumping the gun there. The thieves who rob you are your own false beliefs. It is your belief in a thing, not the thing itself, that aids you. It is your belief in a thing, not the thing itself, that aids you. I am healthy, not I believe in the drugs. Okay? I am healthy. There's only one power. Keep that between us, by the way. We don't want anybody becoming aware of us saying that, okay? We want, let people have their business. That's their business. Your business is you. What's outside of you, that's their business. There's only one power. I am He. Because of your belief in external things, you think power into them by transferring the power that you are to the external thing. You believe that if you believe the power is not in you and you transfer it outside of you, then you're transferring your power to that thing outside. But there is only one power. The one power is I am He. Because of your belief in external things, you think power into them by transferring the power that you are to the external thing. Realize you yourself are the power you have mistakenly given to outer conditions. The Bible compares the opinionated man to the camel who could not go through the needle's eye. The needle's eye referred to was a small gate in the walls of Jerusalem, which was so narrow that a camel could not go through it until relieved of its of its pack. I'm reading too fast. The needle's eye referred to was a small gate in the walls of Jerusalem, which was so narrow that a camel could not go through it until relieved of its pack. You know, the pack is baggage. I believe what he's saying here, that represents beliefs. The rich man, that is the one burdened with false human concepts, cannot enter the kingdom of heaven until relieved of his burden, any more than could the camel go through this small gate. Again, believing money is to secure is believing in the outer. In that I am healthy doesn't have to believe in something outside to make I am healthy. I am married does not have to believe in something outside to make I am married. I am in love. I am happy. I am wealthy does not need, I am healthy does not need, I am married and happy does not need anything on the outside. This is an inside game. And you can make it into a game. Kids make it into a game all the time. Man feels so secure in his man-made laws, opinions, and beliefs that he invests them with an authority they do not possess. Satisfied that his knowledge is all, he remains unaware that all outward appearances are but states of mind externalized. What we've been talking about. States of mind externalized. When you believe out here, then you're externalizing yourself. When he realizes that the consciousness of a quality externalizes that quality without the aid of any other or many values and establishes the one true value, his own consciousness. Let me repeat that sentence. When he realizes that the consciousness of a quality externalizes that quality without the aid of any other or many values and establishes the one true value, his own consciousness. When you realize I am wealthy, you externalize wealth into your self-concept, and that becomes your reality. That becomes what's around you. When you believe I am healthy, same. When you believe you are married and happy, same. You're in love, same. I am in love, I am happy. The Lord is in his holy temple. Consciousness dwells within that which it is conscious of being. We went over this. Consciousness dwells within that which it is conscious of being. Once you are conscious of being, consciousness dwells. I am, man is the Lord and his temple. I am. Knowing that consciousness objectifies itself, man must forgive all men for being that which they are. He must realize that all are expressing, without the aid of another, that which they are conscious of being. Peter, the enlightened or disciplined man, knew that a change of consciousness would produce a change of expression. Instead of sympathizing with the beggars of life at the temple's gate, he declared, "Silver and gold have I none for thee, but such as I have, the consciousness of freedom, give I unto thee." Oh, what a wonderful example. And this is where Neville talks about imagining lovingly for another. Great story is the one of Freedom Barry walking his dog one day, and somebody came and was wanting a handout from Freedom Barry, and Freedom said, no, I don't have anything to give you. And it basically, I think what either he said it, he did not say it aloud, but he once the person walked off, Freedom Barry went into his imagining lovingly state for that man and found that man in his imagination becoming full of opportunity and having this next opportunity to do what he loved to do, and he was getting paid for it, and he was loving whatever was going to happen for that man. He just imagined lovingly for him that he saw him gainfully employed and gainfully giving to society, etc. He met the guy, I think, a week or two later, or it was a month later. I forget the time interval, but when the guy said to Freedom Barry on the street, he goes, "Do you remember me?" "You probably don't." Freedom goes, "Yeah, I remember you," because he imagined lovingly for him. The guy says, "I was not happy with myself after that interaction with you, and I went out and I got myself a job and I got myself this opportunity, and I've fruitfully multiplied my situation," which is an example, very, very tiny example here of imagining lovingly. Silver and gold have I none for thee, but such as I have give I unto thee. Who does not have an imagination, and who cannot give that imagination lovingly for another? And that's any other. Someone is ill, someone is not well, you imagine them well. You imagine them calling you and telling you how much better they feel. And this applies to any and every single concept of yourself. It doesn't matter which. If you're imagining lovingly for another, you're here, and you're imagining lovingly for another, you're imagining lovingly for your brother, basically. So it's all one, right? So when you imagine lovingly for another, you are imagining lovingly for yourself. As I said before, a rising tide floats all boats. So when you send out that imagining lovingly for another, it's going to get a little deep, but if they reject what you are imagining for them, it literally bounces right back to you. And this is why the golden rule is so important. You want to only imagine lovingly for another. You really don't want to see any negatives, because if the person rejects what you are imagining for them, it literally is coming back to you. It's a boomerang. But if they are, it's important to ask people what is it that they desire, because when they tell you and share with you what they desire, you can imagine lovingly for them, and they can receive it. They can receive that which they desire, because you're helping motivate that. It's the saying, when two or more are gathered in my name, you become one of the two witnesses that make that event happen. You become self-persuaded when you imagine lovingly for another. You persuade yourself of the other's opportunity, advancement, everything that's possible that they want. You imagine lovingly for them, and it fruitfully goes forth. It becomes fruitful because they receive it. Again, if you imagine something crazy and they don't want that, and they can't even imagine themselves doing that, it's going to bounce right back to you. So, would you want to imagine something negative? No, because if it doesn't get, if it's not received, you are going to be the receiver. So you want to be careful with that. The golden rule is what you should maintain and stick to when it comes to this kind of imagining lovingly for another. We have so many examples of this, but we're going to keep going here. Stir up the gift within you. Stop begging and claim yourself to be that which you decide to be. If I'm not married and I'm unhappy with my single status and I want to be married, I don't want to ask others what I should do or who I should go out with. That's not where that's believing in an exterior thing. You want to believe in yourself, believe in the subjective change that's happening within you, that you are worthy of marriage, that the opposite sex, like all men, are loving, caring, nurturing. Then you awaken this objectifies into your reality. But you awaken that within yourself first. But you awaken it from the inside. It's not an exterior happening. It's an interior happening. Then it objectifies into your reality. Stir up the gift within you. Stop begging and claim yourself to be that which you decide to be. Do this, and you too will jump from your crippled world into the world of freedom. Singing praises to the Lord, I am. Far greater is he that is you than he that is in the world. Far greater is he that is in you, in you. Far greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. There's a lot of sales pitches out there. There's a lot of wonderful things to be sold, a lot of wonderful things to be purchased. If you fall for it, then you're lacking the faith here. The faith is, I am he. Other places, Neville says that God is only not, there's two things that displease God, I think is what he said. And one of them is that the eating of the fruit of the tree of life, of the tree of good and evil. That's one thing that displeases God. The other thing is the lack of faith. And when you believe in something apart from yourself on the outside, then you are lacking faith. This is displeasing to your I am. All you have to do is bring it home. There is no penance. You just stop, be still, know that I am God. Back to your breathing, your I am meditation. You've cut off the senses. Now you're back to the inside. I am. You're floating. And now you're conceptualizing You're conceiving what it is you want to be. It sounds so simple. This is far greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. This is the cry of everyone who finds his awareness of being to be God. This is the cry of everyone that finds his awareness of being to be God, because he is your imagination. Your recognition of this fact will automatically cleanse the temple, your consciousness, of the thieves and robbers. Let me clean up that sentence. Your recognition of this fact will automatically cleanse the temple, your consciousness. Why do they call it a temple? It's right here. Your consciousness of the thieves and robbers, restoring to you that dominion over things which you lost the moment you forgot the command, thou shalt have no other God beside me. Thou shalt have no other God beside me. No other God beside me. This is you and your self-concept. I am. You shall have no other God beside me. Oh my gosh, what a good chapter. No other God. I believe we're at chapter 8 here. Whew. Very dense. I am the first and I am the last, and beside me is no God. All within you. All right. Another great chapter. Your faith is your fortune. We'll see you in the next video. All right, Neville Goddard, The Foundation Stone, chapter 9. Your faith is your fortune. Let every man take heed how he buildeth thereon. For other foundations can no man lay than that is laid, which is Jesus Christ. Now, if man build upon this foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it. 1 Corinthians 3, 10, 11, 12, and 13. The foundation of all expression is consciousness. Try as man will, he cannot find a cause of manifestation other than his consciousness of being. Man thinks he has found the cause of disease in germs, the cause of war in conflicting political ideologies and greed. All such discoveries of man, cataloged as the essence of wisdom, are foolishness in the eyes of God. There is only one power, and this power is God, consciousness. It kills, it makes alive. It wounds, it heals. It does all things, good, bad, or indifferent. Man moves in a world that is nothing more or less than his consciousness objectified. Man moves in a world that is nothing more or less than his consciousness objectified. Objectified, exteriorized. Remember, the 3D is a shadow of the movement that happens in consciousness. Consciousness is where the movement happens. Consciousness is where reality is. 3D is the shadow. And your 3D moving self casts the shadow, like the shadow on the wall. That's 2D. 4D is where the movement happens in consciousness. 3D is this reality. This is an after effect. You can really say you're 3D, you can really say about it you're living in the past, because you're experiencing what you already moved in. Not knowing this, he wars against his reflections while he keeps alive the light and the images which project the reflections. Oh man. Oh my goodness gracious. Wars against his reflections while he keeps alive the light and the images which project the reflections. I am the light of the world. I am is the light. I am, consciousness in parentheses, is the light. That which I am conscious of being, in parentheses, my conception of myself, that which I am conscious of being, such as I am rich, I am healthy, I am free, are the images. Okay, let's repeat that. It's really good. I won't stumble over the parentheses. I am the light of the world. I am is the light. That which I am conscious of being, such as I am rich, I am healthy, I am free, are the images. The world is the mirror magnifying all that I am conscious of being. As we said, the 4D, the 3D, and the 2D. I am rich, I am healthy, I am free are the images. Stop trying to change the world since it is only the mirror. Man's attempt to change the world by force is as fruitless as breaking a mirror in the hope of changing his face. Ooh, boy. Leave the mirror and change your face. Leave the world alone and change your conceptions of yourself. The reflection then will be satisfactory. Freedom or imprisonment, satisfaction or frustration, can only be differentiated by the consciousness of being. Regardless of your problem, its duration, or its magnitude, careful attention to these instructions will, in an amazing short time, eliminate even the memory of the problem. Remember, when you change your concept of being single and not married to one of being married and happy, this will not matter. You'll be here so happy, having fun, frolicking, skipping down the road, having a good time. It won't be in your awareness what this was about. This is, as I said before, ancient dust. It might as well be ancient, millions of years old, because it doesn't have any worthiness of your attention. Because when you're in your new reality, that doesn't matter. Your new reality is where it is your now. It is your new now. Anything before, remember, God doesn't care where you were. He only cares where you are. Ask yourself this question: how would I feel if I were free? The very moment you sincerely ask this question, the answer comes. How would I feel if I were free? No man can tell another the satisfaction of his desire fulfilled. It remains for each within himself to experience the feeling and joy of this automatic change of consciousness. The feeling or thrill that comes to one in response to his self-questioning is the father state of consciousness, or foundation stone, upon which the conscious change is built. Just how this feeling will embody itself, no one knows, but it will. The father, consciousness, has ways that no man knows. It is the unalterable law. That's why you're never concerned about how. In your state of single and not happy being unmarried, and you want to be married and you want to be happy in a relationship, and you build that subjectively here, and it objectifies here, you're never to be concerned about the how. It doesn't matter. You can't chase apps. There is no chasing, swiping, and looking, trying to mine out of a deep mine in the ground, searching. No, that's not it at all. It's changing the consciousness within you, where you are now. That conscious change will allow the I am to fulfill this new you. It is not searching on the outside. That's fruitless search. There's no worrying about the how ever. You just change the consciousness and watch it unfold. The bridge of incidents are coming. All things express their nature. As you wear a feeling, it becomes your nature. It might take a moment or a year. A moment or a year. No time exists. Excuse me, let me finish the sentence and I'll explain that. It might take a moment or a year. It is entirely dependent upon the degree of conviction. There it is. It might take a moment. It might take a year. It is entirely dependent upon the degree of conviction. And when I say before that all time is now and there's no such thing as time, it's not, there is no past and there's no future. It's only the current moment point that matters. Being aware of that is where you can just focus on your conviction. I am that. When you are focused on your conviction, I am that, then this doesn't matter anymore. You're leaving this behind. Because when you understand that time doesn't have a future, it isn't I will be that. We already discussed that. We're not going to will be anything. It's I am that. As doubts vanish and you can feel I am this, you begin to develop the fruit of the nature of the thing that you are freeing yourself to be. When a person buys a new hat or a pair of shoes, he thinks everyone knows that they're new. He feels unnatural with his newly acquired apparel until it becomes a part of him. The same applies to the wearing of the new states of consciousness. When you ask yourself the question, how would I feel if my desire were at this moment realized? The automatic reply, until it is properly conditioned by time and use, is actually disturbing. The period of adjustment to realize this potential of consciousness is comparable to the newness of the wearing apparel. Not knowing that consciousness is ever outpicturing itself in conditions round about you. Like Lot's wife, you continually look back upon your problem and again become hypnotized by its seeming naturalness. You look back like Lot's wife and you're salted, you're preserved, and you're staying put, convinced of by the outer senses of this reality when it is not the reality you're trying to convince yourself to be. You're trying to convince yourself to be of your new reality. When you look back, then you take your attention away from your new reality and you keep it here. By doing so, you're trapping yourself in the past. This is, again, there's no past, there's no future, there's only now. But if you keep doing this and going back, looking back, that the symbolically that is represented by the word past, symbolically. But your future, again, doesn't exist. The illusion of I will be, we have to get rid of that. The idea of future, we have to get rid of that. We have to go back to the I am that I am. It's decreeing, it's claiming, it's becoming in your now. Heed the words of Jesus, salvation. Leave all and follow me. Leave all and follow me. Let the dead bury the dead. One of my favorite sayings here. Let the dead bury the dead. Let the dead bury the dead and leave all and follow me. Your new consciousness. Leave all and follow me. I am all that is, God. Leave all, follow me. Follow where your new consciousness wishes to dwell. Let the dead bury the dead. Your problem might have you so hypnotized by its seeming reality and naturalness that you find it difficult to wear the new feeling or consciousness of your Savior. You must assume this garment if you would have results. Here's knocking on that. That's the word must again. You must assume this garment if you would have results. You must assume this garment. These are all garments, by the way. All these self-concepts are garments you're wearing. When you wake up, your awareness of being is what you're reminding of who you think you are. The awareness of being is first. When you crack into that awake state, you're coming out of the awareness of being where everything is infinitely available. Then you're reminding that awareness of being with limitation who you think you are. But you must assume the garment and remind yourself, I am that, if you would have results. The stone, which the builders rejected, is the chief cornerstone, and other foundations no man can lay. The stone, which is consciousness, which the builders rejected, they would not wear those, is the chief cornerstone, and other foundations no man can lay. Oh boy, oh boy. New garments. Chapter 9, the foundation stone. There is some wonderful pieces in here. I don't know what you liked out of there, but there is some good stuff. I mean, you start to see how this becomes repetitive. And do we not need to have this consistently? We need the reinforcement. For this change from one place to another, you need to reinforce constantly what it is you're doing, number one, and then convincing and persuading yourself that what you're doing is effective, because it is. It's called faith. It's called faith when you're here. When you're out here, it's not faith. When you're putting your hope and ideas and new self-concepts into something outside of you, it's fruitless. But in you is where faith does the magic. In you, because I am that. All right? Oh, good stuff in there. The foundation stone. I think it was chapter 9. Your faith is your fortune. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. We'll see you in the next video.
Neville Goddard, your faith is your fortune. To him that hath, chapter 10. Take heed, therefore, how ye hear. For whosoever hath, to him it shall be given, and whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken even that which he seemeth to have. Let me repeat that. Take heed, therefore, how ye hear. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken even that which he seemeth to have. Luke 8:18. Very, very important subject. Oh man, I'm so glad we're going to dig into this. The Bible, which is the greatest psychological book ever written, warns man to be aware of what he hears. Then follows this warning with the statement, to him that hath it shall be given, and to him that hath not it shall be taken away. Though many look upon this statement as one of the most cruel and unjust of the sayings attributed to Jesus, it still seems a just and merciful law based upon life's changeless principle of expression. Man's ignorance of the working of the law does not excuse him nor save him from the results. Law is impersonal and therefore no respecter of persons. Man is warned to be selective in that which he hears and accepts as true. We spoke about this a little bit in either the last or the previous chapter of that when we dug into faith a little bit. Everything that man accepts as true leaves an impression on his consciousness and must in time be defined as proof or disproof. Perceptive hearing is the perfect medium through which man registers impressions. A man must discipline himself to hear only that which he wants to hear, regardless of rumors or the evidence of his senses to the contrary. Regardless of rumors or evidence to the contrary. I tell you. So, what does that mean? I am, all that is, God, your self-concept. Rumors or evidence to the contrary is out here. That's not in here. That's not in here where your self-concept has its being. Outside is rumors. Perceptive hearing is the perfect medium through which man registers impressions. A man must discipline himself to hear only that which he wants to hear, regardless of rumors or evidence of his senses to the contrary. Evidence of his senses. Remember, we're closing off the senses. As he conditions his perceptive hearing, he will react only to those impressions which he has decided upon. If I am and I want to be married and I'm not married, and I'm here and I want to be married, I will only choose programming that's befitting of my new self-concept. And if that is to be married, then you want to subscribe to the Hallmark Channel. The Hallmark Channel has amazing movies that are fully in line with this new self-concept that you are becoming. Going to true crime episodes where men and women have their falling outs in this drama. Somewhere in the drama, they have a falling out and they do ill to one another. This is not the kind of programming you want to be anywhere near. You want to shut that off and you want to put on your Hallmark Channel and you want to see how many wonderful movies are in line with your new belief system. Your new belief system is, I am happy, I am married, I'm living a wonderful life, I met a wonderful partner, we are very happy together, we are now in a new house, we had a beautiful honeymoon. All of this. This is what you'll find in the programming you are selective of. If you choose programming that can be negative or paint men as negative or women as negative or relationship as negative, you're in the wrong channel. You need to turn that off and get over to the channel that is going to help the programming that you're trying to program. As he conditions his perceptive hearing, he will react only to those impressions which he has decided upon. You see the woman who goes to Italy for work, and then she meets this wonderful man while she's in a cooking class, and they go on a little gondola ride, and all of a sudden they're in love, and before you know it, she has to leave the States and move to Italy and start a new business. These these movies are consistent with the Hallmark Channel, and if you haven't watched it, it is very wonderful to watch these because you get a good feeling, and that good feeling is what you want to have when you're falling asleep. You want to feel it real. Feeling it real is the key. Okay, so remember, you're here and you want to be here. You need to go to sleep and wake up here in the feeling of your new reality. This law never fails. This law is what we've been talking about this whole time. Fully conditioned, man becomes incapable of hearing other than that which contributes to his desire. You can even be with friends, and all of a sudden the discussion turns to, well, let me give a quick story. When I studied the Seth material in one of Jane's ESP classes, Seth delivered this wonderful gem to the students. I believe it was ESP class. I'm sure it was. That if you want to not be a victim in the world, and you want to be a creator in the world, which is what Seth was teaching through all of his body of work, you want to not feel like you're going to be a victim in the world. So you want to always be in the mindset of this is the quote, I live in a safe universe. And there's so many wonderful things delivered by Seth that are worth sharing, but right here I just want to point this one out for a very specific reason. I live in a safe universe. I live in a safe universe. After a set amount of programming, whatever that is to you, once you're self-persuaded that you live in a safe universe, let's say here you don't believe the world is a safe place, and here you do believe it, and you're trying to get this self-persuasion going that I live in a safe universe. Well, you do this enough and you imagine everything as safe, then your experiences become safe, and then your reality objectifies that nothing befalls you that is an unsafe act because you are believing it. It could be something happening right behind you. It could be something happening before you were there. You could be standing in the same spot and there was an accident at a different time. But you believe that you live in a safe universe, so that accident won't happen while you're there, wherever that there is. Man becomes fully conditioned. After you believe you live in a safe universe, man becomes incapable of hearing other than that which contributes to his desire. So when other people in conversation are talking about unsafe events, and they're all of a sudden trying to share their fear, you don't hear that. You just don't hear it. You appreciate what they're going through because they're going through what they are self-conceiving, whatever their self-concept is. After a while, you get to be able to appreciate what people are going through in their state, and it's an okay thing. It's like, okay, no problem. That's what you're going through. I'm okay with it. But you don't hear it because you live in a safe universe. God, as you have discovered, is that conditioned awareness which gives to you all that you are aware of being. To be aware of being or having anything is to be or have that which you are aware of being. Upon this changeless principle all things rest. It is impossible for anything to be other than that which it is aware of being. It is impossible for anything to be other than that which it is aware of being. It is impossible for anything to be other than that of which it is aware of being. Than that which it is aware of being. If your state is one of limitation, and you don't feel like there's enough people to date, or the right date comes your way to have a relationship, then that will fit perfectly in your self-concept. It'll be a reality for you, and it's delivering you what you believe. When you change that belief by changing your self-concept, by falling asleep in sats in your new relationship, then you objectify and wake up that new self-concept. It is impossible for anything to be other than that which it is aware of being. To him that hath, that which is aware of being, to him that hath, it shall be given, good, bad, or indifferent. It does not matter. Man receives multiplied 100-fold that which he is aware of being. In keeping with this changeless law, to him that hath not, it shall be taken away from him, and added to the one that hath. The rich get richer, and the poor get poorer. You can only magnify that which you are conscious of being. Wow, that's so wonderful. It's wonderful in that when you understand it. To him that hath not a relationship, it shall be taken away. Because there's no faith. There's no faith or belief in all women, all men are loving, caring, nurturing. If that is absent, then this is absent. So when you have not the faith that all men are loving, caring, nurturing, then the relationship concept shall be taken away. But on the flip, if you believe that all men are loving, caring, nurturing, guess to whom that more is given? To you more is given, because you have created the faith that all men are loving, caring, nurturing. I'm happily married. All men are loving, caring, nurturing. To him that hath, it is given. Your new self-concept becomes one that has those beliefs. To him that hath, it is given. To him that hath not, it is not only not given, but it's taken away. That is taken away. A changeless law. Let's repeat it. It's a wonderful, wonderful piece of information here. Oh my gosh. The breakdown makes it though. But it seems so foreign when you first heard it though, didn't it? To him that hath, to him that hath, and in parentheses, that which he is aware of being, it shall be given. That which he is aware of being. So I am, at least when you are in this single state and you have this challenge of creating a new relationship for yourself because this is what you want. At least in the very least sense of this, you go to I am when you do your meditation and you close off from the senses and you go to I am. Now you become aware of your being. Now you become be still and know that I am God. Once you become aware of this, you're already realizing you're master, that you are a master magician. Once you take this first step, now let's repeat this. To him that hath, it shall be given. Good, bad, or indifferent, it does not matter. Man receives multiplied 100-fold that which he is aware of being. In keeping with this changeless law, to him that hath not, it shall be taken away from him and added to the one that hath. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. You can only magnify that which you are conscious of being. What it is you're conscious of being. Are you conscious of being without health? Then you're going to get more of that. And if you believe that that is a richness in its own right, if you believe in ill health, then you are actually rich with ill health. Believe it or not, to him that hath is given, much more it's given. To him that believes in ill health, he'll get more of the same, or she'll get more. To him that hath not believed in ill health, that believes in health, it'll be taken away and given to the one that believes in the ill health. It works both ways. And in another way, to him that doesn't believe in relationship or love, it's not only, the idea of love is not only taken away, but it's given to the one who does believe it. It's a matter of understanding this principle that you then become aware of your being, and then you realize that you're the one pouring the attention. It's not something outside of you pouring this attention. It's you pouring the attention. You're doing this as a self-concept from all that is from God. You are one self-concept. In my Father's house are many mansions. You can be any of these you want to be. All things gravitate to that consciousness with which they are in tune. Likewise, all things disentangle themselves from that consciousness with which they are out of tune. Divide the wealth of the world equally among all men, and in short time this equal division will be as originally disproportioned. Divide the wealth of the world equally among all men, and in short time this equal division will be as originally disproportioned. I believe I am, let's imagine all wealth of the world, okay? Here I have tens of dollars, thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, billions of dollars, trillions of dollars. Let's take all that money away from the tens. What did I say? Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, all right? Let's just do that. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions. Take all that wealth from anybody who believes that they have tens of dollars, to the thousands of dollars, to the millions, billions. I forget what I said already. Take all the wealth away. Now redistribute the wealth back into the system. You can give it to either this person or this person, or just one of these persons. That wealth will ultimately find its way back because the consciousness attracts it to itself. The one conscious of being a billionaire, millionaire, thousandaire, hundredaire, I think is what I said, and a tensainaire, tens, hundreds, thousands. The money will gravitate exactly back where its consciousness is, because the idea of money is the same as the idea of consciousness. It will actually gravitate literally right back to the purses and bank accounts of those who had it because they believe it. Divide the wealth of the world equally among all men, and in short time this equal division will be as originally disproportioned. Wealth will find its way back into the pockets of those from whom it was taken. Instead of joining the chorus of the have-nots who insist on destroying those who have, recognize this changeless law of expression. Consciously define yourself as that which you desire. Oh boy, it's so true. Instead of joining the chorus, the song, right, of the have-nots who insist on destroying those who have, recognize this changeless law of expression. Consciously define yourself as that which you desire. Once defined, your conscious claim established, continue in the confidence until the reward is received. Continue in this confidence until the reward is received. Once defined, your conscious claim established. Once defined, I am not happy, I am single, I want to be married, but I'm not. I am that. I am happy, I am married, I am in love. Continue in this confidence until the reward is received. How long must you do it? 70 times 7, every night. Some who have achieved great things, and we're gonna do the book, The Law and the Promise, and there's a lot of examples in that book, but some achieved it within one day, some 3 days, some a few months. Neville Goddard's brother, who saw the building with Goddard and Sons on the name, long story here, but he went to work in the morning, passing a building, and went home from work in the afternoon and passing that same building. Instead of it saying something else, and I forget the name now, but he imagined that building saying Goddard and Sons. And that was his brother Victor, I believe. And it took 2 years, and before you know it, and they had not enough money to buy that building, but someone who did have the excess funds stepped in at a certain point after Victor imagined that building for 2 years, and that became Goddard and Sons because the guy bought the building for a very low interest rate of, I think, 6%. Pay it off, and I think it was 10 years they paid it off. Point being, that took 2 years because Victor's self-persuasion was a little slower at the time. But look what they've built since then with that self-persuasion technique Victor used. And I don't even think Neville taught him that. And also the father, Joseph, did his own form of sats. After breakfast, he would sit in his easy chair and he would do the sats on his business situations during that day. So this family was very, very poor at one time, but they've built quite an enterprise. And I think it's called Goddard Enterprises, I think. They deliver, they're ships chandlers. They deliver groceries to the cruise ships, I believe, in the Atlantic, and maybe even farther than that. I haven't looked into it too deeply, but it all started with imagining. He imagined their family name on that building, on that marquee, and it became so. It's how long is it going to take you to self-persuade? This is the point. Victor, it took 2 years in that example. It could take you 1 day, it could take you 1 week, it could take you 1 year, it could take you whatever, but you have to start somewhere. You have to claim, I am that. As surely as the day follows the night, any attribute consciously claimed will manifest itself. Thus, that which to the sleeping orthodox world is a cruel and unjust law becomes to the enlightened one of the most merciful and just statements of truth. That which to the sleeping orthodox world is a cruel and unjust law becomes to the enlightened one of the most merciful and just statements of truth. And that's this law right here. I am come not to destroy, but to fulfill. Nothing is actually destroyed. Any seeming destruction is a result of a change in consciousness. Consciousness never fills full the state in which it dwells. The state from which consciousness is detached seems to those not familiar with this law to be destructive. However, this is only preparatory to a new state of consciousness. Consciousness ever fills full the state in which it dwells. You're here and you're starting to put your consciousness here. It ever fills full the state in which it dwells. The state from which consciousness is detached seems to those not familiar with this law to be destructive. When it's detached, it seems a destructive past. Claim yourself to be that which you want claim to be that which you want filled full. Claim yourself to be that which you want filled full. Nothing is destroyed, all is fulfilled. To him that hath, it shall be given. There's a typo here. It says to him that bath. There was a previous typo in chapter 8, by the way, and it had to do with throwing the money changers out of and it went to power. I think there's a sentence or two missing there, and I apologize for that mistake because I went to the other book. This is one book, but the other book, The Complete Reader, I think it's called, has the same mistakes and actually has additional information, and it's all very not right. So I don't have the individual copy to confirm how it was written. But back to this. Claim yourself to be that which you want filled full. Nothing is destroyed. All is fulfilled. To him that hath, it shall be given. To him that hath, it shall be given. Claim it. What a wonderful chapter. Oh, to him that hath. Great one. All right. Next one's called Christmas. I'm going to rush through these and get that one out right away too, because we just had the holiday yesterday. See you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune. This chapter is entitled Christmas, chapter 11. Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. Matthew 1:23. One of the most controversial statements of the New Testament concerns the virgin conception and subsequent birth of Jesus, a conception in which man had no part. It is recorded that a virgin conceived a son without the aid of man, then secretly and without effort gave birth to her conception. This is the foundation upon which all Christendom rests. The Christian world is asked to believe this story, for man must believe the unbelievable to fully express the greatness that he is. Scientifically, man might be inclined to discard the whole Bible as untrue because his reason will not permit him to believe that the virgin birth is physiologically possible. But the Bible is a message of the soul and must be interpreted psychologically if man is to discover its true symbology. Man must see this story as a psychological drama rather than a statement of physical fact. In so doing, he will discover the Bible to be based on a law which, if self-applied, will result in a manifested expression transcending his wildest dreams of accomplishment. To apply this law of self-expression, man must be schooled in the belief and disciplined to stand upon the platform that all things are possible to God. Oh, I love it. Isn't it another great example? Let's get our wonderful circle. I am all that is God. Your self-concept. I am He, and He. My Father and I are one, but my Father is greater than I. I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater than I. The conceiver is greater than the conception. The conceiver and the conception are one, but the conceiver is greater than the conception. Let's repeat the beginning of this. One of the most controversial statements in the New Testament concerns the virgin conception and subsequent birth of Jesus, a conception in which man had no part. It is recorded that a virgin conceived a son without the aid of man, then secretly and without effort gave birth to her conception. This is the foundation upon which all Christendom rests. This is the virgin giving conception right here. Imagination is conception, and then birth to Jesus. Jesus is us. We are all Him. We are all from the same source, We all have the same Father. We're all brothers and sisters. This is the Virgin Mary giving conception and then conceiving and then raising the conception. The story is a psychological drama. It's not a literal drama. This is the problem with the interpretation and the literal mindedness and I don't want to, we're not here to point fingers at who does that, but there's plenty. Just look around. The point is for you to see this story as a psychological drama so that way you get the benefit of understanding it and so you can apply the law that we're talking about. Man must be schooled in the belief and discipline to stand upon the platform that all things are possible to God. All things are possible to God. In my Father's house are many mansions. The outstanding dramatic dates of the New Testament, namely the birth, death, and resurrection of Jesus, were timed and dated to coincide with certain astronomical phenomena. The mystics who recorded this story noticed that at certain seasons of the year, beneficial changes on earth coincided with astronomical changes above. In writing this psychological drama, they have personified the story of the soul as the biography of man. Using these cosmic changes, they have marked the birth and resurrection of Jesus to convey that the same beneficial changes take place psychologically in the consciousness of man as he follows the law. That last sentence was very, very potent. Using these cosmic changes, they have marked the birth and resurrection of Jesus to convey that the same beneficial changes take place psychologically in the consciousness of man as he follows the law. What we've been talking about this whole time is the law. And when you become awareness of being, this is when you're going to start living this last sentence. Using these cosmic changes, they were talking about, I think, the stars. They have marked the birth and resurrection of Jesus to convey that the same beneficial changes take place psychologically in the consciousness of man as he follows the law. I am, meditation, awareness of being. Even to those who fail to understand the story of Christmas, is one of the most beautiful stories ever told. When unfolded in the light of its mystic symbology, it is revealed as the true birth of every manifestation in the world. This virgin birth is recorded as having taken place on December 25th, or, as certain secret societies celebrate it, on Christmas Eve, at midnight of December 24th. Mystics established this date to mark the birth of Jesus because it was in keeping with the great earthly benefits this astronomical change signifies. The astronomical observations, which prompted the authors of this drama to use these dates, were all made in the northern hemisphere. So from an astronomical point of view, the reverse would be true if seen from the southern latitudes. However, this story was recorded in the north and therefore was based on northern observation. Man very early discovered that the sun played a most important part in his life, that without the sun, physical life, as he knew it, could not be. So, these most important dates in the story of the life of Jesus are based upon the position of the sun as seen from the earth in the northern latitudes. After the sun reaches its highest point in the heavens in June, it gradually falls southward, taking with it the life of the plant world, so that by December, almost all of nature has been stilled. Should the sun continue to fall southward, all nature would be stilled unto death. However, on December 25th, the sun begins its great move northward, bringing with it the promise of salvation and life anew for the world. Each day as the sun rises higher in the heavens, man gains confidence in being saved from death by cold and starvation, for he knows that as it moves northward and crosses the equator, all nature will rise again, will be resurrected from its long winter sleep. It's very fascinating, and I believe typical winter is December. The beginning of winter typically is December 21st, and I believe it's 3 days later. 3 days, very important number, that then this celebration, because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the sun actually stands still starting on the 21st. It actually is moving more and more lower in the sky, and then at some point, it stands still for 3 days. And then the 24th, midnight approximately, it starts to move again. So as it's high in the sky, you have your peak of summer, then every day it races lower and lower and lower, and then it stops around the 21st of December, and for 3 days it stays there. Then on the 24th, approximately midnight, 24th, then it starts its climb back from the most southern latitude, starts to climb every day back to the higher latitude, crosses the equator. I don't know if it's Capricorn or if it's Cancer, but one of them's the higher, the northern and one's the southern. Excuse me for not knowing that right now. But as the sun crosses the equator, then there's the relief that we are going to have spring again. And as it gets to the most northern, I don't know this too well, but at some point we have spring. That is the unveiling of the fact that nature is beginning again. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful story, but not to be taken literal. It's really very fascinating. Each day as the sun rises higher in the heavens, man gains confidence in being saved from death by cold and starvation, for he knows that as it moves northward and crosses the equator, all nature will rise again, will be resurrected from its long winter sleep. Our day is measured from midnight to midnight, and since the visible day begins in the east and ends in the west, the ancients said that the day was born of that constellation which occupied the eastern horizon at midnight. On Christmas Eve, or midnight of December 24th, the constellation Virgo is rising on the eastern horizon. So it is recorded that this Son and Savior of the world was born of a virgin. It is also recorded that this virgin mother was traveling through the night, that she stopped at an inn and was given the only available room among the animals, and therein a manger where the animals fed, the shepherds found the Holy Child. The animals with whom the Holy Virgin was lodged are the holy animals of the zodiac. There in that constantly moving circle of astronomical animals stands the Holy Mother, Virgo. And there you will see her every midnight of December 24th, standing on the eastern horizon as the Son and Savior of the world starts his journey northward. Psychologically, this birth takes place in man on that day when man discovers his consciousness to be the Son and Savior of this world. When man knows the significance of this mystical statement, I am the light of the world, he will realize his I am, or consciousness, is the sun of his life, which sun radiates images upon the screen of space. Let me repeat that sentence because it's very wonderful. When man knows the significance of this mystical statement, I am the light of the world, he realizes that his I am, or consciousness, is the sun of his life, which I think it's a typo. He realizes when man knows the significance of this mystical statement, I am the light of the world, he will realize his I am, or consciousness, is the sun of his life, which sun radiates images upon the screen of space. I am, my consciousness, I am, that is the light of your life. You are emitting that light through consciousness onto the screen of space. The movement happens in 4D in here. Then your light is cast upon your self-concept. You cast that light. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. Your consciousness casts that light upon the screen of space. The 3D. This is 3D. Every physical object is 3D. 4D is here, consciousness. 2D is the shadow on the wall. Okay? These images are in the likeness of that which he, as man, is conscious of being. Whatever you're conscious of being are going to be what images are cast in your reality. I am conscious of being happily married. I'm conscious of being not happily married and single, but I want to be this. Whatever you're conscious of being, that's why you're saying, I am that, and that's why you're falling asleep in sats and waking up in sats, claiming, because that is what you're going to be conscious of being, and that will be cast into your reality. These images are in the likeness of which these images are in the likeness of that which he, as man, is conscious of being. Thus, qualities and attributes which appear to move upon the screen of his world are really projections of this light from within himself. The numberless unrealized hopes and ambitions of man are the seeds which are buried within the consciousness or virgin womb of man. The numberless unrealized hopes and ambitions of man are the seeds which are buried within the consciousness or virgin womb of man. The virgin womb of man, here, feeling stuck, feeling with limitation, feeling I have not or I am not. These are buried within the consciousness or virgin womb of man. Once you give birth to that new conception of self, where you become married, you're no longer a virgin. Now you've given birth to the conception of yourself here. Your self-concept has changed. It doesn't matter about the word virgin here. It matters is about that you haven't given yourself the ability to change your self-concept. But you can, as we're studying this together. There, they remain like the seeds of earth, held in that frozen waste of winter, waiting for the sun to move northward or for man to return to the knowledge of who he is. Who he is. In returning, he moves northward through recognition of his true self by claiming, I am the light of this world. I am the light of the world. That's what I meant to say. I am the light of the world. Everything is you pushed out. That you pushed out can only come from one source. You are that light. When man discovers his consciousness, or I am, to be God, okay, right here, when man discovers his consciousness, or I am, to be God, the Savior of his world, he will be as the sun in its northern passage. Remember the sun coming and staying still for 3 days? That's a very, very dark time. But when you realize that I am, your consciousness is God, the Savior of your world, you will become like the sun in its northern passage. You will start to come towards spring, where you give birth to the conceptions, your self-concepts. All hidden urges and ambitions will then be warmed and stimulated into birth by this knowledge of his true self. Feels warmer already. He will claim that he is that which he will claim that he is that which heretofore he hoped to be. He will claim, I'm not married, I'm single, I want to be married, I want to be happy in a loving relationship. He will claim he is that. He will claim that he is that which heretofore he hoped to be, without the aid of any man, out here. He will define himself as that which he desires to express. Oh, what a relief. What a relief. He will discover that his I am is the virgin conceiving without the aid of man. His I am is the virgin conceiving without the aid of man. Anything on the outside, no. He will discover that his I am will help him give birth. He will discover that his I am is the virgin conceiving without the aid of man, that all conceptions of himself, when felt and fixed in consciousness, will be embodied easily as living realities in his world. Oh my gosh, man. Wow. This chapter is wonderful. It's called Christmas, okay? What a good timing on this. I'm going to push these videos so we get this one out right away. I have a couple to put out, and then this one I'll put out right away. Today I'll have all these out. Man will one day today being Boxing Day to some people. It's the 26th December. Man will one day realize that this whole drama takes place in his consciousness, that his unconditioned consciousness, or I am, is the Virgin Mary, desiring to express that through this law of self-expression, he defines himself as that which he desires to express, and that without the help or cooperation of anyone, he will express that which he has consciously claimed and defined himself as being. What a sentence. Let me go through that again. Seth was good at this too, making long sentences. Man will one day realize that this whole drama takes place in his consciousness, that his unconditioned consciousness, or I am, is the Virgin Mary, desiring to express that through this law of his self-expression, he defines himself as that which he desires to express, and that without the help or cooperation of anyone, he will express that which he has consciously claimed and defined himself as being. That which he consciously claimed and defined himself as being. He will then understand why Christmas is fixed on December 25th, while Easter is a movable date. Why upon the virgin conception the whole of Christendom rests, that his consciousness is the virgin womb, or bride of the Lord, receiving impressions as self-impregnations, and then without assistance embodying these impressions as the expressions of his life. Well, the expressions of his life. These are all available expressions of your life. In my Father's house are many mansions. You can express any of these. Last sentence is so powerful, we're going to repeat it. Ooh, boy. He will then understand why Christmas is fixed on December 25th, while Easter is a movable date, why upon the virgin conception the whole of Christendom rests, that his consciousness is the virgin womb, or bride of the Lord, receiving impressions, I am that, as self-impregnations. This is yourself concept. This is yourself that you're from. You're giving conception to this new self. You're subjectifying what you want to be, and then you're objectifying it. This impregnation is within. Why upon the virgin conception the whole of Christendom rests, that his consciousness is the virgin womb, or bride of the Lord, receiving impressions as the self-impregnations, and then without assistance embodying these impressions as the expressions of his life. Embodying these impressions that you have here and turning them into expressions. Ooh, Merry Christmas. Boy, does that take a new definition or a new take on Christmas entirely. Repeating Matthew 1:23, behold, a virgin shall be with child and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. Does that not, behold, a virgin shall be with child, a virgin, a concept of self which hasn't been expressed yet, is an impression in a self that hasn't given birth before. This impression then becomes an expression, which is the birth of the concept within self. The conceiver and the conception are one. The conceiver is greater than its conception. You're giving birth to a concept, and then that conceiver helps you, basically, give reality to it. Wow. A virgin shall be with child. The child is here. I want to be married, happy. I want to have a wonderful, loving relationship. That's the birth. That's the bringing forth a son. The son is the reality. A virgin shall be with child and shall bring forth a son. A virgin shall be with child, the concept, and they call his name Emmanuel, which interpreted as God with us. God with us. Oh man, I hope you enjoyed that chapter. I did. I'm dumbfounded. It's very, very good. I don't know which part you like the most, but there is some very good stuff in here. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to check into these astrological dates, but I believe they're all right on. Neville was really well read, well studied. And I believe he actually spent 7 hours a day with only 2 books, the Bible. I think he usually held with him the New Standard Revised Edition, I believe it's called, and also William Blake, Jerusalem. I believe this is Neville's 2 books he took with him wherever he went. And he, like us today, if you go to the internet and you do your research, at that time what Neville did was he researched only those 2 books, and that's how he was able to glean so much wonderful information. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. Your faith is your fortune. Christmas, chapter 11. See you in the next video. All right, Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune. Chapter 12, Crucifixion and Resurrection. It's going to get good. This book just keeps getting better and better. Okay, first quote. I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. John 11:25. Whoa, let's break that one down. Okay. Here we go. I am all that is. God. I am the resurrection and the life. Right here. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet he shall live. Yet shall he live. So these self-concepts are, this is the world, this is the world that Neville would call, the furnaces on one level, but it's also the world that where Jesus is crucified is upon us. We are the cross. We are bearing the cross in our realities, our self-concepts. And remember, when we went back to the I am, the awareness of being, that's our source. This is what we are aware of as we're waking up in the morning. We're aware here first, then we load in the reminder of who we think we are in this role, in this self-concept. Here I am single, here I am married, here I am wealthy, here I am healthy. We remember and we load in after our awareness of being is awakening. We're already awake in our awareness of being. Once you stop reminding yourself of who you are, you're still going to be I am. There's no extinguishing I am. I am is. It's an always thing. And the funny thing here is, though he were dead, that would be you and me and everyone else. Because to the I am, this is a limited being. This is a limited concept. To the I am, it's all infinity. It's everything. All creation's done. Here, we're limited. So this phrase, though he were dead, yet shall he live. So in this self-concept, you're dead to this. So in your self-concept of limitation, you're dead to this one. When you wake up here, this one's dead to you. So though he were dead, all self-concepts, yet shall he live, because it's a continuous, I am the resurrection and the life. What a great looking chapter so far. The mystery of the crucifixion and the resurrection is so interwoven that to be fully understood, the two must be explained together, for one determines the other. This mystery is symbolized on earth in the rituals of Good Friday and Easter. You have observed that the anniversary of this cosmic event, announced every year by the Church, is not a fixed date, as are other anniversaries marking births and deaths, but that this day changes from year to year, falling anywhere from the 22nd day of March to the 25th day of April. The day of resurrection is determined in this manner. The first Sunday after the full moon in Aries is celebrated as Easter. Aries begins on the 21st day of March and ends approximately on the 19th day of April. The sun's entry into Aries marks the beginning of spring. Remembering, let me review something real quick. Looking at this astrologically, let's say that we have another. I was thinking about the sun. We went over Christmas in the last chapter, and we went over a little bit of this Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. I was taking a thought this morning on this subject, and I reminded myself, wait a minute, look at the astrological wheel. When you look at this, and we'll just put the cardinal points here. We're going to put Aries. We're going to put Cancer. What do we have here? We have Libra, right? And I believe we have, am I doing that correct? It's been so long. I think that I just drew Scorpio in place of Capricorn. I forget the Capricorn glyph, but let's just call this Capricorn. It's been so long. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I remember it. It's like something like this. Wait, isn't that right? Or is that the planet Saturn? I'm gonna quit. I haven't gone over that material in so long. So the 4 cardinal points. I'm trying to impress you with the glyphs, but hey, one is missing. Okay, so when the sun is at the most southern latitude, the sun happens to be in Capricorn, Tropic of Capricorn. That's the farthest away. The opposite of Capricorn is the Tropic of Cancer. So when the sun is in its height of summer, or when summer begins, I should say, that's where the sun is closest to us. When the sun passes the equator in spring, that's when we are reminded of the resurrection. And he's probably going to go over that in this chapter, but I wanted to review from the last chapter. And as the sun's traveling northbound, it's crossing the equator, and it's crossing in, and that's when spring begins. And then when it hits the height, its highest point, this is summer. Then when it's traveling back to the south, southerly, it crosses the equator again, and this is going to be autumn. Okay? So that was a little bit of a review on what goes on here with that sun's travel, and it has a lot to do with what he went over in the last chapter of Christmas, but it was a reminder. Of course, when it's Capricorn, which is Christmas, because that's when Capricorn starts, right? The 12/21. That's the farthest away the sun is. So we're experiencing that right now, as a matter of fact. And the closest, or the height of summer, when the sun travels, is the opposite. This is the Tropic of Cancer, all right? Whew, a little bit of astrology remembrance. Oh boy, almost a full remembrance. A little bit got left out. I'm not ashamed to admit. Don't use that too much anymore. The day of resurrection is determined in this manner. The first Sunday after the full moon in Aries is celebrated as Easter. Aries begins on the 21st day of March and ends approximately on the 19th day of April. The sun's entry into Aries marks the beginning of spring. Again, as the sun's moving from this first entry into Aries marks the beginning of spring. The moon in its monthly transit around the earth will form sometime between March 21st and April 25th, an opposition to the sun, which opposition is called a full moon. The first Sunday after this phenomena of the heavens occurs is celebrated as Easter. The Friday preceding this day is observed as Good Friday. So we're talking about the moon's placement when the moon is full that dictates this Easter and Good Friday. This movable date shall tell the observant one to look for some interpretation other than the one commonly accepted. These days do not mark the anniversaries of the death and resurrection of an individual who lived on earth. Seen from the earth, the sun in its northern passage appears at the spring season of the year to cross the imaginary line man calls the equator, which is what I reviewed. The sun's going in its northerly, it's southerly here, it's going into its northerly passage. This is the equator, it crosses the equator. Seen from the earth, the sun in its northerly passage appears at the spring season of the year to cross the imaginary line man calls the equator. So it is said by the mystic to be crossified or crucified, that man might live. It is significant that soon after this event takes place, all nature begins to arise or resurrect itself from its long winter's sleep. Therefore, it may be concluded that this disturbance of nature at this season of the year is due directly to this crossing, Thus, it is believed that the Son must shed its blood on the Passover. The Passover, the crucified, crosses the equator as this Passover happens. If these days marked the death and resurrection of a man, they would be fixed so that they would fall on the same date every year as all other historical events are fixed. But obviously, this is not the case. These dates were not intended to mark the anniversaries of the death and resurrection of Jesus the man. The scriptures are psychological dramas and will reveal their meaning only as they are interpreted psychologically. These dates are adjusted to coincide with the cosmic change which occurs at this time of year, marking the death of the old year and the beginning or resurrecting of the new year or spring. That's very funny because we would celebrate in the beginning of September every year. I'm from Santa Fe, and we would go and return there every year for the fiestas. And they would have what's called the burning of the Zosobra, Z-O-Z-O-B-R-A, the Zosobra. And that would, as I was a kid, I was like, why are they doing this? And they would say because it would relinquish all the old evils or sins of the past year and open up a new year, a new beginning. And it was funny when what time of year was that done? But that was done in autumn. So it was 9/10 basically, that we would, the beginning of April, the first weekend of April, I believe, I'm sorry, September, the first weekend of September is when this would happen. And that would be this season instead of this season, which is very interesting because that would mean the sun was in its southerly passage when the celebration would happen. It was an old, over 100 years old at least, ritual. And that is what they would celebrate. That it's describing exactly what this is, but it's on a different passage. Back to the spring. These dates are adjusted to coincide with the cosmic change which occurs at this time of year, marking the death of the old year and the beginning or resurrecting of the new year or spring. These dates do symbolize the death and resurrection of the Lord. But this Lord is not a man. It is your awareness of being. Your awareness of being. It is recorded that he gave his life, both capitalized, that you might live. I am come that you might have life and that you might have it more abundantly. I am come that you might have life and that you might have it more abundantly. The thing we've been talking about continuously. I am more abundant. I am with limitation, more abundance. Okay, this is what we're trying to do. Consciousness slays itself by detaching itself from that which it is. Consciousness slays itself by detaching itself from that which it is conscious of being so that it may live to that which it desires to be, what we've been repeating over and over. Consciousness slays itself here with limitation. I'm not married. I am single. I want to be married. I have the desire to be married. It slays itself by detaching itself. We talked about detachment before. From that which it is conscious of being. It's no longer conscious of being here. It's now conscious of I am that. So that it might live to that which it desires to be, happily married. Okay? Spring is the time of year when the millions of seeds which all winter lay buried in the ground suddenly spring into visibility, that man might live. And because the mystical drama of the crucifixion and resurrection is in the nature of this yearly change, it is celebrated at this spring season of the year. But actually, it is taking place every moment of time. Now, I love it. Neville's going into the time awareness. I love it. Let me repeat that sentence. It's such a long sentence. It is celebrated at this spring season of the year, but actually it is taking place every moment of time. Remember, this is one moment. The I am and you and your self-concepts is happening in one moment. So every moment of time, this is taking place. This resurrection is taking place. The being who is crucified is your awareness of being. The being who is crucified is your awareness of being. This is crucified to become this. The cross is your conception of yourself. The resurrection is the lifting into visibility of this conception of yourself. This is the cross, the resurrection of yourself into your new abundance. Far from being a day of mourning, Good Friday should be a day of rejoicing. For there can be no resurrection or expression unless there is first a crucifixion or impression. Remember the impression. I am that. This is the impression you're making here as you fall asleep in your sats. I am wealthy. I am healthy. I'm happily married. That's your impression. You're subjectifying that because you do it as you fall asleep. The thing to be resurrected in your case is that which you desire to be. To do this, you must feel yourself to be the thing desired. Again, feel it real. Feel yourself to be the thing desired. You must feel, I am the resurrection and the life of the desire. I am the resurrection and the life of the desire. I am the resurrection and the life of the thing I desire. I am, which is your awareness of being, I am, is the power resurrecting and making alive that which in your awareness you desire to be. Boom, I am happily married. Two shall agree on touching anything, and I shall establish it on earth. No better sentence ever. Again, back to the imagining lovingly for another. Two shall agree on touching anything, and I shall establish it on earth. The two agreeing are you, in parentheses, your awareness, the consciousness desiring. The two agreeing are you and the thing desired. The two agreeing are you and the thing desired. So here you are, you have a desire, it's here, but the two agreeing are you, your awareness here, the consciousness desiring, which is here, and the thing desired. Those are your two witnesses. The two shall agree on touching anything, and I shall establish it on earth. When this agreement is attained, the crucifixion is completed. I am the resurrection and the life. It seems so simple, doesn't it? I am the resurrection and the life. So what is it I don't want to be anymore? What is it I do want to be? I want to resurrect into this. And it is the life. Why would you have the desire? That is God speaking to you. Your I am is waking you up for this resurrection. So you can give your life. He gave His life so that He gave His life is you giving your life to Him so that He may live. This giving of your life and detachment is so that you may live. This is all a story about you. This is the interpretation, the wonderful interpretation that Neville has brought to our awareness. I mean, we have to understand this. The way he breaks it down and the way we're interpreting it through this drawing is that we want to remind ourselves where the power is. The power is here, not out here. Okay? When this agreement is attained, the crucifixion is completed. Two have crossed or crossified each other. I am and that. Consciousness and that which you are conscious of being have joined and are one. I am now nailed or fixed in the belief that I am this fusion. Nailed or fixed. When you nail or fix your conviction that you are that, I am that. When I nail it and fix it, I am that. I am happily married. I am now nailed or fixed in the belief that I am this fusion. Jesus, or I am, is nailed upon the cross of that. That. The nail that binds you upon the cross is the nail of feeling. The only way The only way you're going to get here is through feeling. You must feel it. Your consciousness, your subjectification of feeling here, and while you go to sleep in your sats, is what brings it into being. It's the nail that binds you. It's upon the cross. It's the nail of feeling. The mystical union is now consummated, and the result will be the birth of a child or the resurrection of a son bearing witness of his father. Of his father, bearing witness of his father. I'm not married. I'm single. I'm not happy with that. I want to be this. I want to be happily married. There is a resurrection of that concept. That self-concept and its limitation, desires from here, there's where the desire comes from him. You resurrect into this. You become. The mystical union is now consummated, and the result will be the birth of a child or the resurrection of a son bearing witness of his father. Resurrection of the son. Consciousness is united to that which it is conscious of being. Over and over, consciousness united. The world of expression is the child confirming this union. The world of expression, this is an expression, these are all expressions. The world of expression is the child confirming this union. The reality coming into being is confirming this union. The day you cease to be conscious of being that which you are now conscious of being, that day your child or expression shall die and return to the bosom of his father, the faceless, formless awareness. The day you cease to be conscious of being that which you are now conscious of being, if you're now conscious of being the single, unhappy, not married, I want to be single, I want to be married, the day you cease to be conscious of being that which you are now conscious of being, which is this, that day your child or expression shall die and return to the bosom of his father, here, the faceless, formless awareness. You give this life to your father. And then of course, you go here. All expressions are the results of such mystical unions. So the priests are correct when they say that true marriages are made in heaven and can only be dissolved in heaven. But let me clarify this statement by telling you that heaven is not a locality. It is a state of consciousness. The kingdom of heaven is within you. In heaven, consciousness, God is touched by that which he is aware of being. Who touched me? For I perceive virtue has gone out of me. The moment this touching, which is feeling, takes place, there is an offspring or going out of me into visibility taking place. The moment this touching takes place, there is an offspring or going out of me into visibility taking place, into reality. The day man feels, I am free, I am wealthy, I am strong, God, I am, is touched or crucified by these qualities or virtues. The day man feels, I am free, I am wealthy, I am strong, God is touched or crucified by these qualities or virtues. The results of such touching or crucifying will be seen in the birth or resurrection of the qualities felt. Boom. For man must have visible confirmation of all that he is conscious of being. Visible confirmation is it happens in your reality. Bridge of incidents open up. You're like a magnet for this. You can't escape it anymore. I am happily married. This resurrects into this. Now you meet someone and it's so magical. All of a sudden you're like, how did I not see you before? Because you changed your consciousness finally. Your awareness of being, and you resurrected here. And it's all brand new. You might as well consider it brand new. You might say, oh, I thought I knew you already, but I didn't really know you. You're already a friend of mine, but I didn't realize you were that close of a friend. I didn't realize I had it for you. You didn't. Forget about the past. It's now. Now when this resurrection happens. It's now. This is no longer of concern. Forget about it. Focus on this new now. The results of such touching or crucifying will be seen in the birth of resurrection or resurrection of the qualities felt, for man must have visible confirmation of all that he is conscious of being. Now you will know why man or manifestation is always made in the image of God. Your awareness images and outpictures all that you are aware of being. Your awareness outpictures all that you are aware of being. I am happily married. I am happily married. I am strong. I am wealthy. I am infinite. I am free. I am the Lord, and beside me there is no God. I am the Lord, and beside me there is no God. Besides me, plural, besides. I am the Lord, and besides me there is no God. I am the resurrection and the life. You shall become fixed in the belief that you are that which you desire to be. Fixed, nailed. Before you have any visible proof that you are, you will, from the deep conviction which you have felt fixed within you, know that you are. And so without waiting for the confirmation of your senses, you will cry, "It is finished. It is done." Before you have any visible proof that you are, you will, from the deep conviction which you have felt fixed within you, know that you are. And so without waiting for the confirmation of your senses, you will cry, "It is finished." Then, with a faith born of the knowledge of this changeless law, you will be as one dead and entombed. You will be still and unmoved in your conviction and confident that you will resurrect the qualities that you have fixed and are feeling within you. Wow. Oh my goodness. What a great chapter. It just redefines that whole phrase, crucifixion and resurrection now, doesn't it? Man. I love this part right here. It is finished. We're already doing this. We're already doing it all the time. Okay, let me give you an example here. I came to me when I was reading this piece. So without waiting for the confirmation of your senses, you will cry, "It is finished." Then with a faith born of the knowledge of this changeless law, you will be as one dead and entombed. You will still be unmoved in your conviction and confident that you will resurrect the qualities that you have fixed and are feeling within you. All of this right here is a simple act of ordering a pizza. When you get the hankering for a pizza, and you're like, "Oh, the pizza. Oh, what do I want on top of the pizza? Let me get the pizza with those toppings." You are here without such quality, but then you have the desire. And then you give birth. You make a phone call for that delivery, or you use your app or whatever. You order the pizza. You are here now. You're not anymore here. The desire was so strong, it compelled you in your action to do and complete the thing. After you place the order, you do not sweat it anymore. You don't even think about it. It is such a signed, sealed, delivered thing. Now you're in what's called the Sabbath, and he's going to cover this later, but now you're in the Sabbath. You know it is done, or it is finished. It's complete. You know that within time, it's going to arrive. Just like a pregnancy. Just like the pregnancy of a horse, the pregnancy of a sheep, the pregnancy of a bird, the pregnancy of man. They all have their own interval. And you know, back in the 80s with 30 minutes guaranteed, right? You place the call. A good pizza takes 45 minutes. But you place the call, or you did your app or whatever you did, and you know that it's coming. It's done. You don't even think about it until that one hot, steamy moment when it arrives at your door and you bust it open and that thing is still hot and steamy from the oven. You are in your moment of relief. Now, I know Neville's going to cover this later, but I'll throw a little commercial in here for it. That moment of relief, after even you went into the Sabbath knowing it's finished, it's done, I made the call. After that moment, when you get the pizza, you realize now you're relieved because you're about to engorge. Who can eat one piece of pizza? You're about to enjoy that manifestation because it came from a desire. Now it's a reality right in front of you, but this moment The moment you open that box, that's relief. I'm not talking about after eating it, but even just a moment. It could be after also, but the important word here is relief. You feel relieved. When you're going into your sats, that's what you want to focus on. Now, coming from a certain situation, if you don't have the resource for the pizza and you're trying to manifest the pizza and you want to challenge your reality and someone's going to bring you a pizza without you getting involved with the ordering, you would simply go to the end. And going to the end means that moment of relief. That moment where you are done with the piece of pizza and you're going back for a second piece. You're already, that visualization in your sats or in your moment of meditation that you're now putting your plate away or putting your plate in the sink, let's say, is already presupposing that you already had the pizza and the pizza already showed up. Now, it's not important to learn, or I'm sorry, it's not important to get involved with the how the pizza is going to be ordered or who's going to order the pizza. It's important only in sats, for instance, to be concerned with the end. In this example of the pizza, to me, it would be putting the plate in the sink that I've already had a couple slices of pizza and I'm very relieved and happy over the matter. This sats trick is going to the end and seeing past it slightly. You're coming into your house from the airport, having been on the honeymoon, you're already married. Just being in the house and hugging and saying, oh, this feels so good to be home, hugging your new partner, that presupposes everything before it. Putting your plate in the sink presupposes everything before it. So going to the end, you're also going to the end of relief. The relief's a big, important word. It's one of the words that Neville says is probably the most important of all of this concept of a manifesting. It's getting to the point where you feel relieved. Okay, wow. What a great chapter. Crucifixion and resurrection. Does it get better than that? All right, we'll see you in the next video. All right, Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune. Chapter 13, we're almost halfway through the book. The impressions, the I''M, the impressions is the title of the chapter. And as we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. 1 Corinthians 15:49. Your consciousness, or your I am, is the unlimited potential upon which impressions are made. Impressions are defined states pressed upon your I am. Remembering, I am all that is, God, your self-concept. Your impressions here as you're going into your sleep are what you're impressing upon your I am. And this is what is going to resurrect and become alive into your new self. Your impressions upon your I am. Your consciousness or your I am can be likened to a sensitive film. In the virgin state, it is potentially unlimited. You can impress or record a message of love or a hymn of hate, a wonderful symphony or discordant jazz. It does not matter what the nature of the impressions might be. Your I am will, without a murmur, willingly receive and sustain all impressions. It doesn't matter what you impress upon your I am. Your consciousness is the one referred to in Isaiah 53:3-7. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we did as it were our faces from, and we hid as it were our faces from him. He was despised and we esteemed him not. Surely he hath borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. All we, like sheep, have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he openeth not his mouth. Your unconditioned consciousness is impersonal. It is no respecter of persons. Without thought or effort, it automatically expresses every impression that is registered upon it. It does not object to any impression that is placed upon it, for although it is capable of receiving and expressing any and all defined states, it remains forever an immaculate and an unlimited potential. Your I am is the foundation upon which the defined state or conception of yourself rests, but it is not defined by, nor it is dependent on, such defined states for its being. Your I am neither expands nor contracts. Nothing alters or adds to it. Before any defined state was, it is. When all states cease to be, it is. When all states cease to be, it is. All defined states or conceptions of yourself are but ephemeral expressions of your eternal being. To be impressed is to be I'm pressed. I am pressed. First person, present tense. To be impressed is to be I'm pressed. All expressions are the result of impressions. All expressions are the results of impressions. Only as you claim yourself to be that which you desire to be will you express such desires. I am that. I am happily married. I'm not happily married here. I'm single and I don't like it. I want to be married. I am married. I am impressing this self. I am impressing with this expression. Even though this expression is not happening here, I'm still impressing this self with it. Only as you claim yourself to be that which you desire to be will you express such desires. Let all desires become impressions of qualities that are, not of qualities that will be. Qualities of that, let all desires become impressions of qualities that are, not of qualities that will be. I'm your awareness. I am. I'm is God, and God is the fullness of all. The eternal now I am. Take no thought of tomorrow. Tomorrow's impressions are determined by today's impressions. Now is the accepted time. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Now is the accepted time. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Jesus said, Jesus representing salvation, I am with you always. Your awareness is the Savior that is with you always. But if you deny him, he will deny you also. If you don't become awareness of being, aware of your awareness of being, if you deny it, you can try as you may and try as you might, but it's not going to change the fact that it exists. It's when you take conscious control of this understanding that we're describing here, this use of the law, that you will see the transformation happen consciously, not unconsciously, but by your effort consciously. Repeating this, I am with you always. Now is the accepted time. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Jesus said, I am with you always. I and my Father are one, but he is greater than I. Your awareness is the Savior that is with you always, but if you deny him, he will deny you also. You deny him by claiming that he will appear, as millions today are claiming that salvation is to come. This is the equivalent of saying, we are not saved. He's coming, he's coming. That is admitting that you are not aware of being, that you are not aware of how this law works at all. You must stop looking for your Savior to appear and begin claiming that you are already saved. And the signs of your claims will follow. When the widow was asked what she had in her house, there was recognition of substance. Her claim was a few drops of oil. A few drops will become a gusher if properly claimed. Your awareness magnifies all consciousness. To claim that I shall have oil is to confess that I have empty measures, because it's saying I will. It's also, this represents, oil represents joy. To claim that I shall have oil is to confess that I have empty measures. Such impressions of lack produce lack. I will be happily married. No. That, in fact, stakes the claim that I am not happily married. I will be in a happy relationship. No. That, I'm saying no, but I'm not trying to correct. I'm trying to remind that kind of impression is going to instill more of the same. It's, I will is saying I do not. I will be married, I am not married is what that equals. So you want to claim I am married. I am that. God, your awareness, is no respecter of persons. It doesn't matter what your impression is. Your awareness is no respecter of persons. It doesn't see one as higher and one as lower. It gives what you give it. You give it the impression of lack, it gives you more of that. To he that hath, it is given. You have an impression of lack and poverty, he that has, it is given. And since you don't have the impression of happily married and in a loving relationship, that is taken away from you here because you don't have that faith here. It's given to those who have it. So this is why you want to instill that from within. Purely impersonal God, this awareness of all existence, receives impressions, qualities, and attributes defining consciousness, namely your impressions. Your every desire should be determined by need. Needs, whether seeming or real, will automatically be fulfilled when they are welcomed with sufficiently intensity of purpose as defined desires. Let me repeat that. Needs, whether seeming or real, will automatically be fulfilled when they are welcomed with sufficient intensity of purpose as defined desires. Knowing that your awareness is God, you should look upon each desire as the spoken word of God, telling you that which is. And somewhere else I was reading that desire is the voice of God. When you have a desire for anything, that pizza or anything else, there could be a million examples. Any desire is coming to you from your awareness of being. It wouldn't be there if it wasn't coming from here. It wouldn't even exist if it wasn't coming from your awareness of being. All that is, God, I am. That's where desire stems from. With your impressions equaling your expression, only the desires that are befitting of that exist. So if you're over here and let's just for the fun of it use an example of being a criminal, for instance. The desires of the criminal are how to get more of the same because of the belief in lack, and they feel like they have to rob a store or a bank or what have you. I'm just using a facetious example here. A criminal-minded individual with all those impressions of lack that I have to go take it from another are going to receive desires to do so because that is befitting of that expression. That expression is happening because of the impressions. But this is no respecter of persons. Your I am, God, all that is no respecter and is not trying to correct you. It's only trying to give you that which you give it. To him that hath. Knowing that your awareness is God, you should look upon each desire as the spoken word of God telling you that which is. Cease ye from man whose breath is in his nostrils, for wherein is he to be accounted of? We are ever that which is defined by our awareness. We are ever that which is defined by our awareness. Never claim, I shall be that. Never claim, I shall be that. Let all claims from now on be, I am that I am. Never claim, I shall be that. Single, unmarried, unhappy, I shall be married, happy. No, never claim that. Only claim, from now on, be, if you're here and you want to be here, I am that I am. Only claim that. Before we ask, we are answered. The solution of any problem associated with desire is obvious. Every problem automatically produces the desire of the solution. What an amazing sentence. Every problem produces automatically the desire of solution. The problem of the criminal of having no finances or funds has a desire to go rob a store or a bank or what have you, or a person. Every problem automatically produces the desire of the solution. The problem of being single automatically produces the desire of solution. I am that I am married and happy. The desire. Man is schooled in the belief that his desires are things against which he must struggle. Sometimes the things we must overcome. Our education, for example. Man is schooled in the belief that his desires are things against which he must struggle. In his ignorance, he denies his Savior, who is constantly knocking at the door of consciousness to be let in. I am the door. Constantly knocking. The desire wouldn't be here in your single, unhappy, unrelationship status. The desire wouldn't be constantly showing up unless there was a reason. Because that is what you want. You can hide it from yourself. You can run from it. You can pretend. You can say, oh, I'd be single. Yeah, it's the better life for me, etc. The he-man woman haters, etc., etc., etc. You can hide from it. But that desire exists for a reason. It's coming from you, and that impression that you have to change is here in this expression of self, this self-concept. When you impress this, you will go through the resurrection and become the life of that desire. In his ignorance, he denies his Savior, who is constantly knocking at the door of consciousness to be let in. I am the door. Would not your desire, if realized, save you from your problem? Wouldn't the desire, if realized, save the criminal from his problem? He has no money, needs to buy some more drugs. I don't know. I'm just making a fun example here. And he needs to go rob somebody or something. That desire exists because that seems to be the solution to the problem. Would the desire exist in the single, unmarried person who's not happy with that reality? Would that desire exist if it wasn't the Savior of the problem? The Savior of the person? The I am? Would not your desire, if realized, save you from your problem? To let your Savior in is the easiest thing in the world. Things must be to be let in. You are conscious of a desire. The desire is something you are aware of now. Your desire, though invisible, must be affirmed by you to be something that is real. God calleth those things which be not, are not seen, as though they were. God calleth those things which be not, as though they were. Again, I am that. Claiming I am the thing desired, I let the Savior in. Just that claim. It doesn't take more than that. You're here, you're unhappy, you're not in a relationship, you're not married, you're not anything, but you want to be. Just the claim of it. Just the claiming, I am the thing desired, I let the Savior in. That is the beginning. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come into him and will sup with him, and he with me. Every desire is the Savior's knock at the door. Every desire is the Savior's knock at the door. This knock every man hears. Man opens the door when he claims, I am he. See to it that you let your Savior in. Let the thing desired press itself upon you until you are, I'm pressed with nowness of your Savior. Then you utter the cry of victory, it is finished. Boy, oh boy. Man, oh man. Another amazing chapter. How does Neville just keep unpacking such wonderful ideas? Impressions. And as we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. 1 Corinthians 15:49. Oh my gosh, there's some good stuff in this chapter. We are going to see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, chapter 14, circumcision. In whom also ye are circumcised with the circumcision made without hands, in putting off the body of the sins of the flesh by circumcision of Christ. Colossians 2:11. It's going to get good. This also reminds me, and I'm sure he's going to mention it here, maybe he isn't, but there is what's called the 7 eyes of God, and there is an 8th eye, and that 8th eye is this same subject. When you find that lecture, it's a wonderful lecture, but we'll stick to this one for now. Circumcision is the operation which removes the veil that hides the head of creation. The physical act has nothing to do with the spiritual act. The whole world could be physically circumcised and yet remain unclean and blind leaders of the blind. The spiritually circumcised have had the veil of darkness removed and know themselves to be Christ, the light of the world. Simple little drawing will show us that again and again and again. I am all that is, God right here. When you realize that I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater than I, this is the subject he's talking about. When you realize this, and you realize your self-concepts are but just reflections of what you impress upon your consciousness, and then you re-express into a different expression, thus resurrecting into your new self, this is a realization of that you are Him. When you realize this law, you realize you are Him. That's what he's talking about right here. The spiritually circumcised have had the veil of darkness removed and know themselves to be Christ, the light of the world. You are the light. Let me now perform the spiritual operation on you, the reader. This act is performed on the 8th day after your birth. Not because this day has any special significance or in any way differs from the other days, but it is performed on this 8th day because 8 is the figure which has neither beginning nor end. 8th is similar to the lemniscate, as it's called, has neither beginning or end. It just keeps going and going. There is no beginning and there is no end. Furthermore, the ancients symbolized the 8th numeral or letter as an enclosure or veil within and behind which lay buried the mystery of creation. Thus, the secret of the operation on the 8th day is in keeping with the nature of the act, which act is to reveal the eternal head of creation. That changeless something in which all things begin and end, and yet which remains its eternal self when all things cease to be. This mysterious something is your awareness of being. This mysterious something is your awareness of being. When you become awake of your awareness of being, and you realize that your impressions upon your subconscious, upon your subjective, are creating objective, when you realize how this works, you are aware, you have become aware of your awareness of being. This mysterious something is your awareness of being. At this moment, you are aware of being, but you are also aware of being someone. As I said before, right when you're waking up, your awareness of being is first. Then you load in your self-concept. Right when you become aware, you become aware like in a light flash, in a very quick lightning flash of memory. Oh, I am this self-concept. I am this self-concept. I am this one. I am this one. It doesn't matter. Your awareness of being is first. Your I am is first. Then you convince yourself where you are in your self-concept. You convince your being. This someone is the veil that hides the being you really are. You are first conscious of being, then you are conscious of being man. First you're conscious of being, then you're conscious of being man, whichever self-concept you choose. After the veil of man is placed upon your faceless self, you become conscious of being a member of a certain race, nation, family, creed, etc. The veil is to be lifted in spiritual circumcision, is the veil of man. The veil to be lifted in spiritual circumcision is the veil of man. The spirit, let me read it. The veil to be lifted in spiritual circumcision is the veil of man. The veil here is what's lifted. The veil of your self-concept, because you become aware of this law. Just the awareness of it, you're lifting the veil. But before this can be done, you must cut away the adhesions of race, nation, family, and so on. I mentioned before, and if I believe I did, where at a certain point of studying Neville, I stopped my awareness of division. It just left me. And what I mean when I say that is I had a lack of division of each person. I all of a sudden considered us all a family. It just overwhelmed me. It was easy to see each individual. When I was out at a restaurant, when I'm out and when I'm in a grocery store line, anywhere I was, I could just see the innate power and magic in each person. It just started to blow my mind. It blows my mind now, believe me. But that's when that veil is lifted, is when you start to see that we are all brothers and sisters. You start to realize your power. In Christ, there is neither Greek nor Jew, bond nor free, male nor female. As I just mentioned, you must leave father, mother, brother, and follow me. You must leave father, mother, brother, and follow me. To accomplish this, you stop identifying yourself with those divisions by becoming indifferent to such claims. Such claims, where are they? Try putting on the news for 10 seconds. They would like to have a full color chart like you're picking paint for your house. They'd like to have a full color chart and claim that this person is this color and this person is this color and this person is this color whenever they describe a story or report a news incident. They just like to put you in division. Excuse me, you're not a victim. I realize that, and you realize that. But it is a sort of programming that likes to remind you of division. To accomplish this, you stop identifying yourself with these divisions by becoming indifferent at such claims. You don't hear that anymore. You're aware of it, you realize what's being said, but you're revising instantly. We're going to get into that later too, and revision is so amazing. Indifference is the knife that severs. Feeling is the tie that binds. Indifference is the knife that severs. Feeling is the tie that binds. When you can look upon man as one grand, let's look at that. Back to the, I am not married, I am single, and I am married and happy. Indifference, if you used indifference and you broke up in a relationship, you used indifference, or they used indifference, and you experienced that here, that's an impression that became an expression. The feeling was gone. With Smothers Brothers, right? You've lost that loving feeling. Don't mean to sing on this, but there is that concept of indifference. But what binds is feeling. When you go to sleep here in this single world, in your single consciousness, and you wake up in this of being married and happy and in a relationship, you awaken that within this self that becomes this self. Feeling is the tie that binds. Indifference is the knife that severs. Feeling is the tie that binds. When you can look upon man as one grand brotherhood, without distinction of race or creed, then you will know that you have severed these adhesions. One of the main reasons we are going to read these books together is because of this main purpose right here. And in so doing, you'll realize the use of this law. And this law will be a celebration of your newfound freedom. Simply put. With these ties cut, all that now separates you from your true being is your belief that you are man. With these ties cut, division, all that now separates you from your true being is your belief that you are man. You believe the self-concept. That's the only thing that separates you is your thinking of your self-concept. To remove this last veil, you dropped your conception of yourself as man by knowing yourself just to be. I was just going to mention it, and I can see in the next sentence what's coming, but remember, it's back to the I am. It's back to the breathing. I am floating, slowing down. I am. Instead of the consciousness of I am man, let there be just I am. Faceless, formless, and without figure. You are spiritually circumcised when the consciousness of man is dropped and your unconditioned awareness of being is revealed to you as the everlasting head of creation. A formless, faceless, all-knowing presence. Then, unveiled and awake, you will declare and know that I am is God. And beside me, this awareness, there is no God. I am all that is God. I am is God. The I am of you. That when you wake up, before you say I am your name, or I am hungry, or I am anything, first is I am. I am. This mystery is told symbolically in the Bible story of Jesus washing the feet of his disciples. It is recorded that Jesus laid aside his garments and took a towel and girded himself. Then, after washing his disciples' feet, he wiped them with the towel wherewith he was girded. Peter protested the washing of his feet and was told that unless his feet were washed, he would have no part of Jesus. Peter, on hearing this, replied, Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head. Jesus answered and said, He that is washed needeth not save to wash his feet, but is clean every whit. Common sense would tell the reader that a man is not clean all over just because his feet are washed. Therefore, he should either discard this story as fantastic or else look for its hidden meaning. Every story of the Bible is a psychological drama taking place in the consciousness of man. And this one is no exception. This washing of the disciples' feet is the mystical story of spiritual circumcision or the revealing of the secrets of the Lord. Jesus is called the Lord. You are told that the Lord's name is I am. Jesus. I am the Lord, that is my name. Isaiah 42:8. The story states that Jesus was naked, saved for a towel which covered his loins or secrets. Jesus or Lord symbolizes your awareness of being whose secrets are hidden by the towel, which is the consciousness of man. This is the consciousness of man. These are the secrets hiding. Jesus or Lord symbolizes your awareness of being whose secrets are hidden by the towel, consciousness of man. Your consciousness, your expression is veiling the secret of that you are I am. The foot symbolizes the understanding which must be washed of all human beliefs or conceptions by itself by the Lord. Of itself by the Lord. Let me repeat that. The foot symbolizes the understanding. The foot symbolizes the understanding which must be washed of all human beliefs or conceptions of itself by the Lord. The Lord. As the towel is removed to dry the feet, the secrets of the Lord are revealed. In short, the removing of the belief that you are man reveals your awareness as the head of creation. Man is the foreskin hiding the head of creation. I am the Lord, hidden by the veil of man. I am the Lord, hidden by the veil of man. Realizing this is the circumcision. It's when you realize the secret I am. Oh my goodness, it just gets better and better. Chapter 14, we're officially, I think, past the halfway point. Unbelievable. What a great, very short chapter, but very amazing and intense. This is a big step. This is a huge step. And as I stated earlier, about a year in or 6 months, I forget what it was, 9 months maybe, I think it was maybe 9 months to a year, I just had this overwhelming feeling of lack of division anymore. The division seemed to have left me. It was like all prejudice against anything disappeared. And I really do think it has a lot to do with you. When you start to impress yourself and see the expression change, you're going to realize, and this is all about how we consciously use this tool. We consciously use the law. All right, that was chapter 14, Your Faith is Your Fortune. We're going to see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, Interval of Time, chapter 15. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. John 14, 1 through 3. Oh, I loved it. I love we're finally here. In my Father's house. This is my Father's house. This is my Father. I am God. Your awareness of being. In my Father's house are many mansions. Many self-concepts. All throughout my Father's house. Many mansions. All of them are self-concepts. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you, and if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. The me, capital M, capital E, the me in whom you must believe is your consciousness. The I am, it is God. It is also the Father's house, containing within itself all conceivable states of consciousness. Father's house, I am, all conceivable states of consciousness are within. Every conditioned state of consciousness is called a mansion. This conversation takes place within yourself. Listen to that statement. This conversation we're having right now is taking place within yourself. Your I am, the unconditioned consciousness, is the Christ Jesus speaking to the conditioned self, or John Smith consciousness. I am John. From a mystical point of view, is two beings, namely Christ and John. Now, listen to that. You can really never be alone. If you say, I am John, that is two, Christ and John. So I go to prepare a place for you, moving from your present state of consciousness into that state desired. I go to prepare a place for you into that state desired. I go to prepare a place for you from your present state of consciousness into that state of consciousness that is desired. I am single, not happy, unmarried. I want to be married. I want to be happy. I want to be in a relationship. I go to prepare a place for you. It is a promise by your Christ or awareness of being to your present conception of yourself that you will leave your present consciousness and appropriate another. Listen to the words here. It is a promise, because when you say and you claim and you shall decree, I am happily married, you become involved with a promise just by stating that it will become. When you state it, you're basically tying yourself to a contract, and it will become. There's no reason to doubt. Remember, doubt equals evil. That is where evil dwells, is in doubt. When you doubt, that is the opposite of everything we're talking about. Doubt is the biggest thing to get rid of. It's not the easiest, but it's the biggest thing because it is the opposite of all of this conviction attitude, all of the staking the claim. Doubt is the opposite. And we can't go without giving it some time to understand what it really is. It is a habit. It can be a habit. It can be something learned. It can also be programming. It can be a lot of sources that help support that. But you must realize sooner or later that doubt is what you want to get rid of. Like a little child, like children, they don't seem to have a doubt when they go out to play. Or you ever see them get near a swimming pool, they just jump in. There's no doubt anything. There is no doubt at all. There is just play. There's just go. That's how we must be. We seem to have forgotten this attitude or this fun nature. But doubt is the opposite of conviction. Doubt is the opposite of staking your claim. I am that I am. Doubt has no room here. Doubt should be out here, away from you. Nothing is accomplished with doubt. So doubt has to go. We'll give some more time to it as we come across these concepts of sneaking it in, but we have to give it some attention because it really can be the deflator of all of your wishes, your hopes. Doubt is the worst. It can be a habit too. And a habit can be like a law, and you want to just cut it out. It is a promise by your Christ or awareness of being to your present conception of yourself that you will leave your present consciousness and appropriate another. I am happily married. Man is such a slave to time that if after he has appropriated a state of consciousness, which is not now seen by the world and it, the appropriated state, does not immediately embody itself. Let me repeat the sentence, try and clean it up here. It's a very long sentence, so I didn't even read it right. Let me go again. Man is such a slave to time that if after he has appropriated a state of consciousness which is not now seen by the world and it, the appropriated state does not immediately embody itself. He loses faith in his unseen claim. Forthwith, he drops it and returns to his former static state of being. As I mentioned with doubt, this is what's going on here. If you stake the claim, you're involved with the promise, and it is going to become, but if you see nothing here and you give up, so to say, then you fall back into this. You look back like Lot's wife, and you become preserved by like with salt on the meat, for instance, preserved and static. Because of this limitation of man, I have found it very helpful to employ a specified interval of time in making this journey into a prepared mansion. Wait but a little while. We have all categorized the different days of the week, months of the year, and seasons. By this I mean you and I have said time and again why today feels just like Sunday, or Monday, or Saturday. We have also said in the middle of summer why this feels and looks like the fall of the year. This is positive proof that you and I have definite feelings associated with these different days, months, and seasons of the year. Because of this association, we can at any time consciously dwell in that day or season which we have selected. Do not selfishly define this interval in days and hours because you are anxious to receive it, but simply remain in the conviction that it is done. Time, being purely relative, should be eliminated entirely, and your desire will be fulfilled. Time, it's a very difficult subject, but it's very simple. And if I can draw a quick example, and this is going to be a very short commercial for an upcoming video. But time, you have your now, you have the supposed concept of future, and you have your supposed concept of past. Nothing exists in these two bubbles. Let's just call them bubbles for fun. Unless it happens here. So in here, let's say this is you. I'm going to give you my artistic self. Let's say this is you, and the attitude you have right now is one of pure happiness. So when you think of your potential future, you put that attitude right in there. When you think of your past, all you can think of is wonderful, happy times. because right now, in your now, you are this. In your present, if you were to take it another direction and not be this, but let's say you were in your present moment, all of a sudden you were broken up and you were not having fun relationships and you were feeling down. I'm not having fun. I'm single. I'm broken up. We just broke up. This isn't great. I don't know how I'm going to get through this. Remember, first, you're going to be still and know that I am God. You're going to slow yourself down. You're going to breathe. You're going to meditate. But understand about the concept of time, that in your present moment, if you are feeling in the dumps, negative, sad, depressed, lonely, then you're making that same cast of an image to your future and to your past. Those don't exist except from where you are now. The only moment that matters is your now. Your now is where the moment of creation is actually happening. It's not happening in the future. It's not when I get my degree, I will then, or when I get the right relationship, I will then be happy. No. Or I'm not having fun here because in the past this happened. And this is a big one. This is a big one. Who of us has not been challenged at this one time or another? I mean, come on. Or have had both these thoughts. But the new awareness is, what we're trying to awaken here, is the idea that your now creates that past and that future. And we don't want these kind of nows. We want this kind of now. It sounds simple, and there is a lot. There's a lot to unwrap when your emotions are heavily invested, especially when you're breaking up, or you're in it, or you're just past the breakup and you want to be back together, or you want to be in a new situation. You have to realize you're only in a now, and what are you doing in that now, and what are you dwelling on? Remembering that the only one that exists in reality is, this is the only one you can prove. The only one you can prove is the one you're actually in. Okay, so the one you can prove is literally the one you're actually in. And you fight against all odds as you may, or fight against the evidence in front of you, you must continue to have an optimistic spirit. It will get better. Be still and know that I am God. I am. Feel that floating feeling and start to see that end result where you are happily in that relationship. You're coming back into your house from your honeymoon, etc. Do not selfishly define this interval in days and hours because you are anxious to receive it, but simply remain in the conviction that it is done. Time, being purely relative, should be eliminated entirely, and your desire will be fulfilled. This ability to dwell at any point in time permits us to employ time in our travel into the desired mansion. Now I, consciousness in parentheses, now I go to a point in time and there prepare a place. If I go to such a point in time and prepare a place, I shall return to this point in time where I have left. And I shall pick up and take you with me into that place which I have prepared, that where I am, there ye may also be. I, consciousness, go to a point in time and there prepare a place. I, consciousness, go to a point in time. Time is this whole line is time. This whole line is time, and they exist in one moment. I go to a place in time. It doesn't matter where that. If you are claiming I am that, then consciousness goes to prepare a place. This becomes objectified. This is subjective. This is inside, this is external reality. Consciousness goes to prepare this place because you are setting the impression upon your current self-concept, and you are becoming the new self-concept. That's the preparing of the place. Consciousness is doing that. Let me give you an example of this travel. Suppose you had an intense desire. Like most men who are enslaved by time, you might feel that you could not possibly realize so large a desire on a limited interval. But admitting that all things are possible to God, believing God to be the me within you, or your consciousness of being, you can say, As John, I can do nothing, but since all things are possible to God, and God I know to be my consciousness of being, I can realize my desire in a little while. You're giving yourself permission. How my desire will be realized, I do not, as John, know, but by the very law of my being, I do know that it shall be. You've already been doing it so many times in your life already, and in consistently doing it now. You have to give yourself the credit for arriving, because you've arrived where you are now, specifically from another self-concept. If you were not in a relationship, you got in a relationship, and then you broke up and you want to be in another one, you got to this one at least from here. And you have to realize the credit where credit's due. You're doing it already all the time. Here you're not eating a pizza, here you're eating a pizza. It has to be playful and fun. It has to be playful and fun. What is it? To enter the kingdom of heaven, you must enter unto as a child. With this belief firmly established, decide what would be a relative rational interval of time in which such a desire could be realized. Again, let me remind you not to shorten the interval of time because you are anxious to receive your desire. Make it a natural interval. No one can give you the time interval. Nobody out here can give you the time interval. How soon will I be in a relationship again? Nobody outside of you can give you that time interval. Only you can say what the natural interval would be to you. The interval of time is relative. That is, no two individuals would give the same measurement of time for the realization of their desire. Time is ever conditioned by man's conception of himself. Confidence in yourself, as determined by conditioned consciousness, always shortens the interval of time. Ooh, what a sentence. Time is ever conditioned by man's conception of himself. Confidence in yourself, I am that. Confidence in yourself, as determined by conditioned consciousness, right there, always shortens the interval of time. With conviction, I am that. Boom. With conviction, shortens the interval of time. If you were accustomed to great accomplishments, you would give yourself a much shorter interval, accustomed, in which to accomplish your desire, that the man schooled in defeat. Now that's very, very true. Let's repeat that sentence. If you were accustomed to great accomplishments, you would give yourself a much greater, my mind was on the subject of, it flashed a memory of sports figures, someone like Michael Jordan doing these long jump shots where he jumped and slam dunked the ball. And someone who's in the practice of doing that amazing thing he did on the court with seeming literal, almost totally easy, what he did in his professional career as a basketball player. Unbelievable. That short interval of thought for him is like, oh, I'm going to slam dunk that. It isn't, how long is it going to take me to warm up and then maybe I can jump from this line or this line. No, this guy would jump from very, very far away, and I don't know exactly how far, but that just flashed in my memory because of how simple he made it look. And to that confident self he displayed, how much time do you think it would take for him to believe he could slam again from such a distance as he did so naturally? If you were accustomed to great accomplishments, you would give yourself a much shorter interval in which to accomplish your desire than the man schooled in defeat. We all are good. We all are pure. We all are consciousness. We all are accustomed to great accomplishments because simply we all are already doing it. We're already wonderful at these great accomplishments called our reality. It doesn't matter if you're not having the pizza and you want one. It doesn't matter if you're the robber, the crook, rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. It doesn't matter where you are. You already are creating. You're already accustomed to great accomplishments because you are here. Credit where credit is due. You are already doing this. So I would say you already are accustomed to great accomplishments. If today were Wednesday and you decided that it would be quite possible for your desire to embody a new realization of yourself by Sunday, then Sunday becomes the point in time that you would visit. You would visit it now. Because knowing on Wednesday, Sundays, it's going to be done, then you would visit Sunday on your Wednesday. To make this visit, you shut out Wednesday and let in Sunday. You shut it out. Now you are on Sunday. This is accomplished by simply feeling that it is Sunday. Begin to hear the church bells. Begin to feel the quietness of the day and all that Sunday means to you. Actually feel that it is Sunday. When this is accomplished, feel the joy of having received that which on Wednesday was but a desire. Feel the complete thrill of having received it. Yes, it's already Sunday. It's Sunday. And then return to Wednesday, the point in time you left behind you. In doing this, you created a vacuum in consciousness by moving from Wednesday to Sunday. I don't think I've ever heard him say that one before, a vacuum in consciousness. But I have another picture I'll put up in a minute if we go down that road. Nature, abhorring vacuums, rushes in to fill it, thereby fashioning a mold in the likeness of that which you potentially create, namely the joy of having realized your defined desire. Nature, abhorring vacuum, rushes in to fill it, thereby fashioning a mold in the likeness of that which you potentially create, namely the joy of having realized your defined desire. Nature abhorring a vacuum means you went to Sunday here, you became here Sunday. Nature doesn't like a vacuum. When you come back from that creation, since the vacuums don't exist in nature, that reality came back with you. That new reality is now. It's on your Wednesday. Another way to put this, make sure I keep my spot. Another way to put this is in this example we had before about present, past, and future. You have the present moment. Okay, let's just call that PM. You have the past, the supposed past. We know it doesn't exist. And we have the supposed future. We know it doesn't exist. It's only now, present moment. When you are fantasizing about something, there's only now. This is the only moment that exists now, period. When you are fantasizing about something to be soon that's going to come it's going to come to you in your future, then you're absent here because you're here. Now, this isn't the same as this example, but I want to make a point first. When you are in the present moment dwelling over here in your past, you're also absent here. The thing is, when you learn to stop dwelling here in these two places, let's say you're dwelling on the future after you get your degree, after you get your relationship, after you this, after that, after the job, after the new pay, after all these new things in the future, after you stop dwelling there and start living with conviction in your now, you realize what was left. You were not present. You were not present. You were always somewhere else. So when you come back, when you try to come back, you realize you have nothing to show for. You have nothing to show for the absence. Your creations were absent because you were absent. You weren't creating in your now with your new claim, I am that. You were absent from impressing yourself. The same thing of dwelling on the past. Oh, the past, this certain thing happened and I wish to all heaven it didn't happen. You're absent here, so you're absent with impressing a new expression. You aren't staking the claim because you're absent from your present in this moment, which is the only one you have. You're actually not present because you're dwelling. Actually, you're not. There's no such thing as dwelling on the past. There's only a such thing as creating a past. You're only ever creating from this moment. You're only ever creating from this moment. And this creates the future, and this creates the past. So what happens is, when you're not present in the moment because you're thinking of the future, or you're not present in the past because you're thinking of the past, you're actually in creation of something else than what you're experiencing. You're absent in your present moment. You're absent in your present because you're busy dwelling on creating these two other places or one other place. when actually your power is expressed in the present when you realize I am. Because I am is where you impress your current self-concept to express your new self-concept. But that has to be from a point of power, which is right now, not later, not before. You have to be focused on your now, in your now, to help express and impress. I am that. I am happily married. Okay. When this is accomplished, I might be repeating, feel the joy of having received that which on Wednesday was but a desire. Feel the complete thrill of having received it and then return to Wednesday, the point in time you left behind you. In doing this, you created a vacuum in consciousness by moving from Wednesday to Sunday. In a sense, you were using that concept right there. Nature, abhorring vacuums, rushes in to fill it, thereby fashioning a mold in the likeness of that which you potentially create, namely the joy of having realized your defined desire. You were here, it was Wednesday. You were here, it's Sunday. You put yourself here and realize what you wanted to have come true. I am that. Then when you woke up in the morning and you realize it's Wednesday, you brought back that creation. You brought back the impression, and you're involved with creating the expression of it. As you return to Wednesday, you will be filled with a joyful expectancy because you have established the consciousness of that which must take place the following Sunday. As you walk through the interval of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, nothing disturbs you regardless of conditions because you predetermined that which you would be on the Sabbath, and that remains an unalterable conviction. Very powerful. Having gone before and prepared the place, you have returned to John and are now taking him with you through the interval of 3 days into the prepared place, that he might share your joy with you. For where I am, there ye may be also. Man, what a great chapter. Oh my gosh, interval of time. Wow. We took so many trips during that chapter. I'm forgetting which day it is right now. Is it Sunday? I believe it feels like Sunday, but it's actually Saturday. Oh my gosh. Let me repeat the quote, opening quote. Interval of time. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, ye may be also. Ye may also be. I go to prepare a place for you. If it were not so, I would have come and told you. But that where I go, ye may be also. Wow, what a chapter. That's a wonderful chapter. Oh my gosh. I don't know which one's my favorite. There's so many good ones. All right. Neville Goddard, your faith is your fortune. We'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, your faith is your fortune. The Triune God. Chapter 16. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. Genesis 1:26. Having discovered God to be our awareness of being and this unconditioned, changeless reality, the I am, to be the only creator, let us see why the Bible records a Trinity as the creator of the world. In the 26th verse of the first chapter of Genesis, it is stated, and God said, let us make man in our image. The churches refer to this plurality. The churches refer to this plurality of gods as God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. What is meant by God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, they have never attempted to explain, for they are in the dark concerning this mystery. Ooh, it's going to get good. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are three aspects or conditions of the unconditioned awareness of being called God. Unconditioned awareness of being, again, all that is, I am God, unconditioned awareness of being. The consciousness of being precedes the consciousness of being something. The consciousness of being precedes the consciousness of being something. Remember, you're waking up. The very first thing is you in I am. Here. Then you remember, you instantly load, like a computer program, who you think you are. It's instant. It just happens in a flash. If you pay close attention to when you're waking up, which is every single day, you'll notice that shift. It's very quick. If you're perceptive enough, or if you just want to see it, want to feel and sense it, it's right there happening all the time anyway. So you have multiple chances to realize this moment. This moment when you change your gear from this place to this place. That unconditioned awareness which preceded all states of awareness is God, I am. The three conditioned aspects or divisions of itself can best be told in this manner. The receptive attitude of mind is that aspect which receives impressions and therefore may be likened to a womb or mother. Receives impressions. Remember, you're here in consciousness and you want to be here. You're here in the single, not in a relationship, but you want to be in a relationship. This is where you make the impression. Here, where that reality exists, is where it is expressed. So, the receptive attitude of mind is that aspect which receives impression and therefore may be likened to a womb or mother. We talked about that before, the conception. The conceiver is greater than the conception. That which makes the impression is the male or pressing aspect and is therefore known as the father. That which makes the impression is the male or pressing aspect and is therefore known as the father. That's your consciousness here. That's what makes the impression here. Okay? We have the mother. We have the father. The impression in time becomes an expression, which expression is ever the likeness and image of the impression. Therefore, this objectified aspect is said to be the son bearing witness of his father, mother. The mother, the womb, the father, the son. This is a continual happening. It's not going to stop. There is no end. I am the beginning and I am the end. It's an always. The I am is an always. It's a continuous happening. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, or the Father, the Mother, the Son, the Trinity. The impression in time becomes an expression, which expression is ever the likeness and image of the impression. Therefore, this objectified aspect is said to be the son bearing witness of his mother, father. An understanding of this mystery of the Trinity enables the one who understands it to completely transform his world and fashion it to his liking. Oh, it's such a great freedom. Doesn't it feel great? Wherever you are, you can impress that self when you're falling asleep. And you can express that new self when you're waking up. I mean to say sats is when you're falling asleep and or waking up, but when you're in your new consciousness, you're waking up in a new reality. Here is a practical application of this mystery. Sit quietly and decide what it is you would like most to express or possess. Now, best way to do that is just to take those breaths. Breathe in, breathe out. I am. Now, when you're doing this, reminder, you're pulling back from all these illusions back to the source right here. And so in that source, in that place, in that moment, this is where you're asking yourself, what is it I want to express? And you just listen. Because desire is continually going to happen no matter what. It's never going away. That was a wonderful message from Seth also. I believe it was on one of the cassettes, one of the tapes that one of the class recordings. He said, desire will never die. And I remember that very specifically. And now I understand it when I got into the Neville material, because desire is like a fountain that is continual. It's a continual fountain. It's not going away. Depending on your expression, you get that part of the fountain comes to you and through you. You're calmed down. You've said your I ams. You're floating. Now you're asking yourself, what would you like most to express or possess? After you have decided, close your eyes and take your attention completely away from all that would deny the realization of the thing desired. Then assume a receptive attitude of mind and play the game of supposing by imagining how you would feel if you were now to realize your desire. Begin to listen as though space were talking to you and telling you that you are now that which you desire to be. This receptive attitude is the state of consciousness that you must assume before an impression can be made. As this pliable and impressive state of mind is attained, then begin to impress upon yourself the fact that you are that which you desire to be by claiming and feeling that you are now expressing and possessing that which you had decided to be and to have. Continue in this attitude until the impression is made. Continue in the attitude until the impression is made. You're literally, once you are feeling it real and you're having your high five moment, you're hugging in your visualization, let's say it's relationship, and you're in that moment where you're hugging, where you're feeling, you're smelling. This is the impression. And remember, I am, your name, is two. It takes two witnesses. And when two or more are gathered in my name, it shall be so. Means when you impress upon yourself that image, the I am married, I am is Christ, as we said in the last session, and then married is the event. So you have two things. Of course, your name is what he was referring to in the last session, but the whole point is you have two witnesses when you impress yourself. There's two witnesses happening. I really like the way Neville broke that down, because it really is a very important piece to understand that you're never really alone. You're always with him. Always, always. Whenever you say I am, that's you and him. As you contemplate being and possessing that which you have decided to be and have, you will notice that with every inhalation of breath, a joyful thrill courses through your entire being. This thrill increases in intensity as you feel more and more the joy of being that which you are claiming yourself to be. Then, in one final deep inhalation, your whole being will explode with the joy of accomplishment, and you will know by your feeling that you are impregnated by God the Father. As soon as the impression is made, open your eyes and return to the world that but a few moments before you had shut out. That explosion was something that Neville did talk a lot about, and it was another way, and I know there was questions after his lectures that people would talk about. I remember somebody asking that question before somewhere, and it was one of Neville's aspects that, I think there was another method where you breathe and you do exactly like he said right here, and you see the event and then you see it explode. And when you're seeing it explode, that's the impregnation. When you're feeling the thrill of that pizza delivery man at your door. You're feeling the thrill of having already experienced it. That is the impregnation. In this receptive attitude of yours, while you contemplated being that which you desired to be, you were actually performing the spiritual act of generation. So you are now on your return from this silent meditation or pregnant. Let me repeat. In this receptive attitude of yours, while you contemplated being that which you desired to be, you were actually performing the spiritual act of generation. So you are now on your return from this silent meditation, a pregnant being bearing a child or impression, which child was immediately conceived without the aid of man. Without the aid of man. Doubt is the only force capable of disturbing the seed or impression. Get out. Get out of doubt. Doubt has to be out. Don't let it in. Stick with your impression. Stick with that happy moment of explosion of feeling. Doubt does not belong here. Doubt is the only force capable of disturbing the seed or impression. To avoid a miscarriage of so wonderful a child, walk in secrecy through the necessary interval of time that it will take the impression to become an expression. Walk in secrecy means you don't disturb it. It's like planting a seed, and there's a story somewhere of the farmer going out to check to see that, move the dirt and see if the seed's sprouting. You just don't do that. You let it do its thing. Tell no man of your spiritual romance. Lock your secret with you in joy. Confident and happy that someday you will bear the son of your lover by expressing and possessing the nature of your impression. Confident and happy that someday you will bear the son of your lover by expressing and possessing the nature of your impression. Your mother, father here, son here. This is the Trinity. It's happening within you continually. You call the pizza man, there it is. You're doing it. You want to go shopping for an item, there it is. You're doing it. First, the desire shows up. Then you see yourself wearing that shirt. I think that will look good on me. I think it's going to make the mirror seem better. Then you go in your mind to the end event. For some reason, they have attracted you in their marketing to go get it now. It could be a sale or whatever. There's a picturesque model that has your frame, whatever it is. You imagined in yourself, and that impression exploded into you really feeling that shirt on your body. The rest of it is just incidental. You going to the store, purchasing it, or finding the right time to buy it because of a sale, whatnot, whatever. That's incidental. That's a bridge of incidents. But you exploding with the impression first is what makes it happen. You explode the impression within your mother and father together, and the explosion happens here, the impression, then the expression comes to be. You can't avoid it. A bridge of incidents happens. You don't need to brag about this or tell others or share it with others. You just need to understand the bridge of incidents are coming. Then will you know the mystery of God said, let us make man in our image. God said, let us make man in our image. Oh, isn't that a relief? I have to take this moment of joy because that is a wonderful, wonderful breakdown. Because I love Genesis. Genesis is a great, great, great book. It's all right there. Then you will know the mystery of God said, let us make man in our image. You will know you will know the plurality of gods referred to in the three aspects of your own consciousness, and that you are the Trinity, meeting in a spiritual conclave to fashion a world in the image and likeness of that which you are conscious of being. You are conscious of being here with the impression, and then you are conscious of the being. Here you are doing it. You're feeling it. The relief is here. The explosion is here. The conception is here. And then the becoming. Then the happening, the bridge of incidents. Wow, what a great chapter. My goodness, the triune God. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. I have a lot of favorite parts in here, but it's very short chapter. Only a couple pages here, but man, oh man, what a breakdown. I guess we're going to get busy with the next chapter. See you in there. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, Chapter 17, Prayer. When thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. Matthew 6:6. What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark 11:24. Remember prayer. Enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, right here, you've closed these, this is shutting your door. Pray to thy Father, right here. This is your imagination at work, which is in secret. And thy Father, your imagination, which seeth in secret, shall reward thee openly. Oh, it doesn't get better than that. I just love the way Neville breaks it down. It makes it so digestible and easy to understand. Prayer is the most wonderful experience man can have. Unlike the daily murmurings of the vast majority of mankind in all lands who by their vain repetitions hope to gain the ear of God, prayer is the ecstasy of a spiritual wedding taking place in the deep, silent stillness of consciousness. In its true sense, prayer is God's marriage ceremony. Just as a maid on her wedding day relinquishes the name of her family to assume the name of her husband, in like manner, one who prays must relinquish his present name or nature and assume the nature of that for which he prays. Assume the nature of that for which he prays. I am all that is, God, right here. This is your self-concept. This is the one you want to be. This is where you are now. Remember, there's infinite amount of mansions available. You're here and you want to be here. Just as a maid on her wedding day relinquishes the name of her family to assume the name of her husband, in like manner, one who prays, impressing your subconscious or impressing yourself, one who prays must relinquish his present name or nature and assume the nature of that for which he prays. The Gospels have clearly instructed man as to the performance of this ceremony in the following manner. When ye pray, go within in secret and shut the door, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly. The going within is the entering of the bridal chamber. Just as no one but the bride and groom are permitted to enter so holy a room as the bridal suite on the night of the marriage ceremony. Likewise, no one but the one who prays and that for which he prays are permitted to enter the holy hour of prayer. As the bride and groom, on entering the bridal suite, securely shut the door against the outside world, so too must the one who enters the holy hour of prayer close the door of the senses and entirely shut out the world round about him. This is accomplished by taking the attention completely away from all things other than that with which you are now in love, the thing desired. We just went over that, the Father, the Mother, and the Son. This is where the bride and groom are. And when you shut the door to your senses, the bride and groom are doing their business. Conception is happening. You're taking your attention away from all things. You're going into your eyes are shut and you're going into your meditation, your I am. You're seeing that thing that you desire. The second phase of this spiritual ceremony is defined in these words: when ye pray, believe that ye receive, and ye shall receive. As you joyfully contemplate being and possessing that which you desire to be and to have, you have taken this second step and are therefore spiritually performing the acts of marriage and generation. Your receptive attitude of mind while praying or contemplating can be likened to a bride or womb, for it is that aspect of mind which receives the impressions. The impressions are received. Receptive. That which you contemplate being is the groom. That which you contemplate being is the groom. For it is the name or nature you assume, and therefore it is that which leaves its impregnation. So one dies to maidenhood or present nature as one assumes the name and nature of the impregnation. One dies and one assumes. How simple. Lost in contemplation and having assumed the name and nature of the thing contemplated, your whole being thrills with the joy of being it. This thrill, which runs through your entire being as you appropriate the consciousness of your desire, is the proof that you are both married and impregnated. As you return from this silent meditation, the door is once more opened upon the world you had left behind. But this time you return as a pregnant bride. You go into meditation, you give birth to the new reality, and when you return as the pregnant bride. You enter the world a changed being, and although no one knows but you knows of this wonderful romance, the world will in a very short while see the signs of your pregnancy, for you will begin to express that which you in your hour of silence felt yourself to be. Wow. Back to the Wednesday through Sunday concept. If you impregnate yourself with the idea of your actual literal relationship and marriage, that is I am. When you impregnate yourself in your imagination, in your meditation, in your sats when you're falling asleep, you become impregnated with that idea. You return to your world, you wake up in this expression, but you are impregnated with this idea. No one knows it but you have done the work necessary. Remember, 4D, all motion, which is in Genesis, all motion happens when he moved upon the face of the waters. All motion happens inside in 4D first. So when you do this impregnation, that's your 4D, that's your impression. That's where reality actually is. Then in your 3D is the shadow. This is where its becoming begins to show up. And as it shows up here, that's when you become here. The bridge of incidents occurs and you meet somebody, then you're all of a sudden in a relationship and you're knee deep, neck deep in love. Before you know it, that which you prayed you are now receiving. You've actually made it happen. You created that reality for yourself. You're doing this all the time already. You're already doing it. You're doing it with your work. You're doing it with your play. You're doing it with relationships. You're continuously doing it with a pizza. I love the simple example. But it's continuously happening already. You're already pretty dang good at it. We just want to change the focus to become consciously aware of doing it. The mother of the world or bride of the Lord is purposely called Mary or water. For water loses its identity as it assumes the nature of that with which it is mixed. Likewise, Mary, the receptive attitude of mind, must lose its identity as it assumes the nature of the thing desired. Fascinating. Only as one is willing to give up his present limitations and identity can he become that which he desires to be. You have to detach. You will detach. If you're going to spend time, I laugh, but it isn't funny because it's too funny. If you're going to spend time going through the effort of creating this new reality for yourself so that you all of a sudden wind up here, that means this needs your focus. If you're going to spend time in the supposed other place or this supposed other place, which we know they don't exist, if you're going to spend time in either of these bubbles, you're losing it. You're sinning. A sin is when you're missing the mark. And I don't think we've covered that yet. Neville says, as he's interpreted this scripture, which is wonderful, sinning is when you're missing the mark. It's when you're not becoming that which you desire to be. If you're here and you're looking back and you're stuck living in the past, you're creating the past in live time. The past doesn't exist, so you're actually creating it by focusing on it. So if you're doing that here, you're looking back like Lot's wife, okay? If you're looking back like Lot's wife, you're staying put, even though your desire is heavy upon you. Your desire to be here is very heavy. But if you become static here because of a habit, this is sin. This is missing the mark. Or a habit here. A habit could be here when I get this, when I get that. Or this happened to me in the past. I was hurt in a relationship. I don't want to take the risk. This is not real. These don't exist. You have to get rid of this attitude. And I know it sounds simple, and sometimes it cannot be simple, but it's a habit. You realize what is happening with your impression, and you open yourself up to the risk of a new experience. Because you weave into that experience safety. I live in a safe universe. All men are loving, caring, nurturing. You weave that into your impression here, and then your bridge of incidence delivers that which you give birth to. Two shall agree as touching anything, and it shall be established on earth. The two agreeing are you, the bride, and the thing desired, the groom. A passive and an active principle. You are the bride, you're the passive principle, and the active principle, that's the groom. Previous chapter, we talked about the mother, father, and son. It's the same thing. You're the bride giving birth to the concept. You're doing the impression in your sats before you're falling asleep, and you're giving birth to the active, the passive and the active. This is the active becoming. Thought is passive. The action is active. The showing up of it in 3D is the action, the positive, the male. The two agreeing are you, the bride, and the thing desired, the groom. As this agreement is accomplished, a son bearing witness of this union will be born. You begin to express and possess that which you are conscious of being. Bridge of incidence. Praying, then, is recognizing yourself to be that which you desire to be rather than begging God for that which you desire. And I believe I had it off a little bit, because remembering from the last chapter, you're desiring it, and then the groom. This is what's giving birth to the son. The actual experience of it. The becoming in 3D. You begin to express and possess that which you are conscious of being. Praying, then, is recognizing yourself to be that which you desire to be rather than begging God for that which you desire. If you're going to beg God, you're only begging yourself. Millions of prayers are daily unanswered because man prays to a God who does not exist. Consciousness being God, consciousness being God, one must seek in consciousness for the thing desired by assuming the consciousness of the quality desired. Only as one does this will his prayers be answered. And this can be the trickiest part of the whole thing, but again, you're already doing it all the time. Of the thing desired. Let's repeat this piece right here. Consciousness being God, one must seek in consciousness for the thing desired by assuming the consciousness of the quality desired. One must seek in consciousness of the thing desired by assuming the consciousness of the thing desired. This is the relationship. This is the happy married life right here. This is the unmarried, not happy, single self. You bring this union of the mother and father of the idea. You are the mother and father of the idea of what you want to experience. And how you're getting there is through consciousness, it's through God. Consciousness being God, one must seek in consciousness for the thing desired by assuming the consciousness of the quality desired. Only as one does this will his prayers be answered. There's the answer of the prayer, the experience. To be conscious of being poor while praying for riches is to be rewarded with that which you are conscious of being, namely poverty. Oh, I would say that in a large part of the community of the Neville Goddard material does focus in this department. And I want to focus in the relationship department because this is the one I've experienced. And this is the one that was very, very important to me. Seems to be my whole life. So I want to stay focused on that. But this is very, very important too. Because wealth is yours also. Love is yours also. Health is yours. These are kind of like your actual rights because you are of him. He isn't sick. He isn't poor that gave you birth, that made you. And he isn't lonely. He isn't without love. He is all giving. You are all of it. I am all of it. We have any mansion we want to live in. So to be convinced of poverty, if that's what's happening here, let's say, then we have to bring together the idea of the consciousness of being wealthy. Very, very important point. To be conscious of being poor while praying for riches is to be rewarded with that which you are conscious of being, namely poverty. Prayers to be successful must be claimed and appropriated. Assume the positive consciousness of the thing desired. I don't know. I just watched, we just rewatched Trading Places for probably the 100th time. Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd, Jamie Lee Curtis. What an amazing movie. And it very much talks about this exact idea. It was just hilarious to watch that because it's a blast from the past, but it was the exchanging of their roles, Dan Aykroyd being the wealthy person and Eddie Murphy coming from the street and from poverty. And these two guys exchanged them into each other's roles to see what would happen, and they bet $1 on what would happen. And it's a good movie. It's funny. It's quite entertaining. But it is very much along the lines of this poverty concept. To be conscious of being poor while praying for riches is to be rewarded with that which you are conscious of being, namely poverty. Prayers to be successful must be claimed and appropriated. Prayers to be successful must be claimed and appropriated. Assume the positive consciousness of the thing desired. With your desire defined, quietly go within and shut the door behind you. Shut the door behind you. Lose yourself in your desire. Feel yourself to be one with it. Remain in this fixation until you have absorbed the life and name by claiming and feeling yourself to be and to have that which you desired. When you emerge from the hour of prayer, you must do so conscious of being and possessing that which you have heretofore desired. When you come out of your prayer, you are experiencing it. If you're bringing Sunday to Wednesday, you're in the feeling of Sunday. Whatever the thing you desire is what you're feeling of experiencing. And when you come back and when you open your eyes out of that prayer, you feel that. It works on so many levels. And it really is taking the practice into your small experiences. Like I said about the parking space, like I said about the pizza. I'm giving these small examples in this workup because they're where you see it working. You're already doing it. How is it you're already doing it? How is it you know that you are already doing it? And how is it you know you've changed? There's a lot of little examples in your life already that you are going through that prove this out. So just be perceptive, be aware of what it is you're doing, because these are rewards of understanding that this law works. Because you already are practicing it and you're already very, very good at it. Whew, man, what a good chapter. Aren't they all? Prayer. I thought that was going to be a much longer chapter, but it was actually pretty short. It's a couple pages, but it is very, very important. All right, we'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, the 12 Disciples. I believe we are in chapter 18, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be a big one. It's going to be a long one because several pages. And when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits, to cast them out, and to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease. Matthew 10:1. The 12 disciples represent the 12 qualities of mind, which can be controlled and disciplined by man. If disciplined, they will at all times obey the command of the one who has disciplined them. These 12 qualities in man are potentials of every mind. Undisciplined, their actions resemble more the actions of a mob than they do of a trained and disciplined army. All the storms and confusions that engulf man can be traced directly to these 12 ill-related characteristics of the human mind in its present slumbering state. Until they are awakened and disciplined, they will permit every rumor and sensuous emotion to move them. Every rumor and sensuous emotion to move them. Remember where rumors are and sensuous emotions. God, all that is, I am, you and your self-concept. Rumors out here in the world. When these 12 are disciplined and brought under control, the one who accomplishes this control will say to them, hereafter I call you not slaves, but friends. He knows that from that moment on, each acquired discipline, he knows from that moment on, each acquired disciplined attribute of mind will befriend and protect him. The names of the 12 qualities reveal their natures. These names are not given to them until they are called to discipleship. They are Simon, who was later surnamed Peter, Andrew, James, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthew, James the son of Alphaeus, Thaddeus, Simon the Canaanite, and Judas. The first quality to be called and disciplined is Simon, or the attribute of hearing. This faculty, when lifted to the level of a disciple, permits only such impressions to reach consciousness as those which his hearing has commanded him to let enter. Very important point. This faculty, when lifted to the level of a disciple, permits only such impressions to reach consciousness. Only such impressions to reach consciousness. When you're here and you are changing by your sats, I am not whatever I'm experiencing, I am experiencing this new me, then this level of discipleship that exists in Simon is the one where you have selective hearing. This faculty, when lifted to the level of a disciple, permits only such impressions to reach consciousness as those which his hearing has commanded him to let enter. He only lets enter that which he hears, which fits his new reality, your new consciousness. Only what's befitting of that new reality is let in. No matter what the wisdom of man might suggest or the evidence of his senses convey, if such suggestions and ideas are not in keeping with that which he hears, he remains unmoved. This one has been instructed by his Lord and made to understand that every suggestion he permits to pass his gate will, on reaching his Lord and Master, his consciousness, leave its impression there, which impression must in time become an expression. It's a very, very interesting sentence. This one has been instructed by his Lord. This one has been instructed by his Lord and made to understand that every suggestion he permits to pass his gate, every suggestion that passes on reaching his Lord and Master, his consciousness, his Lord and Master, leaves its impression there, which impression must in time become an expression. So you have to be selective on what you hear if you are to achieve your expression. If you are changing that you believe all men are loving, caring, nurturing, or all women are loving, caring, nurturing, then when you are presented with a movie that shows that all women are evil or all men are evil, are there any movies that do this kind of thing? Then you know in your awareness, even though you are suspended in disbelief because you're in the story. Even though you are aware, you're more aware that it is a phony story. These are actors and actresses. You don't fall for the story emotionally. You don't let that in. You have selective hearing. You don't fall for the sales pitch because it is a sales pitch. It's out here. The idea that one person can do evil to another person, and then also it has to do with their sexual capacity. One's female, one's male. These kinds of stories exist for whatever reason. And when you have this selective hearing of Simon, then you don't have to hear that. You choose not to hear that. You choose not to believe what is in front of you. You choose not to believe what is being presented to you. So that way, when you have impressed yourself with loving, caring, nurturing, then that is what you become. That is what you experience. And this is the first gate, basically. It's the gatekeeper. In a sense, you become that. The instruction to Simon is that he should permit only dignified and honorable visitors or impressions to enter the house, consciousness, of his Lord. No mistake can be covered up or hidden from his master, for every expression of life tells his Lord whom he consciously or unconsciously entertained. If you are here, you're living singly and you don't want to be single, you want to be married, every impression that you let in, that you consciously let in, is obvious to the Lord and Master, which is your I am. Your I am is only trying to deliver you to that which you give, impression-wise. So whatever you let in becomes what you receive. You hath and you receive. To he that hath, he shall be given more. Whatever that is. But when you are selective, it doesn't have to be literally hearing. It means selective in knowing what your reality is. I am happily married. So I don't let in anything that goes against that. Because when you impress yourself with that, your consciousness becomes this consciousness. This consciousness, there is no riding two horses. You can only ride one horse. When you change the consciousness here, it becomes this consciousness. You can only ride this horse. You cannot have two masters. It's one or the other. And when you change this consciousness and become this one doesn't fit anymore. When Simon, by his works, proves himself to be a true and faithful disciple, then he receives the surname of Peter, or the rock, the unmoved disciple, the one who cannot be bribed or coerced by any visitor. He is called by his Lord Simon Peter, the one who faithfully hears the commands of his Lord, and besides which commands he hears not. You go from disciplined hearing to immovable. Simon becomes Peter. Okay? If it is this Simon Peter who discovers the I am to be Christ, and for his discovery is given the keys to heaven, and is made the foundation stone upon which the temple of God rests. Everything we've been talking about with this use of the law is exactly what he just said. It is this Simon Peter, who's selective in his hearing and has become solid in his foundation of thinking. He discovers that I am to be Christ, which is what we're going over. And for his discovery is given the keys to heaven. The keys to heaven is discovering that you can create, and with your imagination, your heaven. Heaven is here. So if you're using your imagination, you are using heaven, and you can use your heaven skill set now. Simon Peter discovers that I am to be Christ, and for his discovery is given the keys to heaven. Boom. It's your freedom. And is made the foundation stone upon which the temple of God rests. The temple. Buildings must have firm foundations, and only the disciplined hearing can, on learning that the I am is Christ, remain firm and unmoved in the knowledge that I am Christ, and beside me there is no Savior. When you realize the magic of this movement, of this action, it becomes a firm foundation within you. Buildings must have firm foundations, and only the disciplined hearing can, on learning that the I am is Christ, remain firm and unmoved, the rock, in the knowledge that I am Christ, and beside me there is no Savior. I am the Savior. The second quality to be called to discipleship is Andrew, or courage. As the first quality, faith in oneself, is developed, it automatically calls into being its brother, courage. Faith in oneself, which asks no man's help, but quietly and alone appropriates the consciousness of the quality desired, and, in spite of reason or the evidence of his senses to the contrary, continues faithful, patiently waiting in the knowledge that this unseen claim is sustained, must be realized. Such faith develops a courage and strength of character that are beyond the wildest dreams of the undisciplined man whose faith is in things seen. The undisciplined man is in whose faith is in things seen. So these illusions of your life, your self-concept, and all the life you are experiencing, there are plenty of illusions, kind of like rattling keys, keeping your attention, keeping you distracted. Andrew, courage. Faith in oneself is from Simon and Peter. Faith in oneself, which asks no man's help, but quietly and alone appropriates the consciousness of the quality desired, and in spite of reason or the evidence of his senses to the contrary, continues faithful, patiently waiting in the knowledge that this unseen claim, if sustained, must be realized. Such faith develops courage and strength of character that are beyond the wildest dreams of the undisciplined man whose faith is in things seen. This is very much like the Sabbath. Once you impress, you know the expression is coming. You know your Simon hearing, Peter, solid rock foundation. Now it sounds like Andrew is now becoming the one of having faith. I am is always where faith is. The faith, there it is. I'm always jumping the gun. Sorry about that. The faith of the undisciplined man cannot really be called faith. For if the armies, medicines, or wisdom of man in which his faith is placed be taken from him, his faith and courage go with it. Let's repeat that. The faith of the undisciplined man cannot really be called faith. For if the armies, medicines, or wisdom of man in which his faith is placed be taken from him, his faith and courage go with it. Boy, there's a lot said right there. Armies, medicines, or wisdom of man. When you know how this works, you need nothing from outside. You need nothing from outside because it's all within. When you know this and you understand this and you realize this, then you have no concern of what's taken, as an example. From the disciplined one, the whole world could be taken, and yet he would remain faithful in the knowledge that the state of consciousness in which he abides must in season embody itself. When you understand this, you know that whatever you are impressing will become. I am that. This courage is Peter's brother Andrew, the disciple who knows what it is to dare and to do and to be silent. It is basically a step of faith, for sure. And it's going into the Sabbath as well. You already created, you know it's happened. Now you're waiting for the pregnancy to give birth. You know it's happened. You're now impregnated, and you're just biding your time between Wednesday to Sunday. You know it's going to happen. The next two who are called are also related. These are the brothers James and John. James, the just, the righteous judge, and his brother John, the beloved. Justice, to be wise, must be administered with love, ever turning the other cheek, and at all times returning good for evil, love for hate, nonviolence for violence. The disciple James, symbol of a disciplined judgment, must, when raised to the high office of a supreme judge, be blindfolded that he may not be influenced by the flesh, nor judge after the appearances of being. Disciplined judgment is administered by one who is not influenced by appearances. The one who has called these brothers to discipleship continues faithful to his command to hear only that which he has been commanded to hear, namely the good. This is Simon, remember. The one who has this quality of his mind disciplined is incapable of hearing or accepting as true anything, either of himself or another, which does not on the hearing, fill his heart with love. Remember coming into Peter, the rock solid foundation. These two disciples or aspects of the mind are one and inseparable when awakened. Such a disciplined one forgives all men for being that which they are. He knows as a wise judge that every man perfectly expresses that which he is, as man conscious of being. He knows that upon the changeless foundation of consciousness, all manifestation rests. He knows that upon the changeless foundation of consciousness, all manifestation rests. These are all manifestations, all throughout. That changes of expression. Let me repeat the sentence. He knows that upon the changeless foundation of consciousness, all manifestation rests. That changes of expression can be brought about only through changes of consciousness. Only through changes of expression can only be brought about by changes of consciousness. With neither condemnation nor criticism, these disciplined qualities of the mind permit everyone to be that which he is. However, allowing this perfect freedom of choice to all, they are nevertheless ever watchful to see that they themselves prophesy and do, both for others and themselves. Only such things which, when expressed, glorify, dignify, and give joy to the expressor. There is nothing more wonderful than when you imagine lovingly for another and you see it come true. You have a friend who's wanting to make a change, wants to go to a different job or whatever it is, and you imagine lovingly for them because they told you and expressed it to you that what they wanted and what their desire was, and then you imagine them calling you, telling you the good news of the change, of the fact that they are at this new place that they wanted to be. There's nothing more joyful than that. And then especially when they call and express it to you verbatim, exactly like you imagined it. Wow. It is a very big wow. This last sentence. However, although allowing this perfect freedom of choice to all, they are nevertheless ever watchful to see that they themselves prophesy and do, both for others and themselves. Both for others and themselves. If you find yourself imagining lovingly for others and it works great, keep it up. A rising tide floats all boats. If you find yourself imagining lovingly for yourself and you don't see it working so fast as it does, as you would like, as it does for others, keep at it. Reduce the item to the smaller things. See and practice your success. Only such things which, when expressed, glorify, dignify, and give joy to the expressor. The fifth quality called to discipleship is Philip. This one asks to be shown the Father. The awakened man knows that the Father is the state of consciousness in which man dwells, and that this state or Father can be seen only as it is expressed. The Father. Philip wants to see the Father. He wants to be shown the Father. Don't we all? Considering what we've gone through, if we are unawakened consciousness and we want to be awake to this law, we want to be shown the Father. This is Philip. The awakened man knows that the Father is the state of consciousness in which man dwells, and that this state or Father can be seen only as it is expressed. He knows himself to be the perfect likeness or image of that consciousness with which he is identified. So he declares, "No man has at any time seen my Father, but I, the Son, who dwelleth in his bosom, have revealed him. Therefore, when you see me, the Son, you see my Father, for I come to bear witness of my Father." I and my Father, consciousness and its expression, God and man, are one. I and my Father are one. Consciousness and its expression. This aspect of the mind, when disciplined, persists until ideas, ambitions, and desires become embodied realities. This is the quality which states, "Yet in my flesh shall I see God." It knows how to make the word flesh, how to give form to the formless. How to give form to the formless. It's an idea here, it's an impression here. How to give form to the formless. this aspect, the sixth disciple is called Bartholomew. This quality is the imaginative faculty, which quality of the mind, when once awake, distinguishes one from the masses. Imaginative faculty, probably the most important. Everything we're talking about is involved with using your imagination. Everything, all this work of Neville's is brought back home, simply pointing you back to your imagination. It's all brought back here, basically. This quality of the imaginative faculty, which quality of the mind when once awake, distinguishes one from the masses, because you become a conscious creator. You become conscious of this law. Then you start to create whatever you want, whatever feels good. An awakened imagination places the one so awakened head and shoulders above the average man, giving him the appearance of a beacon light in a world of darkness. Doesn't that sound nice? No quality so separates man from man as does the disciplined imagination. This is the separation of the wheat from the chaff. Those who have given most to society are artists, scientists, inventors, and others with vivid imaginations. Should a survey be made to determine the reason why so many seemingly educated men and women fail in their after-college years, or should it be made to determine the reason for the different earning powers of the masses, there would be no doubt that imagination played the important part. What a sentence, and what a very, very profound statement. Should a survey be made to determine the reason why so many seemingly educated men and women fail in their after-college years, or should it be made to determine the reason for the different earning powers of the masses, there would be no doubt but that imagination played the important part. Is he saying right here that college and many, many, many years of it can be stifling to your imagination? I say yes, because I have seen it. And it's not fun, but it's also the opposite. I've seen some examples of that. But the more you push in to stifle you away from imagination, the more you don't use your imagination, like an artist, like a musician, or like a painter, a poet. When you're in the throes of using your imagination, then you aren't in that world of just memorizing rote style information for information's sake. Such a survey would show that it is imagination which makes one a leader, while the lack of it makes one a follower. This is a very, very important point. Instead of developing the imagination of man, our educational system oftentimes stifles it by attempting to put into the mind of man the wisdom he seeks. It forces him to memorize a number of textbooks, which, all too soon, are disproved by later textbooks. Isn't that the truth? Every time you go to the bookstore, if you're on campus in City College, State College, or wherever you are, there's always a new book. There's always a new teacher writing another version of the same thing. And you're memorizing this one, proving your education, yet by the time you get your degree and you pass, this is all old information. It doesn't get downloaded and updated. Education is not accomplished by putting something into man. Its purpose is to draw out of man the wisdom which is latent within him. Education's purpose is to draw out of man that which is within him. Let's use this faculty, this power we have to impress our subconscious, our consciousness, to become that which we desire to be. This is education's purpose in this regard of what we're going over, is to draw out of man this capacity, to bring it into being, to then put you in the direction of your desire, of your wish, of your hope, of your dreams. May the reader call Bartholomew to discipleship. May the reader call Bartholomew to discipleship. Your imagination must be disciplined by you. For only as this quality is raised to discipleship, will you have the capacity to conceive ideas that will lift you beyond the limitation of man. Only as this quality is raised to discipleship, imagination, will you have the capacity to conceive ideas that will lift you beyond the limitations of man. Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The seventh is called Thomas. This discipline quality doubts or denies every rumor and suggestion that are not in harmony with that which Simon Peter has been commanded to let enter. You gotta love Thomas. Thomas doubts or denies every rumor and suggestion that are not in harmony with that which Simon Peter has been commanded to let enter. Thomas is another gatekeeper. The man who is conscious of being healthy, not because of inherited health, diets, or climate, but because he is awakened and knows the state of consciousness in which he lives. That's in parentheses. The man who is conscious of being healthy will, in spite of the conditions of the world, continue to express health. He could bear through the press, radio, and wise men of the world that a plague has, he could hear through the press, radio, and wise men of the world that a plague was sweeping the earth, and yet he would remain unmoved and unimpressed. 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 No impression. Thomas the doubter, when disciplined, would deny that sickness or anything else which was not in sympathy with the consciousness to that which he belonged had any power to affect him. Boom! Powerful statement. This quality of denial, when disciplined, protects man from receiving impressions that are not in harmony with his nature. He adopts an attitude of total indifference to all suggestions that are foreign to that which he desires to express. Disciplined denial is not a fight or a struggle, but total indifference. Matthew, boy, that's a powerful, powerful, powerful situation right there. Doubting Thomas. It's good to have skepticism. Matthew, the eighth, is the gift of God. This quality of the mind reveals man's desires as gifts of God. The man who has called this disciple into being knows that every desire of his heart is a gift from heaven, and that it contains both the power and the plan of its self-expression. Such a man never questions the manner of its expression. He knows that the plan of expression is never revealed to man, for God's ways are past finding out. He fully accepts his desires as gifts already received and goes his way in peace, confident that they shall appear. Wow. Wow. Very amazing. I have to repeat some pieces of this. This quality of the mind reveals man's desires as gifts of God. And we've talked about that. Desires are only coming from one place, and they're ever coming. They're not going to slow down. They're not going to stop. They are an always. It's an always on. The man who has called this disciple into being knows that every desire of his heart is a gift from heaven and that it contains both the power and the plan of its self-expression. It contains both the power and the plan of its self-expression, meaning you use this desire and you make an impression upon your subconscious or your consciousness, is what I should be saying. You make the impression upon your consciousness, which then becomes an expression of your consciousness. Matthew. Such a man never questions the manner of its expression. Such a man never questions the manner of its expression. He knows that the plan of expression is never revealed to man, for God's ways are past finding out. You could be manifesting something and you don't know why you're manifesting it. You have no clue why you're experiencing something you're going through, and you're like right in the middle of it going, this seems to be a mad shakeup going on right here. I do not know why I am in the middle of this, but I am in the middle of this for some special reason. And that's Matthew knowing that every expression is brought about by him. All expressions, when you get involved with this law, you're going to find yourself in situations where you're like, I don't know why the whole thing seems to be crumbling down over here, and I'm right in the middle of it. But when you call this disciple to discipleship, the disciple Matthew to discipleship, you realize this is another gift. This transition or transformation that I'm currently experiencing is a gift. It's a gift from him. I have not to worry. Especially when you go into using this material, this law, for prosperity, for abundance, for wealth. You all of a sudden could be fired. And Neville has said time and time again, he has seen many people when they go to use it for abundance or wealth, they get fired like the next day. After your meditation and your new abundance and your transformation, you're impressing the subconscious or the conscious, you're impressing your consciousness. All of a sudden you're fired. Why am I in the middle of this crumbling situation? But you already know that Matthew, the discipleship of Matthew, knows that the gifts are golden. The gifts are from him. He knows the plan of expression is never revealed to man, for God's ways are past finding out. He fully accepts his desires as gifts already received and goes his way in peace, confident that they shall appear. The ninth disciple is called James, the son of Alphaeus. This is the quality of discernment. A clear and ordered mind is the voice which calls this disciple into being. A clear and ordered mind is the voice which calls this disciple into being. This faculty perceives that which is not revealed to the eye of man. This disciple judges not from appearances, for it has the capacity to function in the realm of causes, and so is never misled by appearances. This disciple judges not from appearances. Your reality could be in that single, not having fun, but you want to be married and you want to have fun with that expression of self. This disciple does not look at the appearances of this expression, and it is not affected by the appearances. It's not judging the surfaces. This disciple judges not from the appearance, for it has the capacity to function in the realm of causes, which is here. And so it is never misled by appearances. It's never misled by appearances. Clairvoyance is the faculty which is awakened when this quality is developed and disciplined, not the clairvoyance of the mediumistic seance rooms, but the true clairvoyance of clear seeing of the mystic. But the true clairvoyance or clear seeing of the mystic. That, when you're imagining lovingly for another and you are in celebration with that other on whatever it is that they desired, and you're high-fiving and you're hugging and you're seeing the smile in your mind's eye, in your imagining, in that loving moment. It is what clairvoyance is. It is a clear seeing, which is what is considered of the mystic. This is when you're using it. When you're having an imagination situation, I call it imagine lovingly, which is what Neville calls it. When you are imagining lovingly for another and you're in that moment of celebration and you're high-fiving, you're hugging, you're hearing them, you're seeing that smile, that is the clairvoyant moment. That is, this aspect of the mind has the capacity to interpret that which is seen. Discernment, or the capacity to diagnose, is the quality of James, the son of Alphaeus. Boy, these are amazing, aren't they? Thaddeus, the 10th, is the disciple of praise, a quality in which the undisciplined man is woefully lacking. When this quality of praise and thanksgiving is awake within man, he walks with the words, "Thank you, Father," ever on his lips. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. I was here, I was lost, now I am found. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Over and over and over and over. This is gratitude. Thank you, Father. Just the realization of this law is a lot to be thankful for. He knows that this thanks for things not seen opens the windows of heaven and permits gifts beyond his capacity to receive to be poured upon him. Oh, what is falling in love but the gifts of heaven pouring on you, just pouring into you and out of you? The man who is not thankful for things received is not likely to be the recipient of many gifts from the same source. Until this quality of the mind is disciplined, man will not see the desert blossom as the rose. Praise and thanksgiving are to be the invisible gifts of God, one's desires in parentheses. Praise and thanksgiving are to be praise and thanksgiving are to the invisible gifts of God, what rain and sun are to the unseen seeds in the bosom of the earth. Praise and thanksgiving. The 11th quality called is Simon of Canaan. A good key phrase for this disciple is hearing good news. Simon of Canaan, or Simon from the land of milk and honey, when called to discipleship, is proof that the one who calls this faculty into being has become conscious of the abundant life. He can say with the psalmist David, "Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over." Simon of Canaan sounds very abundant. This disciplined aspect of the mind is incapable of hearing anything other than good news, and so is well qualified to preach the gospel or good spell. You ever have somebody ask you, "What's the good news? What's the good spell? What's the gospel?" Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. What an amazing disciple that is, because that after your gratitude and thanks, then your abundance, and here comes I think one of the most powerful, most amazing disciples. The 12th and last one of the disciplined qualities of mind is called Judas. And this is not a Judas that you were brought up being taught about, but there's some fascinating pieces I hope are in here, and I'll throw some more in if not. When this quality is awake, man knows that he must die to that which he is before he can become that which he desires to be. When this quality is awake, man knows that he must die, must die to that which he is before he can become that which he desires to be. This is true transformation. This is where the detachment happens. You detach from here and you're here. This must die. Judas is aware of this. So it is said of this disciple that he committed suicide, which is the mystic's way of telling the initiated the story, right? That Judas is the disciplined aspect of detachment. So it is said of this disciple that he committed suicide, which is the mystic's way of telling the initiated that Judas is the disciplined aspect of detachment. The disciplined aspect of detachment, that detaching from what you were to become that which you want to be. You are this, you were that. You detach from here, this self dies. When you are living here, this doesn't matter anymore. You have become. That disciplined part of yourself is when you transfer into a situation, and you've already been doing this. Let me be reminding of this. You're already doing it all the time. But in this aspect of detachment and transformation is the disciple Judas. This one knows that his I am, or consciousness, is his savior. So he lets all other saviors go. He knows that this one is his savior. So he lets all other saviors go. This quality, when disciplined, gives one the strength to let go. You must let go. That whole thinking on the past business has to go with it. Let the dead bury the dead. The man who has called Judas into being has learned how to take his attention away from problems or limitations and to place it upon that which is the solution or savior. Except ye be born again, you cannot in any wise enter the kingdom of heaven. Unless ye be born again, you cannot otherwise be born into the kingdom of heaven. You cannot in any wise. No greater love hath man than this, that he give his life for a friend. This is a very, very important part. And we're actually crossing over into the subject of heroics right here. Remember, the transformation is about you. What is it you're willing to give up for your friend, which is you? Are you willing to give your life for your brother? This is you. This is you. No greater love hath man than this, that he give his life for a friend. When man realizes that the quality desired up here, if realized, would save and befriend him, he willingly gives up his life. That's the present conception of himself for his friend by detaching his consciousness from that which he is conscious of being and assuming the consciousness of that which he desires to be. Consistently and always a story about the self and the transformation of self. This is the law. This is what we're going to be talking about over and over and over and over. Judas, the one whom the world in its ignorance has blackened, will, when man awakes from his undisciplined state, be placed on high, for God is love, and no greater love has a man than this, that he lay down his life for a friend. When you imagine lovingly for another, when I imagine lovingly for my friend, and he was going back to a different job, and I imagine him calling me and telling me that he got this job, I did it on my own. I didn't tell him about it, but I did it on my own way because I could hear his voice on the phone telling me it, and then I was congratulating him back. It came to pass when he called me and told me exactly the same words used in everything. I had to sacrifice the self I used to own that believed he was unemployed. Then I had to transform into the new self to be the one persuaded that he was calling and telling me of this new opportunity he was receiving and going through. I had to sacrifice the self that I was. To imagine lovingly for another, you are going to be performing the act of Judas, which means all the other acts. Because Judas is the one of transformation. It's the one of detachment. But as Neville has said, and this is where I learned it, for you to be convinced of the new, imagining lovingly for another, and even if you do it for a homeless person, each time you're doing it, you're transforming you're killing one part of yourself. The part that believed that person was homeless over there. I do this all the time. I might as well give the example here. I come off the freeway and I see a person holding a sign. I turn off my radio, turn off my headphones. I'm always learning some Neville on my headphones. I have to admit, I'm continuously listening to Neville. I turn off all other sound sources and I see the person. Once I see their face, I can imagine that face smiling. And once I see the face, I can see the smile. I start my imagination. I start my imagining, which becomes a reality. Even though I'm driving around this off-ramp and getting off through the light, I imagine I am standing there with the person and they're telling me of this new opportunity that right when I drove by, another opportunity came into their life. And now they have a new job, they have a new car, they're staying at a place, someone even cooks their food, and they're going to a job doing something that they love to do and only they can do. And that they're so happy in this new abundance that they're receiving. And I'm high-fiving him, I'm hugging him, I'm seeing that smile, I'm actually hearing the voice, even though I didn't hear the voice when I drove by. Without fail, every single time I've done this, I don't see that homeless person on that off-ramp again. I'm not gonna go here and just tell you that, okay, yeah, I did it. It's me that did it. No. I'm telling you that it is not much effort to use your imagination, imagining lovingly for another, but know that when you do, you're transforming the self that believed that person was homeless in the first place to a person who believes that person is full of opportunity and has a newfound abundance. This is all you're doing. You're transforming a part of yourself. Everyone is you pushed out. That person is part of what you are seeing in the world, and if everyone is you pushed out, then you're taking them and putting them in a different position. And this is going on throughout your life in every subject. You've already been doing it so well. Just take conscious awareness of this skill set and put it to use. It is amazing. And It's funny when I'll see a homeless person and I'll see that they're just hiding their face. And once I've seen situations where I'm like, okay, I'm going to focus on this person, and I'm going to imagine lovingly as I drive off this freeway. And I'll see a person that's doing all of a sudden something different, and I try as I may, I cannot see their face. And if I cannot see their face, then I can't grab that smile. Because when I see their face, I can see the smile. So in your own way, practice this. When you see somebody who is down and out, or hear of a friend who's down and out, you imagine them telling you the good news, the good spell, the God spell. You take it upon yourself to do it. It's overwhelming. Until man lets go of that which he is now conscious of being, he will not become that which he desires to be. And Judas is the one who accomplishes this through suicide or detachment. Suicide is just a word. It's just a word, and its expression is detachment. It's the transformation. Judas, very, very, very important disciple. These are the 12 qualities which were given to man in the foundation of the world. Man's duty is to raise them to the level of discipleship. Boy, just the subject is overwhelming me. I got to tell you, I got to share it with you. It's very powerful. I really want to break out. I want to break out in tears. It's so powerful. When you see this work for yourself and try it, you're going to be overwhelmed with joy. It will move you, and if it doesn't, you might have a little bit. You might be of a lowered body temperature. Okay. Man's duty is to raise them to the level of discipleship. When this is accomplished, man will say, I have finished the work which thou gavest me to do. I have glorified thee on earth, and now, O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self, with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. I have finished the work which thou gavest me to do. I have finished the work which thou hast gavest me to do. Whatever, any transformation within yourself, within another, all of it. I have glorified thee on earth. I've glorified thee on earth, all of my self-conceptions, all of my brothers and sisters. O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self, with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. Oh, what a powerful prayer. Ooh, I don't know what your favorite part in there was, but man, oh man. Wants to throw me off my chair right now, I promise you. It was a heck of a chapter. And you don't realize how powerful this can be, and it should move you. This is what we should be studying, and it should be moving. This transformation demands it. Rereading the first quote, and when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits, to cast them out, and to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease. Matthew 10:1. I hope I was able to break it down sufficiently enough to realize that it really is you, in any expression you are having, becoming, I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. But also, you are becoming disciplined to the point where you learn this transformation process. You use it for yourself, and you use it for your brothers and your sisters. All self-concepts, all different personalities in that are all your brothers and sisters. They're all you. Woo-wee! Oh my gosh. I'd have to say, if I had a favorite in here, in all of these disciples, I would have to say Judas for sure. And in another lecture, and look for other lectures on that Neville has given on Judas. They're very, very powerful. I mean, they're very, very amazing. Anyway, we will see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, Chapter 19, Liquid Light. In Him we live and move and have our being. Acts 17:28. In him we live and move and have our being. Remember, all that is, I am. Our self-concept. In him we live and move and have our being. Psychically, this world appears as an ocean of light containing within itself all things, including man, as pulsating bodies enveloped in liquid light. The biblical story of the flood is the state in which man lives. Man is actually inundated in an ocean of liquid light in which countless numbers of light beings move. Remember, I am the light. If I am the light of the world, then I am that light which casts its image and its shadow into 3D. I am the light. The story of the flood is really being enacted today. Man is the ark containing within himself the male-female principles of every living thing. Oh man, that's very good. Man is the ark containing within himself the male-female principles of every living thing. This is a reminder also that everything is you pushed out. Everyone is you pushed out. The dove, or idea, which is sent out to find dry land, is man's attempt to embody his ideas. Embody your ideas. You have a new self-concept. You're impressing upon your subconscious, and you want to find that manifestation. The dove or idea, which is sent out to find dry land, is man's attempt to embody his ideas. We are always ascending. We're always impressing, so we find our new reality. Man's ideas resemble birds in flight, like the dove in the story returning to man without finding a place to rest. If man will not let such fruitless searches discourage him, one day the bird will return with a green sprig. After assuming the consciousness of the thing desired, I am that, he will be convinced that it is so, and he will feel and know that he is that which he has consciously appropriated, even though it is not yet confirmed by his senses. Very wonderful sentence. After assuming the consciousness of the thing desired, he will be convinced that it is so, and he will feel and know that he is that which he has consciously appropriated, even though it is not yet confirmed by his senses. I am happily married. I am happily healthy. I am happily wealthy. All you're convincing is your subconscious. I am eating that pizza I ordered. I mean, it sounds simple, but isn't it the truth? You order it and you don't even you don't doubt it for a second that it's on its way. You have the payment in your hand, you're ready. It's already a done deal. There's never a doubt that it's going to arrive at your doorstep. It's such a wonderful, simple example. It's the doubt level we're talking about. It's doubt which we have to get rid of. We talked about that. One day, man will become so identified with his conception that he will know it to be himself, and he will declare, I am. I am that which I desire to be. I am that I am. He will find that as he does so, he will begin to embody his desire, which is the dove or desire will this time find dry land. He will find that as he does so, he will begin to embody his desire, thereby realizing the mystery of the world made flesh. The same law we've been going over. Embody your desire. Here you don't have it in your consciousness. You've impressed your consciousness with it. Eventually, it arrives. This is the dry land. Everything in the world is a crystallization of this liquid light. Everything in the world is a crystallization of this liquid light. This liquid light is what's casting the shadows. It's your consciousness that is emitting that light. And your consciousness that I am that. You cast your impression here into your consciousness, and then the light casts a different shadow, and that shadow equals this image. but it's you making the impression. And this can relate to anything. I am the light of the world. Your awareness of being is the liquid light of the world, which crystallizes into the conceptions you have of yourself. Your unconditioned awareness of being first conceived itself in liquid light, which is the initial velocity of the universe. All things from the highest to the lowest vibrations or expressions of life are nothing more than the different vibrations of velocities of this initial velocity. Gold, silver, iron, wood, flesh, etc. are only different expressions or velocities of this one substance, liquid light. Ooh, you want to get involved with that. You want to understand liquid light because it is what is casting any kind of consciousness. As he mentioned, whatever, gold, silver, iron, wood, flesh, etc., all of it. All things are crystallized liquid light. I know with a little bit, if I remember from college or from learning different things, that light itself is something. Now, in the Seth materials, where I learned that what you're perceiving is a reflection of coming from you. Nature of Personal Reality, a great book. You're literally perceiving yourself from that other observer. So the idea of light and color is one of those things that is very fascinating thing to read a little bit about in the scientific approach. But the idea is that color and everything you're seeing is light. And where's the light coming from? How are you able to see the color of the camera or of the desk or whatever it is? There's a color only based on a light reflection. What's casting the light? What's casting the light out of the thing you're perceiving or observing? Remember, everything's you pushed out. All things are crystallized liquid light. The differentiation or infinity of expression is caused by the conceiver's desire to know himself. Oh, let me repeat that. That's an amazing sentence. All things are crystallized liquid light. The differentiation or infinity of expression is caused by the conceiver's desire to know himself. All things are crystallized liquid light. All things are crystallized liquid light. The differentiation or infinity of expression, that's us, all these self-concepts, infinity of them. The differentiation or infinity of expression, all of us are expressing, and even myself have different expression. The differentiation or infinity of expression is caused by the conceiver's desire to know himself. The desire to know himself. Himself. Your conception of yourself automatically determines the velocity necessary to express that which you have conceived yourself to be. Your self-concept is. If you want to change that self-concept, you just impress upon your consciousness that claim, I am that. I am that. The world is an ocean of liquid light in countless different states of crystallization. The world is an ocean of liquid light in countless different states of crystallization. And if you look at that, every self-concept that you have had, whatever it is, this is your self-concept today. This is the self-concept you're trying to create. All you're doing is re-impressing over and over and over until this becomes in your reality. This is your crystallization of the light that you are of. This light is not ending. It's an unending, infinite supply. There is no shortage. There's only an excess of available light. Light is an infinite. It's an always. I am the light of the world. That's an always concept. It's not a supply concept. It's definitely always in demand. If you or I are in any self-concept, we are creating the demand for the light. But the light is a continual. It's an ever. The world is an ocean of liquid light in countless different states of crystallization. Rereading the first quote. In him we live and move and have our being. Acts 17:28. Now, whenever you see the word move, this is a very important word because it moves into 4D before it affects the 3D. If you are moving here, this is your current reality, your current self-concept, and you're creating this movement within your consciousness, you're moving in reality literally. Because this subconscious movement is reality. That's the actual concrete place where it is actually happening. The light casts a shadow, which is your 3D self. Your 3D self is the expression of this self right here. That's your 3D self. In reality, what you think is reality. Another step is your 2D shadow from your 3D self. This is a light. This is you showing yourself how light works. When you see your shadow, which you easily take for granted, you're seeing how light works. I am the light of the world, and this light is casting a shadow. Okay? We can easily say, okay, the sun creates the light, or this light creates the light. You're the light. You're the light that created this 3D in the first place. You are the liquid light. You are the light being creating the shadow of which you are when you look in the mirror or when you look at yourself. You are the light that is emanating this shadow. This shadow has another shadow as a reminder. It's right in front of you to remind you that you're only living in a shadow world. It's a continual. I am the light of the world. What a great chapter. Let me know in the comments if you got anything out of this. It's a very quick chapter, but it says a lot, especially the word move. Movement is a big one, and the 4D is a big one. That's right in Genesis, which I'm sure we're going to touch sooner or later. All right, we'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, chapter 20, the breath of life. Did the prophet Elijah really restore to life the dead child of the widow? This story, along with all the other stories of the Bible, is a psychological drama which takes place in the consciousness of man. In the consciousness of man. Where is that consciousness? Where have we hidden it this time? Where is it hidden now? I am all that is God right here. Hidden within the consciousness of man. How many different examples of man are there? Hidden within the consciousness of man. Boom. This story, along with all the other stories of the Bible, is a psychological drama which takes place in the consciousness of man. In. The widow symbolizes every man and woman in the world. The dead child represents the frustrated desires and ambitions of man, while the prophet Elijah symbolizes the God power within man, or man's awareness of being. The story tells us that the prophet took the dead child from the widow's bosom and carried him into an upper room. Remember, every time you hear the word upper or ascension, we're talking about up here. As he entered this upper room, he closed the door behind them, placing the child upon a bed. He breathed life into him. Returning to the mother, he gave her the child and said, "Woman, thy son liveth." We went through this recently because we know the father and the mother are here. The father being this, for fun, this addition symbol, positive, as in electrical. The mother being this negative symbol, anode and cathode. Anode and cathode, same concept. Man and woman is within each one of us. We all have a womb from which we imagine and create. The sun is our creation. We put together an idea, we impress our consciousness with, and we give birth to the reality of such. Okay? The story tells us that the prophet took the dead child from the widow's bosom and carried him into the upper room. The dead child was here, carried him into the upper room. As he entered this upper room, he closed the door behind him. Remember, cutting yourself off from your senses. You're imagining. You're with the Lord. Placing the child upon a bed, he breathed life into him. Breathing life into him just simply means impressing your consciousness that you're staking your claim. I am that. That's breathing life into the son of your idea. He breathed life into him. Returning to the mother, he gave her the child and said, "Woman, thy son liveth." Womb of man, thy son liveth. It is done. Man's desires can be symbolized as the dead child. If you're only desiring it and you're not impressing your consciousness with it, you're not staking the claim, you're not decreeing, then it is a dead child, because this child is not alive. It's a dead child here. But that desire is not going to stop. It's going to continue. Man's desires can be symbolized as the dead child. The mere fact that he desires is positive proof that the thing desired is not yet a living reality in his world. He tries in every conceivable way to nurse this desire into reality, to make it live, but finds in the end that all attempts are fruitless. Most men are not aware of the existence of the infinite power within themselves as the prophet. They remain indefinitely with a dead child in their arms, not realizing that the desire is the positive indication of limitless capacities for its fulfillment. Boom! Huge, huge right there. Most men are not aware of the existence of the infinite power within themselves as the prophet, referring back to Prophet Elijah here. They remain indefinitely with a dead child in their arms, not realizing that the desire which is ever present is the positive indication of limitless capacities for its fulfillment. As we just discussed in a previous chapter, the problem and solution arrive with the desire. When the desire springs forth from within you, when it springs forth within you, the solution is partly there. The desire then causes a feeling of that which I want to manifest, that which I want to be, that which I want to say I am that to. If I am single and not in a relationship and I want to be, I am that. The dead child is the unfulfillment of that desire. Even in the body of work with the Seth material, the one thing that Seth wrote a couple books about was called value fulfillment. And again, the whole body of work is fascinating because I do like and appreciate Neville only after, again, 3 decades of the Seth material and using and teaching, etc., to then realize with that non-scriptural approach to learning these expansive capacities through Seth's vocabulary. By the way, he had an excellent vocabulary and perfect English when he dictated his information. It was a constant reminder of this expansion, and I think I might have lost my point. Let me just get back to this real quick. There was a constant. I'm going to have to come back to it. Let's keep going. Let man once recognize that his consciousness is a prophet who breathes life into all that he is conscious of being. Let man once recognize that his consciousness is a prophet who breathes life into all that he is conscious of being, and he will close the door of his senses against his problem and fix his attention solely on that which he desires, knowing that by doing his desires are certain to be realized. If you stop looking at what your senses are telling you, you go within, you impress your consciousness, your subconsciousness, then you are giving life to that. You're breathing life into that child. He will discover recognition to be the breath of life, for he will perceive, as he consciously claims himself to be now expressing or possessing all he desires to be or to have, that he will be breathing the breath of life into his desire. The quality claimed for the desire, in a way unknown to him, will begin to move and become a living reality in his world. The quality claimed for the desire will begin to move, right? What happens when the child's moving in the womb? It's kicking, it's trying to kick the door open. The quality claimed for the desire will begin to move and become a living reality in his world. Boom. Yes, the prophet Elijah lives forever as man's limitless consciousness of being, the widow as his limited consciousness of being, and the child as that which he desires to be. Another amazing story breakdown by Neville. And I don't know what my point was earlier about the Seth material, but the greatest thing when I think about it is how with the Neville's approach is using scripture and interpreting it. And Jane Roberts was not going to go with anything scriptural whatsoever, and I mentioned that before. So it's a very fascinating take on a lot of the same points that Neville makes are those in the body of the Seth material of work, in the body of work known as the Seth material. It's a great body of work. There's a lot to glean from that body of work, especially if you want to know about dreams, the dreaming self, and multidimensional reality, which we are covering. So it doesn't really like you have to change channels, to another book per se, because Neville cuts right to the chase fast, very, very fast, in a very, very short amount of words. I think that Seth material was great at those of us who wanted to go the long way around, because Seth covers it. I think it's about 48 books. If you look at the whole body of work, including deleted sessions, private sessions, including the ESP class sessions, including all 8 Seth books, they're definitely worth the read. But, all right. See you in the next video. Neville Goddard, your faith is your fortune. Let's see here. Where are we? Daniel in the lion's den, chapter 21. Thy God whom thou servest continually, he will deliver thee. Daniel 6:16. Thy God whom thou servest continually, he will deliver thee. Whom thou servest continually. I am always serving. I am all that is God. Every desire that comes into me, am I not serving that into a new reality for myself? It doesn't matter. Here I don't have a pizza. Here I'm eating the pizza. The desire itself provides the solution. You pick up the phone, you call, it gets delivered, and you're now in that new reality. You're continuously serving I am. The desire comes from I am to within you. It provided the solution, the phone number. You call, they make it, they bring it, now you're here in this reality. It happens at every level. This whole concept isn't just for getting that new car, that new house, that new relationship, that new feeling of health. It's happening at every level. You're already doing the skill set. You're already using the skill set wonderfully, continuously. It's a continuous constant. It's an always. The story of Daniel is the story of every man. It is recorded that Daniel, while locked in the lion's den, turned his back upon the hungry beasts, and with his vision turned toward the light coming from above, he prayed to the one and only God. I said above. Neville said above. Remember, anytime you hear the word above, ascension, upstairs, everything is up here in your imagination. And with his vision turned toward the light coming from above, he prayed to the one and only God. The lions, who were purposely starved for the feast, remained powerless to hurt the prophet. Daniel's faith in God was so great that it finally brought about his freedom and his appointment to a high office in the government of his country. That brings to mind the Count of Monte Cristo which Neville went to the movie theater with Abdullah and watched that movie together. Sometime, I think it came out in 39, and somewhere in the 30s. I forget the exact year, excuse me if you know, but the very first version is the best version. It's a black and white version, and it's wonderful, especially when you consider any of the Neville body of work. You watch that movie, and you could imagine Neville and Abdullah watching that on the big picture together, and then Abdullah asking Neville after the showing what he thought it meant, and Neville broke down. And if you watch the movie, it's really an interesting breakdown that the consciousness of man at the time had that script and the intelligence in the production of that movie, because it's very akin to this body of work. Watch the movie if you get a chance. It's really worth it. Daniel's faith in God was so great that it finally brought about his freedom and appointment to a high office in the government of his country. I'm thinking of the Count of Monte Cristo, the Count himself. This story was written for you to instruct you in the art of freeing yourself from any problem or prison in the world. Why am I jumping the gun all the time? Daniel, the Count of Monte Cristo is exactly what he was doing, was freeing himself from that prison. Great movie. That wasn't a spoiler. Most of us finding ourselves in the lion's den would be concerned only with the lions. We would not be thinking, we would only be concerned with the lions. We would be seeing what our senses show us. That's all that we would be seeing, and we would only be concerned with if we fell for the illusions of what's in front of us. We would not be thinking of the other problem in the whole wide world, but that of the lions. Yet we are told that Daniel turned his back upon them and looked toward the light that was God. Turned his back on the lions, on his problems, and looked towards God. Towards God. Stopped looking at the lions, at the problems, and went in and looked towards God. If we could follow the example of Daniel while threatened with any dire disaster, such as lions, poverty, or sickness, if, like Daniel, we could remove our attention to the light that is God, our solutions would be similarly simple. Let me repeat that sentence. If we could follow the example of Daniel while threatened with any dire disaster such as lions, poverty, or sickness, or loneliness, if, like Daniel, I put that in there, by the way, or loneliness, like Daniel, we could remove our attention to the light that is God, remove our attention to the light that is God, our solutions would be similarly simple. For example, if you were imprisoned, no man would need to tell you that what you should desire is freedom. Freedom, or rather the desire to be free, would be automatic. The same would be true if you found yourself sick or in debt or in any other predicament. Lions represent seemingly insoluble situations of a threatening nature. Kind of brings back the grasshoppers and I think it was the giants, right? Every problem automatically produces its solution in the form of a desire to be free from the problem. Every problem that is within your reality, is within your experience, every problem produces a solution. So every desire produces a solution, but every problem produces a solution. Every problem automatically produces its solution in the form of a desire to be free from the problem. Therefore, turn your back upon your problem and focus your attention upon the desired solution by already feeling yourself to be that which you desire. Feeling yourself to be that which you desire. Boom. I feel free of this problem, so therefore I am here. I am free of this problem, therefore I am here. I am wealthy, therefore my bank account is full. I am wealthy, therefore my bills are paid. I am happily in love, therefore I am in a relationship. I am happily healthy, therefore I don't visit the doctor. I am. Continue in this belief, and you will find that your prison wall will disappear as you begin to express that which you have become conscious of being. I have seen people apparently hopelessly in debt apply this principle, and in but a very short time, debts that were mountainous were removed. I have also seen those whose doctors, I have also seen those whom doctors had given up as incurable apply this principle, and in an incredibly short time, their so-called incurable disease vanished and left no scar. Look upon your desires as the spoken words of God, and every word of prophecy of that which you are capable of being. Look upon any desire, from the pizza, from the sublime to the ridiculous. Any desire is the spoken words of God. Any and every desire coming out of this fountain within you is the spoken word of God. You don't know why it's there sometimes. You just don't have it. You're like, why is it I want to eat that? I'm using simple examples, but you get the drift. Why is it I want that? Why do I want to go there? Why do I want to call her? Why do I want to call him? There's an important reason that desire is there. If you want to call him back, where did that desire come from? If you want to be back with him, where did that desire come from? Why is the desire there? Or is it such that I don't have to be worried about who it is? I just want to be concerned with the fact that I am in a relationship. If you go along qualifying this I am in a relationship only with him, is that desire going to be fulfilled? I think I know what my previous point was when I brought up Seth in the last video. It was the value fulfillment concept, and it just struck me. So if you're following along in sequence, that value fulfillment principle is the same. Seth was using a non-scriptural language. I'm filming these videos back to back, by the way, so I'm going to roll with it. The value fulfillment books of the Seth material are very akin to what is going on here with Neville's material when it talks about fulfilling your desire. Seth went about a crafty way to say it through Jane in a non-scriptural way, but the idea is the exact same idea. Value fulfillment, which I got from the Seth material, again, after a long period of studying it and applying it and living it, is that value fulfillment is the ultimate goal. I started a business with it. That business ran 13 years, and I was very happy with that. And a lot of the very, very, very lean times were punched through. It was construction, so it was a very, very not easy times in that business that we had, but we made it 13 years, and we used the principles of You Create Your Own Reality to keep that moving like a ship. The fulfilling concept was part of the desire creates the problem, which has the solution inbuilt. The fulfillment of us is to keep fulfilling these desires that spring forth within us. Henceforth, the book Value Fulfillment, which is the same concept. I'm not trying to marry these two things together. I want you to see that in many different bodies of work, the same thing is being said, that Neville's point blankly putting out here for us. This principle of desire with a solution is constant. It's like a loop, okay? Now, if you want to be back with him, and specifically him, and you desire only him or her, then you must imprint that impression on this consciousness. Because there's all God's creations are done. There is a reality where you and him are back together, if let's say you're broken up. And there's a reality where you and someone else are together. Which one will surface? Many times many times Neville would have somebody say, please imagine lovingly for me to Neville, and I want to be married to that man. And Neville would say, not that man. What if he's found guilty of murder tomorrow? What if he dies tomorrow, or whatever he said to the gal who wanted him to imagine for her? Then he would always say, this is many times, he would say he'd be right there on the aisle when this woman would be getting married, and it was typically, and I'm thinking maybe even every single example, she would be with a different man walking down the aisle, getting married, and when she passed Neville, she would look at him, and he would look at her, and he would, like, I told you. But the fulfillment of the idea was more important. The desire, its solution, impression to the consciousness, the fulfillment of that desire is the manifestation of that desire. I am that. If you get stuck on these details of who and whom, you might end up spinning your wheels. So you want to be very understanding of why Neville made it a point to to these women who had him imagine them married for them, which he would do after his lectures. People would come to him, and they would always be marrying somebody else. They were getting married was the point. He self-persuaded, saw them happily married, probably didn't qualify it. He probably just said happily married. Not to that specific person or that person, but married and happy. Look upon your desires as the spoken words of God and every word of prophecy of that which you are capable of being. Do not question whether you are worthy or unworthy to realize these desires. Accept them as they come to you. Give thanks to them. Give thanks for them as though they were gifts. The desires are gifts. The desire to be wealthy is a gift. That desire is a gift. Be thankful of that gift because you have the solution built into the desire. You simply impress the consciousness and it becomes. Give thanks for them as though they were gifts. Feel happy and grateful for having received such wonderful gifts. Then go your way in peace. This is the Sabbath. Then just go your way. Be thankful for the desire because it is a gift. And then go your way in peace. Such simple acceptance of your desires is like the dropping of fertile seed into an ever-prepared soil. When you drop your desire in consciousness as a seed, confident that it shall appear in its full-blown potential, you have done all that is expected of you. That's it. To be worried or concerned about the manner of their unfoldment is to hold these fertile seeds in a mental grasp, and therefore to prevent them from really maturing to full harvest. To be very much concerned only that it has to be him. It has to be him. I am married to him and him only, is holding it in a firm grasp, mental grasp. To be worried or concerned about the manner of their unfoldment, I am happily married. I am happily in a relationship. I am in love. This qualifier of it has to be that specific person is this sentence. To be worried or concerned about the manner of their unfoldment is to hold these fertile seeds in a mental grasp, and therefore to prevent them from really maturing to full harvest. You might as well roll with it. You might as well see what happens. If you've been battering your head against this wall continually, saying it has to be him and him only, and he has to call me back, he has to stop the third person, he has to change this and change that, I have to, him. No, you're just fighting a battle of trying to move willfully. You're trying to move willfully. Why not just practice it and let it happen by just not qualifying that? I'm happily in love. I'm happily married. It's wonderful feeling that I am in bed with my partner. Remove the qualification. Test this out. Test it and see. The desire exists for a reason. Use the solution. I am that. Drop the qualifier. Don't be anxious or concerned as to results. Results will follow just as surely as day follows night. Have faith in this planting until the evidence is manifest to you that it is so. Your confidence in this procedure will pay great rewards. You wait but a little while in the consciousness of the thing desired, then suddenly, and when you least expect it, the thing becomes your expression. You meet somebody, and all of a sudden you're on that date. All of a sudden you're going to the movies. All of a sudden you're going to dinner. All of a sudden you're going to meet family. All of a sudden you're discussing new this and new that, and moving in together. All of a sudden you're walking down the aisle. It happens per your desire. Life is no respecter of persons and destroys nothing. It continues to keep alive that which man is conscious of being. Life is no respecter of persons and destroys nothing. It's the same thing. This is life, God, all that is. I am. That's life. Is no respecter of persons and destroys nothing. It continues to keep alive. It keeps alive that desire. It doesn't matter if you say it has to be him only, that desire still exists. It is okay for that desire. That desire is not a bad desire. You claiming it has to be him and him only is not a bad desire. It's not going to be destroyed by that which gave you the desire. It's not going to be qualified to be picked out. That's just up to you. But just remember, back to Neville, when he did this, imagining for others, they were always walking down that aisle with a different man. Which one that was more befitting of that reality? Things will disappear only as man changes his consciousness. Deny it if you will, it still remains a fact that consciousness is the only reality, and things but mirror that which you are conscious of being. Things only mirror that which you are conscious of being. The heavenly state you seek will be found only in, excuse me, the heavenly state you seek will be found only in consciousness, for the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Your consciousness is the only living reality, the eternal head of creation. Isn't that a wonderful sentence? Your consciousness is the only living reality, the eternal head of creation. That which you are conscious of being is the temporal body that you wear. To turn your attention from that which you are aware of being is to decapitate that body. Decapitate that body. But just as a chicken or snake continues to jump and throb after a while after its head has been removed, likewise qualities and conditions appear to live for a while after your attention has been taken from them. Don't be like Lot's wife. Don't look back. Don't get stuck here. Go forward. You're decapitating that consciousness of that which was, because you are now already here. When the head is gone of this, the head's here. You have made the movement. You have impressed your consciousness. And now the 3D shadow has appeared. You've lopped the head off of this old creation. That which you are, I'm going to repeat the sentence, it's very important. That which you are conscious of being is the temporal body that you wear. To turn your attention from that which you are aware of being is to decapitate that body, to turn your attention away. But just as a chicken or snake continues to jump and throb for a while after it has been removed, likewise qualities and conditions appear to live for a while after your attention has been taken from them. Man, not knowing this law of consciousness, constantly gives thought to his previous habitual conditions. Oh, can't we just fix this in one thought? Oh, this sentence is already super heavy and I haven't even gone halfway. This is a very heavy, heavy subject. Man not knowing this law of consciousness, but we are educating our way through this, okay? Man not knowing this law of consciousness constantly gives thought to his previous habitual conditions through being attentive to them, places upon these dead bodies the eternal head of creation. Thereby he reanimates and resurrects them. Oh my gosh, if there was one thing we could just pluck right out of there and get rid of, right? This is profound. I have to break this down further. Man, not knowing this law of consciousness, constantly gives thought to his previous habitual consciousness. You're here. You're on the new date. This old SP is gone. In your current focused attention, there is somebody new. But you're giving, out of habit, attention to this old consciousness. Constantly gives thought to his previous habitual conditions, and through being attentive to them, being attentive to these ones, placing upon these dead bodies the eternal head of creation. Thereby he reanimates and resurrects them. Remember the phrase, when you're here, you must impress yourself with, and I love this, let the dead bury the dead. You're only in a now. You're not in a past. You're in a now. If you have this new creation happening, it is time for you to let go. What is the saying? The old saying? It's new. It's coming around again. Let go and let God. There's God. Let go of this. Let God be your supply of your new desire, your new reality. You're the one that created it by impressing the consciousness. So you're letting God Let go. You must leave these dead bodies alone and let the dead bury the dead. I'm sorry. I'm always asking Neville to guide me, but I don't want to take his thunder constantly. I'm always jumping ahead, but it's here. All right. You must leave these dead bodies alone and let the dead bury the dead. Man, having put his hand to the plow, that is after assuming the consciousness of the quality desire, that's in parentheses. Man, having put his hand to the plow by looking back, can only defeat his fitness for the kingdom of heaven. That's looking back like Lot's wife. If you're here in this new situation and you look back, that's a no-no. As the will of heaven is ever done on earth, you are today in the heaven that you have established within yourself. For here on this very earth, your heaven reveals itself. The kingdom of heaven is really at hand. Now is the accepted time. Now is the accepted time. So create a new heaven, enter a new state of consciousness, and a new earth will appear. Enter a new state of consciousness and a new earth will appear. And now the time is at hand. Now is the only time you have. This concept of future, this concept of past, these are phony baloney. Who knows why we put so much investment in these places? As in a very amazing situation with Neville's wife, she woke up one day and I think she had a voice. You never spend your thoughts. What was it again? Your thoughts, your time, and your money must not be spent. They must be invested. If you're spending your thoughts and your time, if you're spending your thoughts and your time, you're losing what you spend. It's going into it's disappearing. But you must invest. You must forget about spending here. Everything must be an investment. The only place you can invest is here. You can think you're investing. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can do revision and invest in revising the past. That's very valid, and that's not the point of what we're talking about here. But when you spend time here and you spend time here without revision, qualifying this statement, these are sapping away your investment. They're becoming expenses, wasted expenses. Dump those things. Get rid of anything that is illusioning you. Invest only. Invest where is the only place that investment is possible. It's in your now. It's the only place that exists. By God whom thou servest continually, he will deliver thee. He will deliver thee. Oh man, what a wonderful chapter. Daniel in the lion's den. So many great pieces here. Anything, if you might have got something out of this, leave a comment. Let's get some engagement going on this subject. It's very, very wonderful. I mean, Neville's work is just great. We're getting there. Where are we? Daniel 21. We've got 6 more chapters to go. We'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune. Chapter 22, Fishing. They went forth and entered into a ship, and that night they caught nothing. John 21:3. And he said unto them, Cast the net on the right side of the ship, and ye shall find. They cast therefore, and now they were not able to draw it for the multitude of fishes. John 21:6. It is recorded that the disciples fished all night and caught nothing. Then Jesus appeared upon the scene and told them to cast their nets again, but this time to cast them on the right side. Peter obeyed the voice of Jesus and cast his nets once more into the waters, where but a moment before the water was completely empty of fish. The nets almost broke with a number of the resulting catch. Remember, then Jesus appeared, the intuition, the imagination. Peter listened to his imagination. Peter obeyed the voice of Jesus and cast his nets once more into the waters. Is Peter listening to that intuition? Because you always know that I am all that is, God being the backdrop of what you are, you always know that you have the information within you. As Peter listened and once more cast the net. Man, fishing all through the night of human ignorance, attempts to realize his desires through effort and struggle, only to find in the end that his search is fruitless. When man discovers his awareness of being to be Christ, Jesus, he will obey its voice and let it direct his fishing. He will cast his hook on the right side, he will apply the law in the right manner, and will seek in consciousness for the thing desired. Finding it there, he will know that it will be multiplied in the world of form. Those who have had the pleasure of fishing know what a thrill it is to feed the fish upon the hook, to feel the fish upon the hook. Those who have had the pleasure of fishing know what a thrill it is to feel the fish upon the hook. The bite of the fish is followed by the play of the fish. This play in turn is followed by the landing of the fish. Something similar takes place in the consciousness of man as he fishes for the manifestations of life. Fishermen know that if they wish to catch big fish, they must fish in deep waters. If you would catch a large measure of life, you must leave behind you the shallow waters with its many reefs and barriers and launch out into the deep blue waters where the big ones play. To catch the large manifestations of life, you must enter into deeper and freer states of consciousness. Only in these depths do the big expressions of life live. Boy, it sounds risky. Here is a simple formula for successful fishing. First, decide what it is you want to express or possess. First, decide what it is you want to express or possess. Here you are, unmarried, single. Let's say you're not happy here and you want to be here, married, happily married, in a relationship, feeling the throes of love. You're here, but you want to be here. First, decide what it is you want to express or possess. And it doesn't matter what that is. This could be health, it could be wealth, it could be anything that you're not experiencing here. It doesn't matter what it is. It's what you're not experiencing or expressing. You want to have it. You want to express it. This is essential. Once you decide on what you want, you must definitely know what you want of life before you can fish for it. After your decision is made, turn from the world of sense. Remember, remove your attention from the problem and place it on just being by repeating quietly but with feeling, I am. I am. As your attention is removed from the world round about you and placed upon the I am, so that you are lost in the feeling of simply being, you will find yourself slipping the anchor that tied you to the shallows of your problem. And effortlessly you will find yourself moving out into the deep. You will find yourself slipping of the anchor, moving out into the deep. This is where the risk is and the reward. That's through saying, I am. The sensation which accompanies this act is one of expansion. You will feel yourself rise and expand as though you were actually growing. Do not be afraid of this floating, growing experience, for you are not going to die anything but your limitations. Do not be afraid of this floating, growing experience, for you are not going to die to anything but your limitations. You're not going to transform to anything except but those limitations. However, your limitations are going to die as you move away from them, for they live only in your consciousness. That's the only place limitations exist. The limitations of bank account, the limitations of relationship, the limitations of health, the limitations of anything live in your consciousness. They don't live in the physical world. The physical world's out here. As above, so below. As within, so without. As above, up here, so below, out here. As above, in here, your consciousness, so below, your reality and your expression. So these limitations will die, but you won't die. In a sense, you're never going to, by the way, but that's a story for another day. We'll stay focused here. As you go within into your I am, now you enter into the expansion. Not the limitation, but the expansion. Even this new reality has limitations, but you're going into the expanded self, your I am. In this deep or expanded consciousness, you feel yourself to be a mighty, pulsating power as deep and as rhythmical as the ocean. This expanded feeling is the signal that you are now in the deep blue waters where the big fish swim. Suppose the fish you decided to catch were health and freedom. You begin to fish in this formless, pulsating depth of yourself where these qualities or states of consciousness by feeling, I am healthy. I am free. You continue claiming and feeling yourself to be healthy and free until the conviction that you are so possesses you. As the conviction is born within you so that all doubts pass away, and you know and feel that you are free from the limitations of the past, you will know that you have hooked these fish. As the conviction is born within you, so that all doubts pass away, and you know and feel that you are free from the limitations of the past, you will know that you have hooked these fish. You want doubts to pass away big time. That's definitely something. And that goes, when you go back into here and you're in consciousness and you're dwelling on this I am that, and you're staking your claim and you are decreeing the thing, these doubts and fears pass away because this self-concept passes away. Remember the transformative quality of Judas, the detachment principle. You are becoming detached from what limited you. And it was in consciousness. And you do that detachment when you go into your quiet meditation and you stop looking at this, what the senses are showing you, and you do your I am. I am healthy. I am free. I am married. I am in love. The joy which courses through your entire being on feeling that you are now that which you desire to be is equal to the thrill of the fisherman as he hooks his fish. Now comes the play of the fish. This is accomplished by returning to the world of the senses. As you open your eyes on the world round about you, the conviction and the consciousness that you are healthy and free should be so established within you that your whole being thrills in its anticipation. Then, as you walk through the necessary interval of time that it will take the things felt to embody themselves, you will feel a secret thrill in knowing that in a little while, that which no man sees, but that which you feel and know that you are, will be landed. There is nothing more thrilling than that. You go into the Sabbath and you know it's a done deal. You know it's like ordering the pizza. I don't have the pizza here. I have the pizza here. You know, once you order it, you don't even hassle it anymore. You don't call the pizza place and say, is it in the oven yet? You don't call the pizza place and say, how many more minutes? You take thrill in its arrival. You know in advance because you've satisfied the fishing. The pizza's ordered. Now it's the play time. You know it's coming, and there's nothing to worry about. That you don't have to hassle the oven, the temperature of the oven, the time in the oven, nothing. You know at the doorstep it's going to be there in a short amount of time, but you thrill in that secret feeling that you know you did it. In a moment when you think not, while you faithfully walk in this consciousness, you will begin to express and possess that which you are conscious of being and possessing, experiencing with the fisherman the joy of landing the big one. Now, go and fish, the manifestation of life, by casting your nets on the right side. Goodness me, that was a wonderful chapter. So many wonderful little pieces in there. Oh my gosh. Which one did you like? I like the idea of the play of the fish. Once you land that visualization, that feeling, that consciousness within you, once you land it, you're doing this already all the time. And all you're doing now is you're doing it consciously. With what we're talking about, we're taking a conscious awareness of doing it. It's the parking spot. It's the pizza. These are the small things. And then we transfer into the health, the wealth, the love. They can still be playful, and they're going to be playful, especially with his instructions. You go into the I am. Then you think about what kind of fish you want. What is the fish? What does it feel like to be experiencing that? Then that thrill of owning it. You own it once you catch that feeling, that's ownership. That literally is the ownership of it. And you're the one putting this in consciousness anyway. So in the 4D, you're the one in movement. That relationship, that love, that experience, although not happening here in your 3D and your limited self, is being created here. Because you are focusing on it. Because you are bringing it to life. You're breathing life into that child. And you have not to worry about anything, because it is coming. The pregnancy has happened. What a wonderful chapter. Fishing. Whew. Man, oh man. Let's repeat those opening quotes. They went forth and entered into a ship, and that night they caught nothing. And he said unto them, cast the net on the right side of the ship, and ye shall find. They cast therefore, and now they were not able to draw it for the multitude of fishes. So heavy the net was, they weren't able to draw in the multitude. That's abundance. That is truly the abundance of catching that feeling. You do it with the parking space, do it with the pizza, do it with the coffee, do it with the butterfly, do it with whatever you're going to do it with, but do it. Do it on the little things, but catch these rewarding experiences. Catch the rewarding feeling of nailing this. And repeat it. Repeat these small things. Don't be lazy with it. And as anybody who's attested to Neville's, to making this stuff work is when they truly tested it. Did they see it really come alive? You have to test it. You have to try and prove it false. Prove it doesn't work and see what happens. Okay. That was a wonderful chapter. See you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, chapter 23, Be Ears That Hear. Let these sayings sink down into your ears, for the Son of Man shall be delivered into the hands of men. Luke 9:44. Let these sayings sink down into your ears, for the Son of Man shall be delivered into the hands of men. Be not as those who have eyes that see not and ears that hear not. Let these revelations sink deep into your ears, for after the Son, remember the Son, let me show you again. After the Son, I am all that is, God. After the Son, which you're conceiving from yourself here, you're putting the Son into being, because you're giving birth to the concept in consciousness here. In the experience, in the expression, where you are not experiencing the event, whatever it is, it doesn't matter, I am healthy, I am free, I am in love. The Son of that idea is what you're breathing life into. Let these revelations sink deep into your ears for after the Son, the idea, is conceived, man with his false values, which are reason, will attempt to explain the why and wherefore of the Son's expression, and in so doing will rend him to pieces. Let these revelations sink deep into your ears, and for after the Son is conceived, man with his false values will attempt to explain the why and wherefore of the Son's expression. The Son's expression. And in so doing will rend him to pieces. That's like the facts. That's the analysis. After men have agreed that a certain thing is humanly possible, after men have agreed that a certain thing is humanly impossible, and therefore cannot be done, let someone accomplish the impossible thing. The wise ones who said it could not be done will begin to tell you why and how it happened. After they are all through tearing the seamless robe, that's the cause of manifestation. After they are all through tearing the seamless robe apart, They will be as far from the truth as they were when they proclaimed it impossible. As long as man looks for the cause of expression in places other than the expressor, he looks in vain. As long as man looks for the causes of expression, they look for it in vain. Oh, you can't get pregnant. What? Well, how are you pregnant? It's impossible. They look for the reasoning in vain. This is the doctor telling somebody they have a incurable disease, and through this use of this law, they don't have an incurable disease. Then they look for the reason. For thousands of years, man has been told, I am the resurrection and the life. No manifestation cometh unto me, save I draw it. But man will not believe it. He prefers to believe in causes outside of himself. He prefers to believe in causes outside of himself. Why not make it easier to point? The moment that which was not seen becomes seen, man is ready to explain the cause and purpose of its appearance. Thus, the Son of Man is constantly being destroyed at the hands of man. The Son of Man being the idea desiring manifestation. And then being destroyed at the hands, which is the reasonable explanation or wisdom of man. Thus, the Son of Man is constantly being destroyed at the hands or at the hands of man. Now that your awareness is revealed to you as cause of all expression, do not return to the darkness of Egypt with its many gods. There is but one God. The one and only God is your awareness. The one and only God is your awareness. Any self-concept you are experiencing or expressing, there's only one God. That's the God of your awareness. And all inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing. And he doeth according to his will in the army of heaven, and among the inhabitants of earth, and none can stay his hand, or say unto him, What doest thou? If the whole world should agree that a certain thing could not be expressed, and yet you became aware of being that which they had agreed could not be expressed, you would express it. Your awareness never asks permission to express that which you are aware of being. It does so naturally and without effort, in spite of the wisdom of man and all opposition. Anything you're wishing to express that you give birth to, and it becomes a reality in your expression, in your life, and you transform and you detach, and you're now expressing that new idea. It doesn't matter what anybody says, whether what's possible or not. Ears that hear, eyes that see. We're back to Simon, selective hearing. If someone's telling you that it's not possible, no, I don't accept that. I don't accept that. I believe it is possible, and I will hold in the faith. I will claim, I will decree, I will become. I am that. If you listen to rumors and outside sources, this is a dead end. This is going to keep you in a loop right here. If you listen to this information telling you no, then you're stuck here. You're never going to make the claim. You're never going to give birth to the idea that gives you the freedom you're after, or the health, or the love. You have to ignore the outside. Ignore what your senses are showing you. And go within. Close the door. In secret. Catch that feeling. Feel it real. Watch it become. Salute no man, by the way. This is not a command to be insolent or unfriendly, but a reminder not to recognize a superior. Not to see anyone a barrier to your expression. Not to see anyone a barrier to your expression. None can stay your hand or question your ability to express that which you are conscious of being. None can stay your hand or question your ability to express that which you are conscious of being. If you're conscious of being in love, you will become. It's just going to happen. You will not stop it when you express it. When you impress it. When you impress it upon your consciousness, it is already. It already is. You already made the movement. You made the movement inside, therefore it will become. Do not judge after the appearances of a thing, for all are as nothing in the eyes of God. When the disciples, through their judgment of appearances, saw the insane child, they thought it a more difficult problem to solve than others they had seen, and so they failed to achieve a cure. In judging after appearances, they forgot that all things were possible to God. Hypnotized as they were by the reality of appearances, they could not feel the naturalness of sanity. It brings up the story of, and I forget which lecture it was, but there was a teacher, after hearing the lecture of Neville speaking on this exact subject, was in a situation where they had a student that was troublesome, and they were at the moment where they were going to expel this child. The teacher, I'm just paraphrasing here, but the teacher went to the lecture, heard Neville discuss this law, and after that lecture went home and imagined lovingly for the child. Imagined it basically doing better in school, basically coming around. It was a very troublesome, rebellious child that was about to be expelled. Well, the teacher went in her closet and shut the door and did her prayer and imagined lovingly for that child. And that child, it turned around so 180 degrees that there was no need to expel the child anymore. And the child was doing good, getting better grades, etc., all down the line. But this one person did the imagining, one teacher, and the whole staff was willing and voted on expelling this child. But one person, just one, put together the idea within herself, imagined lovingly for that child, created the concept, conceived the concept of the child doing better, doing good, not needing to be expelled, etc. Within one day, the birth of that expression happened, and the child did not get expelled. It's an unbelievable story as it sounds, but here he says it right there. And judging after the appearances, they forgot all things were possible to God. All things were possible. This gal in the lecture, she remembered, and she did the prayer. She did the imagining lovingly. She sacrificed the self of hers that believed the child was troublesome and just needed to be pushed away. That self that believed that, she sacrificed that self and became that new self that believed the child was doing really good. What does that take? It's just a little bit of imagination. Hypnotized as they were by the reality of appearances, they could not feel the naturalness of sanity. The only way for you to avoid such failures is to constantly bear in mind that your awareness is the Almighty. Your awareness, the all-wise presence. Without help, this unknown presence within you effortlessly outpictures that which you are aware of being. Effortlessly outpictures that which you are aware of being. Be perfectly indifferent to the evidence of the senses, so that you may feel the naturalness of your desire, and your desire will be realized. This teacher felt it totally natural for the child to be doing better. Just felt it in a natural manner within her. Turn from appearances and feel the naturalness of that perfect perception within yourself. A quality never to be distrusted or doubted. Perfect perception within yourself, a quality never to be distrusted or doubted. That perfect perception within yourself. What is that? That is your I am, your awareness of being. Its understanding will never lead you astray. Your desire is the solution of your problem. The teacher had the desire for the child to be better. That's a simple desire. She had a simple desire, the teacher, for the child to be doing better. That desire was within here, where the problem was manifest. In this expression of the teacher's existence was the problem. The problem was the child was doing bad and was about to be expelled. The solution to the problem lie within the same expression through a desire came into the teacher for the student to do better, hence going to the Neville lecture, hence hearing the lesson, hence applying the lesson that night, hence seeing the birth of the new situation. The very night she heard the lesson. Your desire is the solution to your problem. As the desire is realized, the problem is dissolved. There's a lot of water words here. Solution, right? Dissolved, right? Remember, the firmament is the firm attitude, the firm conviction, the firmness with which you apply this, the firm approach. This moves the water within you. It's the water within you. 4D, remember, once you move that water, like on the face of the waters, then the movement happens. Then 3D is only a shadow of that movement. You're moving that water. You cannot force anything outwardly by the mightiest effort of the will. You cannot force anything outwardly by the mightiest effort of the will. There's only one way you can command the things you want, and that is by assuming the consciousness of the things desired. There's only one way. The willpower is not going to make it happen. Willpower alone is not the answer. And you can try as you may, try as you might, and you can spend a lot of time, energy, and effort here and use trying to apply willpower, but it's not going to be the solution to the problem. The solution is to go into the closet, shut the door, and pray to the Father. That is, close off the senses. The Father's in here, imagination. Apply the solution. See the feeling of the result. Feel the feeling. See the feeling. Feel the feeling of the result of the experience. The child's doing better in class. The child does not need to be expelled. The child is happy. The child is free. Therefore, I am free. When you feel that here, the experience happens. There's a vast difference between feeling a thing and merely knowing it intellectually. As I just mentioned, see it, then feel it. You have to feel it. You must accept without reservation the fact that by possessing a thing in consciousness, you have commanded the reality that causes it to come into, excuse me, let me repeat this. You must accept without reservation the fact that by possessing, the feeling, that by possessing a thing in consciousness, you have commanded the reality that causes it to come into existence in concrete form. You must be absolutely convinced of an unbroken connection between the invisible reality and its visible manifestation. You must be absolutely convinced of an unbroken connection between the invisible reality here, where you're having in your feeling, in your imagination, with your eyes closed. You must be absolutely convinced of an unbroken connection between the invisible reality and its visible manifestation. You must be convinced. Your inner acceptance must become an intense, unalterable conviction which transcends both reason and intellect. Renouncing entirely any belief in the reality of the externalization except as a reflection of an inner state of consciousness. When you really understand and believe these things you will have built up so profound a certainty that nothing can shake you. Let me try and clean up that sentence. When you really understand and believe these things, you will have built up so profound a certainty that nothing can shake you. You will become convinced. It will become a tool that you use consistently. From the small things to the tall things. From the grasshopper to the giant. Once you get that conviction flowing, you're only trying to convince one person. You're only trying to convince one self-concept. This is only one. You don't have to try and go and convince everything out here or any of your other self-concepts. You're just trying to convince you so you can consciously become aware of your ability to do this, to jump self-concepts. Your desires are the invisible realities which respond only to the commands of God. God commands the invisible to appear by claiming himself to be the thing commanded. He made himself equal with God and found it not robbery to do the works of God. Listen to that. He made himself equal with God and found it not robbery to do the works of God. These things will happen so effortlessly when they come into your life, the bridge of incidents, you'll think it's miracles, you'll think it's robbery. And for some reason, to some, that you might even feel guilty for having this power. The power to create through your imagination. You might even feel guilty that you can have anything. Wait, I'm not supposed to just have anything I want. You might feel like it's robbing. There's robbing from, you're not taking anything from anybody when you're in your own reality. This is your own self-concept from God, from the source, from all that is, from the I am. You have one sliver here. And in that sliver can be gotten anything. You can change this self-concept into this self-concept. I'm not happily married. I am happily married. There's no robbing any other self-concepts. There's nothing coming from another except from by you, saved by me. You're not taking from anywhere in the world. There's no such thing as your bank account being full and overflowing and then others having a lack of money because yours is full and overflowing. There's no such limited concept in the eyes of all that is, Him, God. It is only abundance pouring forth, another liquid term, by the way. Now let this saying seek, let me repeat the phrase. He made himself equal with God and found it not robbery to do the works of God. Now let this saying sink deep. Let this saying sink deep in your ear. It's all in capitals, so let me get ready for it. Be conscious of being that which you want to appear. Be conscious of being that which you want to appear. Just be conscious of it. I am that. Be conscious of being that which you want to appear, whatever it is. I am free. I am healthy. I am happily married. Whichever it is you want to appear, be conscious of being it. What an intense chapter. Be ears that hear. Oh, let these sayings sink down into your ears, for the Son of Man shall be delivered into the hands of men. The Son of Man will be delivered into the hands of men. The Son of Man is your desire, and giving birth to that desire through conscious awareness of it, like he's saying here, conscious of being, then born of that conscious awareness is the son of that idea. What a wonderful chapter. Oh my goodness. Your faith is your fortune. Where are we at? Be ears that hear. Chapter 23. There's such good pieces in this. I don't know what your favorite part was. If you have one, write it in there. Or if you got something from it. What a good one. All right. We'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, Chapter 24, Clairvoyance, Count of Monte Cristo. I think I mentioned it before, clairvoyantly, because I didn't realize it was in here, but here it is. Having eyes, see ye not, and having ears, hear ye not. And do ye not remember? Mark 8:18. True clairvoyance rests not in your ability to see things beyond the range of human vision, but rather in your ability to understand that which you see. A financial statement can be seen by anyone, but very few can read a financial statement. The capacity to interpret the statement in the mark of clear seeing or clairvoyance. That every object, both animate and inanimate, is enveloped in a liquid light, which moves and pulsates with an energy far more radiant than the objects themselves. No one knows better than the author, but he also knows that the ability to see such auras is not equal to the ability to understand that which one sees in the world around about him. To illustrate this point, here is a story with which the whole world is familiar, yet only the true mystic or clairvoyant has ever really seen it. We're going to cover synopses, paragraphs, and then commentary paragraphs. We're going to bounce back and forth here. The story of the story of Dumas's Count of Monte Cristo is, to the mystic and true clairvoyant, the biography of every man. Remember, Neville and Abdullah went to the movie theater to see this together. The movie came out in 1934. I do not know when they went. I forget that lecture date, but here is the movie broken down. The story of Dumas's Count of Monte Cristo is, to the mystic and true clairvoyant, the biography of every man. Edmond Dantes, a young sailor, finds the captain of his ship dead. Taking command of the ship in the midst of a storm-swept sea, he attempts to steer the ship into a safe anchorage. That's the synopsis. The commentary on that: life itself is a storm-swept sea with which man wrestles as he tries to steer himself into a haven of rest. Synopsis 2. On Dantes is a secret document which must be given to a man he does not know, but who will make himself known to the young sailor in due time. This document is a plan to set the Emperor Napoleon free from his prison on the Isle of Elba. Commentary 2. Within every man is the secret plan that will set free the mighty emperor within himself. Who is this mighty emperor within ourselves? I am all that is God. That is the I am inside of every one of us. There's our self-concept. There's what the person we are being and creating. Synopsis 3. As Dantes reaches port, three men, who by their flattery and praise have succeeded in worming their way into the good graces of the present king, fearing any change that would alter their positions in the government, have the young mariner arrested and committed to the catacombs. Commentary 3. Man in his attempt to find security in this world is misled by the false lights of greed, vanity, and power. Most men believe that fame, great wealth, or political power would secure them against the storms of life. So they seek to acquire these as the anchors of their life, only to find that in their search for these, they gradually lose the knowledge of their true being. If man places his faith in things other than himself, that in which his faith is placed will in time destroy him, at which time he will be as one imprisoned in confusion and despair. When he puts his faith in things out here, when he puts his faith away from himself, in a God outside, the God is inside. Every self-concept you are or have the capacity to be is from within. So, as he just described, when man puts his faith in the outside, that's where the confusion and despair because of that imprisonment. Okay, synopsis 4. Here in this tomb, Dantes is forgotten and left to rot. Many years pass. Then one day Dantes, who is by this time a living skeleton, hears a knock on his wall. Right? Answering this knock, he hears the voice of one on the other side of the stone. In response to this voice, Dantes removes the stone and discovers an old priest who has been in prison so long that no one knows the reason for his imprisonment or the length of time he has been there. Oh my gosh. Not funny, right? Commentary 4. Here behind these walls of mental darkness, man remains in what appears to be a living death. After years of disappointment, man turns from these false friends, and he discovers within himself the Ancient One, his awareness of being, who has been buried since the day he first believed himself to be man and forgot he was God. After years of disappointment, man turns from these false friends and he discovers within himself the Ancient One who was buried since the day he first believed himself to be man and forgot he was God. He believed himself to be man and forgot he was God. Synopsis 5. The old priest had spent many years digging his way out of this living tomb, only to discover that he had dug his way into Dantes' tomb. Again, it's a great movie, and I highly recommend the 1934 black and white version, the original, There's actually a new one that just came out in French, I think in 2024, as a matter of fact. So there's going to be a fourth one. It's probably going to be subtitled, which is kind of sad because you want to see the action happen and not have to worry about reading, but it's still going to be good. I don't know if there's access online yet, but I did see a trailer for it. So you have the original 1934 version, you have a remake, I don't remember when, and then you have another one also later. And they're all great, but the first one is outstanding. Back to Synopsis 5. The old priest had spent many years digging his way out of this living tomb, only to discover that he had dug his way into Dante's tomb. He then resigns himself to his fate and decides to find his joy and freedom by instructing Dantes in all that he knows concerning the mysteries of life and to aid him to escape as well. Dantes at first is impatient to acquire all this information, but the old priest, with infinite patience garnered through his long imprisonment, shows Dantes how unfit he is to receive this knowledge in his present, unprepared, anxious mind. So with philosophic calm, he slowly reveals to the young man the mysteries of life and time. They have nothing but time on their hands. Commentary 5. This revelation is so wonderful that when man first hears it, he wants to acquire it all at once. But when he finds that, after numberless years spent in the belief of being man, he has so completely forgotten his true identity that he is now incapable of absorbing this memory all at once. He also discovers that he can do so only in proportion to his letting go of all human values and opinions, letting go of those outside things that have clouded up the expression of the self. The limitations that exist here in the self by this influence seem to be all there is, and that is not all there is. When the memory floods in, that you are part of, within you is all that is, God, I am, then you can change expression. Synopsis 6. As Dantes ripens under the old priest's instructions, the old man finds himself living more and more in the consciousness of Dantes. Finally, he imparts his last bit of wisdom to Dantes, making him competent to handle positions of trust. He then tells him of an inexhaustible treasure buried on the Isle of Monte Cristo. Commentary 6. As man drops these cherished human values, he absorbs more and more of the light. As he drops these cherished human values from without, he absorbs more and more of the light, which is the old priest, until finally he becomes the light and knows himself to be the Ancient One. He begins to know that he is the Ancient One. I am the light of the world. Synopsis 7. At this revelation, the walls of the catacomb which separated them from the ocean cave of, let me clean that one. At this revelation, the walls of the catacomb which separated them from the ocean above cave in, crushing the old man to death. The guards, discovering the accident, sew the old priest's body into a sack and prepare to cast it out to the sea. As they leave to get a stretcher, Dantes removes the body of the old priest and sews himself into the bag. The guards, unaware of this change of bodies and believing him to be the old man, throw Dantes into the water. Commentary 7. The flowing of both blood and water in the death of the old priest is comparable to the flow of blood and water from the side of Jesus as the Roman soldiers pierced him. The phenomenon, which always takes place at birth, here is symbolizing the birth of a higher consciousness. Synopsis 8. Dantes frees himself from the sack, goes to the Isle of Monte Cristo, and discovers the buried treasure. Then, armed with this fabulous wealth and this superhuman wisdom, he discards his human identity of Edmond Dantes and assumes the title of the Count of Monte Cristo. Commentary 8. Man discovers his awareness of being to be the inexhaustible treasure of the universe. Inexhaustible treasure of the universe. In that day when man makes this discovery, he dies as man and awakes as God. Yes, Edmond Dantes becomes the Count of Monte Cristo. Man becomes Christ. 23rd Psalm. 1. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. 2. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. 3. He leadeth me beside the still waters. Commentary 1. My awareness is my Lord and shepherd. That which I am aware of being is the sheep that follow me. So good a shepherd is my awareness of being, it has never lost one sheep or thing that I am aware of being. My consciousness is a voice calling in the wilderness of human confusion, calling all that I am conscious of being to follow me. So well do my sheep know my voice, they have never failed to respond to my call, nor will there come a time when that which I am convinced that I am will fail to find me. I am an open door for all that I am to enter. I am an open door for all that I am to enter. My awareness of being is Lord and Shepherd of my life. My awareness of being is my Lord and Shepherd of my life. Now I know I shall never be in need of proof or lack the evidence of that which I am aware of being. Knowing this, I shall become aware of being great, loving, wealthy, healthy, and all other attributes that I admire. It just feels good. That's commentary 1. Commentary 2, back to 23rd Psalm, number 2. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. Here's commentary 2. My awareness of being magnifies all that I am aware of being. So there is ever an abundance of that which I am conscious of being. There is ever an abundance of that which I am conscious of being. Ever an abundance. It makes no difference what it is that man is conscious of being. He will find it eternally springing in his world. The Lord's measure, man's conception of himself, your concept of yourself, the Lord's measure is always pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Commentary 3. There is no need to fight for that which I am conscious of being, for all that I am conscious of being shall be led to me as effortlessly as a shepherd leads his flock to the still waters of a quiet spring. That was part 3 of the 23rd Psalm. He leadeth me beside the still waters. I'll repeat the sentence of the commentary 3. There is no need to fight for that which I am conscious of being, for all that I am conscious of being shall be led to me as effortlessly as a shepherd leads his flock to the still waters of a quiet spring. 4. Synopsis 4. He restoreth my soul, he leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Commentary 4. Now that my memory is restored, so that I know I am the Lord, and beside me there is no God, my kingdom is restored. My kingdom, which became dismembered in the day that I believed in powers apart from myself, is now fully restored. My kingdom, when I believed in the powers apart from myself, that's gone now. I am fully restored when I am aware when I am fully conscious of my awareness of being, when I become aware of being. Now that I know my awareness of being is God, I shall make the right use of this knowledge by becoming aware of being that which I desire to be. Synopsis 5. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Commentary 5. Yes, though I walk through all the confusion and changing opinions of men, I will fear no evil, for I have found consciousness to be that which makes the confusion. Having in my own case restored it to its rightful place and dignity, I shall, in spite of the confusion, outpicture that which I am now conscious of being, and the very confusion will echo and reflect my own dignity. Synopsis 6. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Commentary 6. In the face of seeming opposition and conflict, I shall succeed, for I will continue to outpicture the abundance that I am now conscious of being. My head, consciousness, will continue to overflow with the joy of being God. And this will become whatever you stake your claim upon. And that is you impressing abundance and then expressing abundance. First, your abundance is already within you, infinitely in supply, infinitely in supply. There is no lack of anything in consciousness. Once you impress your consciousness with that abundance, now you have the keys to changing to anything you want, anything you desire, anything you want to express. You want to express, I am that I am happily married, I am wealthy, I am healthy, I am free. You already have access to the infinite supply of that, infinitely tied into that. Seven, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Commentary 7, because I am now conscious of being good and merciful, signs of goodness and mercy are compelled to follow me all the days of my life. For I will continue to dwell in the house, or consciousness, of being God forever. Oh my gosh. What a wonderful, wonderful chapter. And I really appreciate the Count of Monte Cristo. Having eyes, see ye not. Having ears, hear ye not. And do ye not remember? Clairvoyance. My gosh, what a great chapter. That was chapter 24, just a few more to go. So much to glean from that. Boy, oh boy, what's your favorite part? I mean, there's some good stuff in here. Oh my gosh. I think I really appreciate the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want, because this whole idea of becoming aware of your being, you realize that you're tied in. You realize that you've been infinitely plugged into all that is, so your supply is not without. It's a continual is. You are I am. You are it. You are all that is. You are God. That is your supply. So if you fashion it this way and you want to express it that way, you change your impression here within you. This is the only place your abundance exists. This is the only place your limitations exist, is in your consciousness. This is the only place your lack of abundance exists, but you have an infinite supply. Once you change this self-concept and become this self-concept, once you prove it to yourself in the smallest of ways, like I said in the last video, try and disprove it. The main thing is definitely disprove it. And there's that climbing the ladder technique mentioned so many times, which is very wonderful. And when I tried that the first time, I think the morning at 5 a.m., I saw the video for the first time. And I wrote down on some Post-its, like 5 Post-its. And by, I think, 9 o'clock the same morning, I was on a ladder. You have to be convinced of anything more. And if you don't know the exercise, basically, you're writing down all day and putting on Post-its around you, 7 or 8, 10 Post-its. I will not climb a ladder. It's a very brief, you can look it up, but very brief description. You write down everywhere in your conscious awakening state, little notes that say, I will not climb a ladder. It's in your wallet, it's on your steering wheel, it's on your mirror. I will not climb a ladder, I will not climb a ladder. And then when you're falling asleep for 3 nights in a row, you simply see yourself climbing the ladder by seeing a hand on a rung and a hand on another rung, and see your feet, feel yourself going up this ladder, go all the way to the top, and then go down to the bottom. Feel yourself climbing that ladder as you fall to sleep for 3 nights. And within just a few days, something will happen and you'll be on a ladder. And if you do this exercise and you see it happen, that is the simplest amount of information you need for proof that this works. That impressing your consciousness with anything is going to outpicture it. I will not climb a ladder, yet when you fall to sleep, that's when the impression happens. Your awake self is like, I'm not going to climb a ladder, I'm not going to climb a ladder. You see the notes, the Post-its, etc. But then when you fall to sleep, you actually literally climb that ladder. You see it in your falling asleepness, right when you're drifting into the sleep. Maybe do it when you wake up, but you just need to do it when you're asleep. You'll be on a ladder before you know it within just a few days. And even if you don't work on ladders, even if you're never around ladders, something will put you on a ladder, because this is the proof that you're doing it. So once you get that little bit of proof, the parking space is another example that I talked about. The pizza, free coffee, a rose, a butterfly, a certain color butterfly. It doesn't matter. Just do one. Prove one. See it work. Once you see any small thing work, you'll realize, yes, if it worked on that small level, it works on all levels. So all you're simply doing is becoming aware of this new found old trick that you had the whole time. All right, wonderful, wonderful chapter. Clairvoyance, your faith is your fortune. That was chapter 24. We'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, your faith is your fortune. Chapter 25, I rolled right into from chapter 24, clairvoyance. I rolled right into it. Chapter 25 was 23rd Psalm, so that is in the previous video. This will be chapter 26, Gethsemane. Then cometh Jesus with them unto a place called Gethsemane, and saith unto the disciples, Sit ye here while I go and pray yonder. Matthew 26:36. It's getting good. A most wonderful mystical romance is told in the story of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. But man has failed to see the light of its symbology and has mistakenly interpreted this mystical union as an agonizing experience in which Jesus pleaded in vain with his Father to change his destiny. Gethsemane is to the mystic the garden of creation, the place in consciousness where man goes to realize his defined objectives. Gethsemane is a compound word meaning to press out an oily substance. Geth, to press out, and shemen, an oily substance. The story of Gethsemane reveals to the mystic in dramatic symbology the act of creation. Just as man contains within himself an oily substance which, in the act of creation, is pressed out into a likeness of himself, so he has within himself a divine principle, his consciousness, which conditions itself as a state of consciousness and without assistance presses out or objectifies itself. A garden is a cultivated piece of ground, a specially prepared field where seeds of the gardener's own choice are planted and cultivated. Gethsemane is such a garden, the place in consciousness, where the mystic goes with his properly defined objectives. The garden is entered when man takes his attention from the world around about him and places it on his objectives. Remember, we're doing that anytime we go in and shut the door. And we go in here, I am all that is God, our self-conception. Anytime we go here in our I am, this is what he's referring to right here. And remembering, there's your objective. Your objective is to objectify your desire here, and you're in this self-concept, and you want to objectify this self-concept. You're putting together mother and father, and you're breathing life into the son of that creation. Almost got to sneeze. Man's clarified desires are seeds containing the power and plans of self-expression. And like the seeds within man, these too are buried within an oily substance, a joyful, thankful attitude of mind. As man contemplates being and possessing that which he desires to be and possess, he has begun the process of pressing out, or the spiritual act of creation. Anytime you have a desire, and you know where the desire comes from. It comes from I am. It comes from God. It comes from all that is. The desire is filled within you. Anytime you have that desire and you impress upon your consciousness the desire to express that desire, that's from within. As man contemplates being and possessing that which he desires to be and possess, he has begun the process of pressing out, or the spiritual act of creation, which is what we've been talking about. These seeds are pressed out and planted when man loses himself in a wild, mad state of joy, consciously feeling and claiming himself to be that which he formerly desired to be. Desires expressed or pressed out result in the passing of that particular desire. Man cannot possess a thing and still desire to possess it at one and the same time. Once the desire is fulfilled by the objectification, the son, then the desire can't exist anymore. The desire is fulfilled. It's fulfilled by the expression of that, of itself. So, as one consciously appropriates the feeling of being the thing desired, this desire to be the thing passes, it's realized, is realized, excuse me. So, as one consciously appropriates the feeling of being the thing desired, this desire to be the thing passes, is realized. The receptive attitude of mind, feeling and receiving the impression of being the thing desired, is the fertile ground or womb which receives the seed, defined objective. The fertile ground or womb is when the mother and the father, within you, within your consciousness. The receptive attitude of mind, feeling and receiving the impression of being the thing desired is the fertile ground right here, or the womb which receives the seed, which the seed is the defined objective. This is another way at the same thing. The seed which is pressed out of a man grows into the likeness of the man from whom it was pressed. Likewise, the mystical seed, your conscious claim that you are that which you heretofore desired to be, will grow into the likeness of you from whom and into whom it is pressed. Yes, Gethsemane is the cultivated garden of romance, where the disciplined man goes to press seeds of joy, defined desires in parentheses, out of himself into his receptive attitude of mind, there to care for and nurture them by consciously walking in the joy of being all that formerly he desired to be. Feel with the great gardener the secret thrill of knowing that things and qualities not now seen will be seen as soon as these conscious impressions grow and ripen to maturity. Anytime you're putting those impressions on your subconscious or your conscious self, they will be coming about. Feel with the great gardener, the secret thrill of knowing that things and qualities not now seen, which is why you're impressing your consciousness, will be seen as soon as these conscious impressions grow and ripen to maturity. Boom, there's the sun. There's the objectification of your subjective. Your consciousness is Lord and husband. Your consciousness is Lord and husband right here. The conscious state in which you dwell is the wife or beloved. That's right here, the husband and the wife. This state made visible is your son bearing witness of you. Boom, right here. This is the state made visible by this union. His father and mother for your visible world is made in the image and likeness of the state of consciousness in which you live. This state made visible is your son bearing witness to you. This state made visible is your son bearing witness of you, his father and mother. For your visible world is made in the image and likeness of the state of consciousness in which you live. Your world and the fullness thereof are nothing more or less than your defined consciousness objectified. Your world and the fullness thereof are nothing more or less than your defined consciousness objectified. Knowing this to be true, see to it that you choose well the mother of your children. That conscious state in which you live, your conception of yourself. Very interesting. The mother of your children. Whoa, is that conscious state in which you live, that conscious state in which you dwell is where you'll be making the impressions to be expressed. So no matter what this self-concept is, it is a womb from which your manifestations come. Choose well Knowing this to be true, see to it that you choose well the mother of your children. Your children come from this mother. You're not going to be in this self-concept and go choose this mother, this mother, this mother. That's not the point of this. Choose well your mother is the idea that you're putting forth that you want to manifest. This self-concept has desires from I am that provide solutions to the problems or limitations that are within this self-concept. Choose well the mother means choose well the idea. You're putting together an idea of that which you desire to bring forth. Choose well the mother. The mother is your idea, where your idea is going to become the fruit. That conscious state in which you live, your conception of yourself. Choose well the mother of your children. That conscious state in which you live, your conception of yourself. The wise man chooses his wife with great discretion. He realizes that his children must inherit the qualities of their parents, and so he devotes much time and care to the selection of their mother. The mystic knows that the conscious state in which he lives is the choice that he has made of a wife, the mother of his children. That this state must in time embody itself within his world. So he is ever select in his choice and always claims himself to be his highest ideal. He consciously defines himself as that which he desires to be. When man realizes that the conscious state in which he lives is the choice that he has made of a mate, he will be more careful of his moods and feelings. He will not permit himself to react to suggestions of fear, lack, or any undesirable impression. This self-concept you're dwelling in has its bed of creation. And you've made your bed here. You're trying to choose your way to a different manifestation or a different objectified reality. It's to be discerning in your choices here. Again, back to the robber who has the only desire to go rob a bank or steal, is doing so from his bed of creation. And the desires that pour forth into that realm of his self-concept are the ones that are befitting of that self-concept. So he maybe hasn't discerned if he's in the throes of robbing or taking from another that which is not his, stealing. He hasn't discerned yet that he needs to be careful with the mother, the choice of a mother. The choice of a mother seems to be the only one he can make, but he hasn't discerned yet that these desires fit this self-concept. The lesson and the learning is embedded in the experience. The robber, the thief, the beggar man, the rich man, the poor man all have the same consciousness, the same backbone, the same I am, the same God. We're all tied into the same source. So at some point, let's say this robber in our example chooses to go into the I am, to be still and know that I am God, to close off the senses. This is the simplest and fastest way for any self-concept. Any person can get direct access immediately. Any person at any moment can have direct access. Just because the limitations exist in this example of the criminal mind or the person who's single that wants to be married, it doesn't matter. The limitations exist there, but any concept of any self still has direct access to the I am. Always available. Always can be made different choices to the wife of your creation. Always can be made. Repeating that sentence. When man realizes that the conscious state in which he lives is the choice that he has made of a mate, he will be more careful of his moods and feelings. He will not permit himself to react to suggestions of fear, lack, or any undesirable impression. After he's done some I am, let's say, such suggestions of lack could never pass the watch of the disciplined mind of the mystic, for he knows that every conscious claim must in time be expressed as a condition of his world, of his environment. Oh boy, when you become aware of this, you know, way back to the first or second chapter, the words that go from your mouth they prosper and become the thing. And it's to be watchful of what you send out. And to the mystic, he is very careful of what he thinks of anybody. If someone around you is saying something negative of someone else, and you're to either withdraw from that conversation or build up that conversation or take joy in laughing with the conversation, you can make a simple choice. This isn't the end of the world here, but it's being aware of where you are if you make the joke. If you do take part in criticizing another person, then you know where you put yourself. You know from which kind of fruit you're creating. You know of which kind of fruit you're creating from this practice or this example. It's going to come back. Such suggestions of lack could never pass the watch of the disciplined mind of the mystic, for he knows that every conscious claim must in time be expressed as a condition of his world, of his environment. So he remains faithful to his beloved, his defined objective, by defining and claiming and feeling himself to be that which he desires to express. Let a man ask himself if his defined objective would be a thing of joy and beauty if it were realized. Let a man ask himself if his defined objective would be a thing of joy and beauty if it were realized. If his answer is in the affirmative, then he may know that his choice of a bride is a princess of Israel, a daughter of Judah. For every defined objective which expresses joy when realized is a daughter of Judah, the King of praise. Oh man, that's the ultimate question. Let a man ask himself if his defined objective would be a thing of joy and beauty if it were realized. If it were realized, if the thing were realized, would it be a thing of beauty? The answer here is you're single and you want to be married, you want to be in love. The answer is yes, for sure, absolutely. Over here, let's say the criminal minded self-concept person doesn't have an answer to that question. And actually, the answer is in the negative, not the affirmative. Because the answer is going to only lead to a very limited source of funds. If the person here robs the bank and gets so much money, it's not going to satisfy the entire life of this person. It never does. It's never enough for this type of activity. It's never going to be enough. Let a man ask himself if his defined objective would be a thing of joy and beauty if it were realized. If his answer is in the affirmative, then he may know that his choice of a bride is a princess of Israel, a daughter of Judah. For every defined objective which expresses joy when realized is a daughter of Judah, the King of praise. Boy, oh boy, how very poetic. Jesus took with him into his hour of prayer his disciples, or disciplined attributes of mind, and commanded them to watch while he prayed, so that no thought or belief that would deny the realization of his desire might enter his consciousness. Very, very powerful sentence. Let's repeat it. Wow. Jesus took with him into his hour of prayer his disciples. Those are the disciplines of his mind, or disciplined attributes of mind, and commanded them to watch while he prayed. So he prayed with the disciples helping steer him in and through the prayer, so that no thought or belief that would deny the realization of his desire might enter his consciousness. You say a prayer, and that prayer has you happily married. You're here, you're not married, you want to be married, you're single. Let's use the S. And over here, you're married and you're happily in love, okay? Just for fun. And here you don't have that. This is a minus symbol on the heart. You're single and you don't have love and you're not in love. And over here, you're married and you're in love. This example with his desires clear to, when you go into your prayer with your disciples, your disciplined attributes of mind, and command them to watch while you pray, while you're here impressing your consciousness that you are married, I am that I am. I'm happily in love and married. I have a mate that fits me perfectly. While you're here impressing this consciousness of this self-concept, You must watch what you are putting in your mind. Those 12 attributes of mind that we went over are very important. They're your gatekeepers of your attitude, of your practice, of your mental thoughts, of whether or not you're listening. Simon, Peter, the rock, not listening, being firm. Every one of the disciples are your friend at this point. Jesus commanded them to watch while he prayed so that no thought or belief would deny the realization of his desire, your desire. Follow the example of Jesus, who with his desires clearly defined, follow the example of Jesus with his desires clearly defined, entered the Garden of Gethsemane, which is the state of joy, accompanied by his disciples, his disciplined mind, to lose himself in a wild joy of realization. That is great. The fixing of his attention on his objective was his command to his disciplined mind to watch and remain faithful to that fixation. Watch and remain faithful to that fixation. I am in love and married. That impression is happening here, but remain faithful. Keep the course. Stay the course. The fixing of his attention on his objective was his command to his disciplined mind to watch and remain faithful to that fixation. All of the words his are capitalized. Contemplating the joy that would be his on realizing his desire, he began the spiritual act of generation, the act of pressing out the mystical seed, his defined desire. In this fixation, he remained, claiming and feeling himself to be that which he, before he entered Gethsemane, desired to be, until his whole being, which is his consciousness, was bathed in an oily sweat, which is joy, resembling blood, which is life. In short, until his whole consciousness was permeated with the living, sustained joy of being his defined objective. Now I'll repeat the sentence without the parentheses. In this fixation, he remained, in this fixation, he remained claiming and feeling himself to be that which he desired to be until his whole being was bathed in an oily sweat resembling blood, in short, until his whole consciousness was permeated with this living, sustained joy of being his desired objective. That is feeling it real. Neville talked about when he was wanting to catch the boat from, I believe it was Barbados back to the States. And there was a typical situation where he didn't get the tickets beforehand while he was in New York. He made it to Barbados. And then when he was there, his brother was like, hey, why didn't you arrange passage back to New York when you were there? That's the city of all commerce. What's wrong with you? And Neville wasn't bothered, Simon, Peter, wasn't bothered by what his brother said. That night he went into his feeling it real, his state of prayer, which is what was just described right there. And he saw himself at the top. He saw himself walking on the gangplank. And back then they had probably tender boats that took you out to the boat. He said the harbor wasn't so deep. So I believe in some situation he described, he had to walk on this walk gangplank up. And he would imagine going to the top. And then his mind would drift as he was falling asleep. And then he would catch himself. He'd go back to the bottom and he'd walk up to the top. He'd feel the rail with his hand. And he had this whole practice. He would just repeat it while he was falling asleep. And in the state of doing this, he didn't have his daughter in his arms, I believe. And I could be paraphrasing here, of course, I am. But I think in the situation when it unfolded very soon after, within days, I think, he was on this boat, boarding it. There was a super lucky coincidence that he got a ticket. And while he was going through the act of getting on the boat, the exact unfoldment of what his visual feeling state, it actually unfolded with his brother holding his daughter while they got on the boat, I believe, or carried the daughter up the plank, because the way Neville visualized it while falling asleep was that he was touching the rail. It's a little loosely paraphrased there by me, but it is exactly what you're doing as you fall asleep. You're imagining it in action. You're in the player. You're seeing your arms. You're not seeing yourself from out here. So when Neville was walking up this gangplank type of thing, this walk bridge, he was seeing his arm touching the rail, walking up to the ship. And that's what gave him the passage and gave him the ticket, was that visualization as he was falling asleep. As this fixation is accomplished so that the mystic knows by his feeling of joy that he has passed from his former conscious state into his present consciousness, the Passover or crucifixion is attained. This crucifixion or fixation of the new conscious claim is followed by the Sabbath, a time of rest. Once he did the visualization or feeling it real, and he knew it was done. He knew it was done. There is always an interval of time between the impression and its expression, between the conscious claim and its embodiment. This interval is called the Sabbath, the period of rest or non-effort, in parentheses, the day of entombment. To walk unmoved in the consciousness of being or possessing a certain state is to keep the Sabbath. The story of the crucifixion beautifully expresses this mystical stillness or rest. We are told that after Jesus cried out, "It is finished," he was placed in a tomb. There he remained for the entire Sabbath. When the new state of consciousness is appropriated to you, when the new state of consciousness is appropriated so you feel by this appropriation fixed and secure in the knowledge that it is finished, then you too will cry out, "It is finished," and will enter the tomb or Sabbath, an interval of time in which you will walk unmoved by the conviction that your new consciousness must be resurrected, made visible in parentheses. Back to the pizza. It is so simple of an example, I know, but when you make that call and you order that pizza and you tell them you're paying cash, you place the order and you don't even think about it again until that doorbell is rung and you're answering and there's the pizza. You never doubted it for a second. When you hung up the phone when you first called, you entered the Sabbath. It was done. It is finished. This is exactly an example of everything you can create in your life. You can do the same thing with a car, a house, a mate, a relationship. Every single thing you can do this for. You go into the Sabbath after you realize it's done. Easter, the day of resurrection, falls on the first Sunday after the full moon in Aries. The mystical reason for this is simple. It's going to get good. I better get some water. A defined area will not precipitate itself in the form of rain until this area reaches the point of saturation. Just so the state in which you dwell will not express itself until the whole is permeated with the consciousness that is so. It is finished. Your defined objective is the imaginary state, just as the equator is the imaginary line across which the sun must pass to mark the beginning of spring. This state, like the moon, has no light for life of itself, but will reflect the light of consciousness, or sun, S-U-N. I am the light of the world. I am the resurrection and the life. As Easter is determined by the full moon in Aries, so too is the resurrection of your conscious claim determined by the full consciousness of your claim, by actually living as this new conception. This new conception. Most men fail to resurrect their objectives because they fail to remain faithful to their newly defined state until this fullness is attained. If man would bear in mind the fact that there can be no Easter or day of resurrection until after the full moon, he would realize that the state into which he has consciously passed will be expressed or resurrected only after he has remained within the state of being his defined objective, until his whole self thrills with the feeling of actually being his conscious claim and consciously living in this state of being it, and only in this way will man ever resurrect or realize his desire. Big time knock on the board for that one. Oh my goodness. The thrill, until the whole self thrills. When you imagine, I can't say enough about the pizza. When you're hungry and you imagine the pizza, you thrill with what you want to put on top of it. It's exciting. It is very, very exciting. You're like, yes, let's do that. Let's call. Everybody agrees. You're like, yes, that moment, whether you realize it or not, is where the thrill became an exalted thrill. Because on your way to get the phone and to make the phone call, you're now entering the Sabbath already. The thrill was in the decision to say yes to that. The Sabbath isn't when you made the Sabbath before the call. Because when you made the decision, you actually entered the Sabbath. The thrill was upon you when you decided, yes, that's a great idea. This is the same with any idea. And it should be that playful like a kid to make it so. Children do this all day long, every day. Just watch them. Just watch them. They do this all the time. Are we going to eat this? Are we going to eat that? And I use food as an example because it does have an impact to us. So immediate. It's so quick. It's so satisfying. And all these principles can be weaved in and out of your experience with food. And food is an easy example to test. What an amazing chapter. I mean, there's a lot in here. And you can see a pattern, of course. Neville is using a lot of other different ways to go to say the same message. And it is very, very good because before I got into Neville, I wasn't so attracted to understanding these principles through Scripture, nor would I ever would have because I studied the Seth material for so many decades, and that was very non-scriptural. But again, like I said before in a previous video, the bodies of work are very similar. This one just has the scriptural breakdown, which I really do appreciate. And then you have the as an example, the Seth material was non-scriptural because Jane Roberts, her attitude, but besides that, the whole idea here is that there's great information in all of this book and any of Neville's works. Back to the opening quote. Then cometh Jesus with them unto a place called Gethsemane, and saith unto his disciples, Sit ye here while I go and pray yonder. Matthew 26:36. That one quote is what we just broke down. Let me know what you dug out of there, if anything moved you. I got a lot out of here. That was amazing. And I would have to say that opening quote, it was the biggest one because he ordered his disciplined mind. He entered the Garden of Gethsemane, accompanied by his disciples, to lose himself in a wild joy of realization. There it is. All right. Well, like I said, this was chapter 25. The last one we put 2 and 1. This was 26, Gethsemane. 26. We have one more chapter after this. We're wrapping up the book. We'll see you in the next video. Neville Goddard, Your Faith is Your Fortune, chapter 27. A formula for victory. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you. Joshua 1:3. The majority of people are familiar with the story of Joshua capturing the city of Jericho. What they do not know is that this story is the perfect formula for victory under any circumstances and against all odds. It is recorded that Joshua was armed only with the knowledge that every place that the sole of his foot should tread upon would be given to him. That he desired to capture or tread upon the city of Jericho, but found the walls separating him from the city impassable. It seemed physically impossible for Joshua to get beyond these massive walls and stand upon the city of Jericho. Yet he was driven by the knowledge of the promise that, regardless of the barriers and obstacles separating him from his desires, if he could but stand upon the city, it would be given to him. The book of Joshua further records that instead of fighting this giant problem of the wall, Joshua employed the services of the harlot, Rahab, and sent her as a spy into the city. As Rahab entered her house, which stood in the midst of the city, Joshua, who was securely barred by the impassable walls of Jericho, blew on his trumpet 7 times. At the 7th blast, the walls crumbled and Joshua entered the city victoriously. To the uninitiated, this story is senseless. To the one who sees it as a psychological drama rather than as a historical record, it is most revealing. If we would follow the example of Joshua, our victory would be similarly simple. Joshua symbolizes to you, the reader, your present state. The city of Jericho symbolizes your desire or defined objective. Your defined, I am all that is God. You are your self-concept. At least you were when you woke up today. Here you are in the self-concept without the desire fulfilled. Here you are in the desire fulfilled self-concept. You're here before you're here. You're always ascending. Let me see, where were we? Regardless of the physical barrier separating you from your objective, you can, without effort or help of anyone, annihilate time, space, and barriers. Excuse me, I'm skipping ahead here. I'm so excited. This is the last chapter. Let me go back to the beginning of the page. If you would follow the example of Joshua, our victory would be similarly simple. Joshua symbolizes to you, the reader, your present state. Boom. The city of Jericho symbolizes your desire or defined objective. The walls of Jericho symbolize the obstacles between you and the realization of your objectives. The walls of Jericho are here, the limitations. The foot symbolizes the understanding. Placing the sole of the foot upon a definite place indicates fixing a definite psychological state. Rahab, the spy, is your ability to travel secretly or psychologically to any place in space. That is, close off the senses, I am, awareness of being, see the end result of your desire. You're just past the end. Look at your car from the curb back at the parking spot you secured. You're traveling secretly or psychologically there. Consciousness knows no frontier. No one can stop you from dwelling psychologically at any point. Now listen to that. No one can stop you from dwelling psychologically at any point or in any state in time or space. Any self-concept is available to you. Any and all of them are available to you. It doesn't matter what your desire is. It can be, and as Neville says over and over, make the desire as noble as possible. Make it totally lofty, totally, not lofty as in not imaginable, but something imaginable that you think is impossible to you. Noble imagining. Regardless of the physical barriers separating you from your objective, you can, without effort or help of anyone, annihilate time, space, and barriers. Like, remember the example of Sunday feeling? It's Wednesday, but you feel as if it's Sunday. That's annihilating time right there. Thus, you can dwell psychologically in the desired state. So although you may not be able to tread physically upon a state or city, you can always tread psychologically upon any desired state. By treading psychologically, I mean that you can now, this moment, close your eyes, and after visualizing or imagining a place or state other than the present one, actually feel that you are now in such a place or state. You can feel this condition to be so real that upon opening your eyes, you are amazed to find that you are not physically there. It's similar to another exercise Neville gave in one of his lectures where he said, to get the practice going, be in your living room, close your eyes, and because you're so familiar with the space around you, close your eyes and feel that you are in the other room, sitting on a chair, looking back at the room you're in, or looking at the surroundings. Now what you're doing is you're starting to flex your ability to imagine yourself in another place psychologically. So if you're in your living room, or you're on your couch, and you're sitting with your eyes closed, done a couple breaths, you're relaxed, now you're imagining yourself sitting on your dining table, and you're looking at your kitchen, and you know what you're going to see. So after you have taken in the surrounding of your kitchen, then you imagine you're sitting in your bedroom, maybe looking at your closet or your dresser. And once you take all that in, now imagine you're back in the living room. Then take another shift. Imagine you're at the back door of your house. It's looking at your backyard. As you're imagining that, as he just said, come back, open your eyes, and you can feel this condition to be so real that upon opening your eyes, you're amazed to find out that you are not psychologically there. I'm sorry, not physically there. Because it's very familiar, your home surroundings, because you're taking for granted that you're traveling consistently all the time in your own home surroundings. But you can actually use those to build up this muscle. A harlot, as you know, gives to all men that which they ask of her. Rahab, the harlot, symbolizes your infinite capacity to psychologically assume any desirable state without questioning whether or not you are physically or morally fit to do so. Very, very good point, because it doesn't matter what you are desirous of. If you remember, our criminal robber gets his desires based on his self-concept, and they come into him to be the solution to the problems he or she is encountering. So it doesn't matter what the morality is here. The desire comes in to fulfill the lack of solution, meaning it's providing the solution. Go rob another bank, go rob another store, whatever that is. It's a facetious example, but the point is, your solutions are always coming to you in the form of desire, with the problem and solution all wrapped up in the same package. Here comes the desire, the solution is inbuilt. All of that fits right in here. It does not, he is no respecter of person, so it does not give any judgment to you. There's no judgment. You're given that which you desire with the problem solved. You're single, you want to be married? I am that. You claim it, you decree it, you give breath to the life of the Son, and that three-dimensional image is given to you, to he that hath. It's a very, very interesting sentence. A harlot, as you know, gives to all men that which they ask of her. Rahab the harlot symbolizes your infinite capacity to psychologically assume any desirable state without questioning whether or not you are physically or morally fit to do so. You can today capture the modern city of Jericho, or your defined objective, if you will psychologically reenact the story of Joshua. But to capture the city and realize your desires, you must carefully follow the formula of victory as laid down in this book of Joshua. This is the application of this victorious formula as a modern mystic reveals it today. First, define your objective, not the manner of obtaining it. That's in parentheses. Define your objective. Not the manner of obtaining it is do not be concerned with the how. Never, ever, ever, ever be concerned with the how. Just stop the how business. First, define your objective, but your objective pure and simple. Know exactly what it is you desire so that you have a clear mental picture of it. Secondly, take your attention away from the obstacles which separate you from your objective and place your thought on the objective itself. You want to be married happily? That is the only thought in your mind. The only thought. There's nothing about walking down the aisle. There's nothing about flying to Hawaii. There's nothing about how to save the money. There's nothing. No how, forget how at all. Just look at the objective, the end result. If you're not healthy and you want to be healthy, look at the healthy you. What is it you're doing? Are you skydiving? Are you skateboarding? Are you surfing? Are you bicycle riding? What is it you're doing after the assumed health? Are you wealthy? You're not looking at your limitations. You're only looking at after the assumption of the wealth. And what I mean is the completion of the wealth. What is it you've paid off? What is it you've walked away from your computer having did the buttons, and now the balances are down to zero. This is going to the end. But you're looking at the objective, not the how. Define your objective first. Pure and simple. Take your attention away from the obstacles which separate you from your objective. That's number 2. Third, close your eyes and feel that you are already in the city or state that you would capture. You're already there. Remain with this psychological state until you get a conscious reaction of complete satisfaction in this victory. You're there and you're relieved that it's done. Remember the very important word, relief. You're relieved that it's all done. What a relief it is to pay off all that bills. What a relief it is to now be already married. What a relief it is to do anything I want physically because I am healthy. Then by simply opening your eyes, return to your former conscious state. This secret journey into the desired state, with its subsequent psychological reaction of complete satisfaction, is all that is necessary to bring about total victory. This victorious psychical state will embody itself despite all opposition. It has the plan and power of self-expression. From this point forward, follow the example of Joshua, who, after psychologically dwelling in the desired state until he received a complete conscious reaction of victory, did nothing more to bring about this victory than to blow 7 times on his trumpet. The 7th blast symbolizes the 7th day, a time of stillness or rest, the interval between the subjective and objective states, a period of pregnancy or joyful expectancy. This stillness is not the stillness of the body, but rather the stillness of the mind. A perfect passivity which is not indolence, but a living stillness born of trust in this immutable law of consciousness. Those not familiar with this law or formula for victory in attempting to still their minds succeed only in acquiring a quiet tension which is nothing more than compressed anxiety. But you who know this law will find that after capturing the psychological state, which would be yours if you were already victoriously and actually entrenched in that city, will move forward towards the physical realization of your desires. You will do this without doubt or fear, in a state of mind fixed in the knowledge of a prearranged victory. We have traveled many, many times to the victory. We've talked about it. We've gone over the impression, which equals expression. We know that the mother and father give birth and blow and breathe life into the son of our desire. We've given this many, many views of understanding that this is I am, all that is, God. These are our self-concepts. These are also our probable realities, if you want to go down that definition, but it's the same thing. So we've seen how this is done. We've practiced it. We've taken the breaths. We've done the I am. We feel like we're floating. We've asked what we want. What is it I would feel good doing next? We've made the decision. We've gone fishing. And now we go to the end. You will do this without doubt or fear now, considering everything we've gone over, in a state of mind fixed in the knowledge of prearranged victory. You've done it with the pizza. You've done it with the parking space. You did your ladder exercise. You climbed the ladder. You are now ready to do it to anything of your desires. You will not be afraid of the enemy because the outcome has been determined by the psychological state that preceded the physical offensive. And all the forces of heaven and earth cannot stop the victorious fulfillment of that state. All the forces of heaven and earth cannot stop the victorious fulfillment of that state. Stand still in the psychological state defined as your objective until you feel the thrill of victory. Then, with confidence born of the knowledge of this law, watch the physical realization of your objective. Set yourself, stand still and watch the salvation of the law with you. Wow. End of chapter. Repeating that first quote, every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you. A formula for victory. That was chapter 27. That's the end of Your Faith is Your Fortune. Subtitled, Man's Faith in God is Measured by His Confidence in Himself. What an amazing book, an amazing, amazing book. I hope that this two-dimensional image was able to provide a look into what Neville has described in these chapters, because I think that they're amazing chapters and there's so much to unpack If you get to the end and you want more, go back to the beginning. Don't forget to leave a comment. If you get something out of any video, put a comment down. I'll definitely react to that. I find it to be an amazing, incredible first body of work. And I know there's one small book before this one that I'll probably end up going over, but this one is definitely one of the best Neville books there are. And it's just amazing that just the title alone, Your Faith is Your Fortune, which is what we've been talking about the whole time, because whatever you have faith in to impress the consciousness of you, which you are aware of being, what you have faith in impressing here gives and breathes life. This is the Mother and Father breathing life into the Son, your creation. A wonderful, wonderful book. All right, we'll see you in the next one.